In this video, we continue the story of Awakening as it moves beyond chapter 200. Up to chapters 100 through 200, Almond Crochet has already surpassed the stage of simple growth. His rise has triggered reactions from the world itself, forcing systems, environments, and hidden forces to adjust. Now, as the story enters chapters 200 to 300, the focus begins to change. Power is no longer measured only by speed or strength, but by decisions and the consequences they create. This arc follows the next stage of Almond Crochet's ascent, where progress itself begins to carry risk. With that in mind, let's continue the story. After 10 grueling rounds of focusing, the advanced skill training was proving completely unreal. He scanned all 1,000 knowledge mediums, but still couldn't grasp the required intent from any of them. Just when he thought about quitting, the system confirmed he hadn't met the minimum requirement to acquire the skill. He smashed his fists and jumped up, resolving that there was nothing he couldn't accomplish if he tried. Time was running out. Only 1 hour remained until the 7 p.m. deadline for the S-rank dungeon raid. Frustrated with the cursed skill, he sat down again, seriously considering leaving it unfinished. The system prompt appeared, reminding him again that he couldn't acquire the skill if he left now. He demanded answers from the Grimworld tutorial, desperate to know why this training was failing him. A gentle breeze blew, then the system finally responded. The lowest rank of this passive skill was legendary. He felt like he was losing his mind, refusing to accept that he couldn't learn this powerful skill. "Speak to me, you random knowledge," he muttered, staring intensely at the floating mediums. He decided the deadline didn't matter. He would not give up until the knowledge whispered its secrets. Meanwhile, the gathering point was the Zhou clan's Red Fox Jungle, defined by its crimson foliage. In the southeast, a fancy portal gate with a stark red border shimmered, leading to the S-rank dungeon. 10 powerful platinum-rank adventurers, including 3 legendary old monsters, had gathered. The old monsters present were Admiral Rudra, the Patriarch Liang Zhou, and Bianca Morty. Damien Silverfang, the level 150 guild master, stood composed in his plain white martial outfit. Beside him, the vice guild master, Ray Silverfang, radiated the calm, unwavering air of a mountain. Alexander and Cassandra Graves, wearing matching modern cowboy outfits, stood ready with revolvers. The level 149 twin siblings, Sun Zhou and Gulan Zhou, stood together, inseparable and formidable. The youngest platinum present was Valentina Morty, Bianca's granddaughter, level 57. Her skin-tight outfit and fluttering cloak were quite revealing, drawing attention from the group. Bianca glanced at Rudra, noting that 10 minutes remained until the strict deadline, and Almond was absent. Rudra remained completely calm, simply stating that Almond would arrive and they must wait. Valentina, bored, sat gazing at the sky until she suddenly shut her eyes and put her hands together. She wished for him to come soon, after sighting a third shooting star in the late afternoon sky. The Zhou twins exchanged silent thoughts, convinced Valentina was an artificial, cartoon-like human. Liang Zhou, annoyed by their silent gossip, mentally shocked his children to shut them up. Liang Zhou then pressed Rudra, demanding to know the actual reason for Almond's serious delay. Rudra checked his watch, internally frustrated by Alfred's repeated refusal to intervene in the training. Rudra finally sighed and revealed that Almond was currently training inside an advanced skill scroll. Damien confirmed his student Anya finished her SS rank skill training in about 19 hours. Bianca narrowed her eyes, stating Almond knew the 24-hour training limit, yet he still wasn't leaving. Rudra confirmed Almond could leave at any time, but was choosing to prioritize the legendary skill acquisition. Sun Zhou laughed out loud, clearly enjoying Almond's bold, uncompromising attitude toward their deadline. Gulan Zhou smiled, posing the critical question, would they actually wait for the defiant young man? The veteran adventurers agreed to wait, noting that Almond was helping to strengthen their guild's future. Suddenly, Biana decided she was tired of waiting and challenged Rudra to their usual cat-and-mouse game. Her powerful aura flared, causing black, swirling energy to instantly coat her skin-tight outfit in metallic armor. She materialized a sophisticated mystic sniper rifle, ready to start the duel immediately. Rudra grinned, accepting the challenge, but his wristwatch beeped with a message from Alfred. The urgent notification simply read, "Master Almond opened his eyes." Rudra announced Almond was coming, causing Valentina to pout dramatically about the fight being ruined by bad timing. Rudra teased her, then asked who she genuinely believed would have won the duel. Valentina declared instantly, and without hesitation, that Rudra would definitely be the victor. Rudra gloated, pointing out that Valentina, her own granddaughter, had just announced Biana's defeat. Valentina quickly snuck up behind Biana, hugging her tightly and snuggling into her hair affectionately. She reassured her grandmother, promising to defeat Rudra herself someday in Biana's honor. The surrounding adventurers exchanged wry smiles, finding the interaction between grandmother and granddaughter hilarious. Rudra then brought the conversation back, warning Valentina that she had to surpass someone younger than her first. Valentina tilted her head, confused, asking if Rudra actually thought Almond was stronger than her. Biana scoffed, finding it impossible that her high-ranking prodigy granddaughter was weaker than a new adventurer. Rudra maintained his confident smile, affirming that Almond was indeed stronger, inviting her to witness it herself. Ray agreed, acknowledging that Almond's powerful summons made him a uniquely troublesome adversary. Valentina snorted in cute defiance, declaring, "We'll see," before vanishing back onto her rock perch in a flash of shadow. The other leaders silently contemplated Rudra's bold claim about Almond's hidden strength. 5 minutes later, the group saw a pitch-black mobile jet with devilish wings descending rapidly toward them. Almond leaped out of the jet as it stopped, the vehicle instantly vanishing into his storage ring. Landing several meters away, Almond walked toward them with ghost-like speed, covering distance in long, quick strides. Almond smiled slightly, checking his wristwatch to confirm he was exactly on time for the 7 o'clock meeting. Rudra abruptly shouted to enter immediately, rushing into the dungeon entrance with Almond right behind him. The remaining adventurers were left speechless, until Sun Joe laughed and followed them inside. Inside the S-rank dungeon, Almond stood on a cliff overlooking the exotic, cracked landscape below. The land was littered with fissures that oozed a glittering blue and gold liquid, forming bizarre crystal structures. Valentina walked up beside Almond, pointing at a crystal formation that remarkably resembled a large turtle. She then turned to Almond, commenting on his topaz-like eyes and suggesting they would make a pretty necklace. Sun pointed his staff toward a distant area dense with massive crystal structures, the likely location of the monsters. Damien warned Almond and Valentina not to be careless, expecting monsters above epic level 50. Biana found fighting inside the complex crystal maze annoying and decided to lure the monsters out instead. She pulled the bowstring taut, materializing a black arrow wreathed in a powerful, deep blue flame aura. Biana took aim and shot the powerful arrow toward the massive crystal structure 500 meters away. The projectile struck the colossal, multi-holed crystal maze, ready to provoke whatever lurked inside. Almond felt a shiver down his spine, just from sensing the terrifying power contained in that single arrow strike. The arrow struck the massive blue and gold crystal, causing black tendrils to rapidly spread across its surface. The entire structure glittered intensely for a moment, signaling imminent catastrophic failure. With a massive, ear-splitting crack, the enormous crystal structure violently burst apart. Hundreds of massive, epicrank scorpions poured out of the shattered remains, ready for combat. Valentina grinned, challenging Almond to a competition to see who could kill the most monsters. Almond accepted the challenge, immediately summoning his powerful allies, Galvarin and Sylvia. Rudra warned the younger adventurers, before leaping directly into the center of the scorpion swarm. Several giant scorpions smashed at Rudra, whirling out waves of glassy, cracked blue aura. Bianca took aim with her sniper rifle while Valentina readied her bow, preparing to strike from afar. Sylvia entered the fray, her body covered in a combat exoskeleton formed from twisting vines and wood. Almond noted that these 3-meter-tall hell-vein scorpions were formidable epicrank foes. Using an unseen ethereal blade, Almond instantly halved the health of a line of 4 targeted scorpions. Galvarin slammed his massive sword down, unleashing the skill Infernal Maw upon the weakened enemies. The giant lava fissure snapped shut, causing a loud explosion that shattered the 4 scorpions into pieces. Valentina blinked in shock, realizing Almond's summon, equipped with epic armor, could one-shot the monsters. She quickly recovered, firing an arrow that pierced 2 scorpions, causing them to blacken and melt. Bianca narrowed her eyes, firing a precise bullet that pierced 5 scorpions before exploding on the 6th. Rudra used his unique cracked glass-like mana to break the scorpion's defenses and shatter one instantly. Liang unleashed powerful fists of lightning, summoning spectral lightning dragons and infernal tigers to attack. Damien Silverfang casually moved through the swarm, lightly striking monsters to slow them and reduce their defense. Following Damien, Vice Guild Master Ray used his claw gauntlets to quickly finish off the immobilized monsters. Alexander embedded a special bullet, followed by Cassandra's shot, resulting in compact, demolishing explosions. Sun Zhou used fire and wind with his staff, while Guolan Zhou used lightning and water with her hand fan. Almond simply observed from the rear, letting his summons and the others finish off the monsters he had weakened. He realized that weakening these high-level monsters no longer consumed any of his precious willpower. In just a couple of minutes, the entire swarm of epicrank hell-vein scorpions had been completely eradicated. Almond instantly sucked all the dispersed spirits from the corpses, channeling them into his spirit forge factory. Meanwhile, Liang Zhou happily collected the rare, condensed blue and gold magic cores from the battlefield. Rudra snorted and immediately demanded that Liang sell him at least half of the valuable haul for his guild. The group continued their journey through 2 more exotic areas before finally deciding to take a necessary rest. Bianca approached Almond with slight annoyance, asking why he wasn't actively participating in the fight. Damien and the others confirmed that Almond had been using unseen moves to weaken the monsters silently. Almond gave a wry smile, realizing that Bianca had figured out his ability to weaken the monsters. Valentina insisted that she wanted to see him actually fight, especially since he was known as a sword expert. Almond chuckled, explaining that he hadn't felt the need to draw his powerful sword yet. Frustrated by his non-committal response, Valentina ground her teeth and angrily turned her head away. Elder Liang, stroking his impressive beard, asked Almond to give the old man some face and show his sword skills. Admiral Rudra nodded, suggesting Almond could fight later, but gave him a private instruction. He told Almond to reveal everything except his ultimate attacks, setting up a strategic illusion of his true power. Almond grinned, realizing this was a perfect opportunity to misdirect the frontliners. The whole group was eager to see the famed gold-rank adventurer in action. Damona mentioned that Anya had praised Almond's sword skills to the heavens, calling him unmatched in close range. Others teased that a maiden in love might be seeing things through an enhanced lens. Almond wryly smiled and humbly denied their high praise, saying he still had much to learn. Secretly, Almond decided to take this chance to check the attributes of the powerful, old monsters present. He focused his newly upgraded all-seeing eyes, targeting their hidden mental stats like willpower. Now instead of simple numbers, his eyes showed a scale with bad, Zen, and extreme sections. He understood that the Zen position represented perfect balance and harmony for any given attribute. He scanned Bianca's intuition, finding the needle pointing at Zen, but slightly leaning toward bad. This suggested her intuition was perfect, but she sometimes rejected it, seeking logical confirmation instead. Next, her sense of justice was zen, yet half a point tilted toward extreme, like Admiral Rudra. Elder Liang's sense of justice, however, leaned 1 point toward bad from the zen position. Almond realized that drastic situations or tragedy could temporarily skew anyone's sense of morality. Crucially, all three old monsters, Bianca, Liang, and Rudra, had their ego strength perfectly balanced at zen. Ego strength reflected the balance between humility and self-respect, vital for resilience and continuous self-improvement. Aside from these key figures, most of the other frontliners showed unstable ego strength. Finally, Admiral Rudra announced that their 20-minute rest was over, and it was time to move out. Almond stood up, feeling satisfied that he had gathered crucial, secret data on his companions. The party quickly resumed their journey, having fully recovered their stamina and focus. They soon stopped before a massive sea of dual-colored molten lava, glittering in blue and gold. Half a kilometer across the lava, a huge, majestic palace, a kilometer tall, sparkled luxuriously. Yuelan confirmed that the trampling king they sought was likely residing within that magnificent structure. She opened her hand fan and conjured a watery dragon crackling with lightning, sending it across the lava. As the dragon entered the exotic lava territory, 4 crystallized fish and snake monsters instantly destroyed it. Elder Liang immediately instructed her to check the effective range of the enemy's territory. Yuelan conjured a second dragon, sending it roughly 400 meters high into the air this time. Suddenly, powerful tremors shook the ground, and the surface of the dual-colored lava sea began to bubble and surge. The frontliners exchanged tense looks, realizing something massive was rising from the depths. Cassandra guessed it might be a mini-boss, while her high-tech revolvers began to gleam brightly in anticipation. With loud splashes, 7 giant snake heads attached to a spiked turtle-like body erupted from the molten sea. The colossal 7-headed Spicaran boss loomed 500 meters high, its head staring down at the party. All 7 heads opened their mouths simultaneously, causing the atmospheric pressure to spike dramatically. Admiral Rudra immediately warned the group that an ultimate attack was imminent and ordered them to get behind him. His fists began to glow intensely as he braced himself to intercept the powerful incoming strike. Everyone quickly retreated behind Rudra, except for Almond, who decided to make his own decisive move. Almond steps forward instead of retreating. Almond used his skill, Divine Divider's Harvest, slashing the giant boss and having its perception. Immediately, the 7 heads retaliated, merging their separate beams into one devastating, powerful laser blast. Admiral Rudra reacted instantly, smashing his fists together to deploy a semi-glassy blue protective sphere. The massive laser struck the barrier, scattering violently into countless harmless motes of light upon impact. Almond noted that even with the reduced skill rank, the barrier would have blocked the attack regardless. He concluded that his willpower remained unaffected when having the mini-boss monster's stats. Liang stepped forward, declaring he would stop the monster's actions so the others could strike. His magic aura shot skyward, forming a thick, ominous cloud crackling with lightning above the enemy. 7 spectral dragons burst from the clouds, striking and stunning the monster's 7 massive heads. Bianca immediately aimed her futuristic rifle, activating a skill that generated strange structures. Almond noticed the generated items resembled black mirrors, recognizing them as part of her powerful skill. Bianca pulled the trigger, unleashing a black drilling bullet wrapped in a purple and blue energy vortex. Simultaneously, the 2 black mirrors fired identical bullets, creating a powerful triple-shot formation. The simultaneous impact caused a massive explosion, obliterating the center 3 heads entirely. Almond was stunned by the sheer power, realizing it was a combination of powerful weapon and combat arts. He deduced that Bianca's black elemental mastery was well beyond S rank, exhibiting a rare variant power. He recognized that old monsters like her and Admiral Rudra possessed far greater depths of power. Admiral Rudra, however, was in a league of his own, wielding terrifying blue glassy dimensional energy. Almond recalled Rudra's power not only blocked his attack, but entirely broke his destructive void power. He concluded that these masters had comprehended intents, boosting their combat powers to a new level. Liang returned on his massive winged dragon, holding the magic core, ready to move to the final boss palace. The party quickly jumped onto the dragon, which then streaked rapidly toward the next destination. Valentina scoffed, challenging Almond to fight with his sword and prove the Admiral's praise was deserved. Almond snickered, accepting the challenge and telling her not to be discouraged by what she saw. The dragon landed outside the palace gates on exotic, transparent crystal ground. As the group approached the gates, two massive statues suddenly cracked and began to move. The statues were veined with glittering blue and gold liquid lava, extending even into their huge axes. A strange, cubic barrier instantly extended from the two guards, creating a 100-meter fighting box. A notification appeared, stating only 2 people could enter the box to fight the trampling Helix Guard. Admiral Rudra smiled, suggesting this was the perfect opportunity for 2 members to test their power. Liang agreed with the idea, while Bianca analyzed the situation and then nodded towards Valentina. Valentina grinned excitedly and told Almond to put on his full armor set for the upcoming brawl. Almond chuckled, confidently stating he wouldn't need his armor and walked into the box. Inside the barrier, he drew his sword, revealing the legendary high-tier Aurelian Grimlord sword. The others were shocked, seeing the sword's high-tier legendary rank and immense quality. Valentina asked about the sword's stat boost as the trampling Helix Guard roared and charged toward him. In a blur, Almond executed an attack, leaving 10 golden slashes crackling with lightning in the air. The monster was instantly sliced into pieces, scattering debris, leaving only its magic core intact. Everyone except the Admiral stared at the scene, completely dumbfounded by the overwhelming speed and power. The team entered a massive hall filled with around 100 high-level crystal goblins. Rudra and Liang immediately charged forward to attract the horde's attention and break their formation. The others followed, raining high-speed destruction onto the enemy ranks from the back. Almond joined the fray, his exceptional combat prowess and high perception immediately evident. With precise steps and effortless slashes, he quickly decapitated the epic rank monsters one by one. After fighting heroic bosses, these normal dungeon monsters felt ridiculously easy to eliminate. He moved across the battlefield like a silent ghost, precisely slicing heads vertically and horizontally. As the fight wrapped up, Bianca noted Almond's superior combat ability to Valentina. She remarked that he had already mastered the second stage of all mana techniques. He was truly a beast. Valentina grinned wildly, declaring that she chose him because he was handsome, powerful, and awesome. Bianca reminded her granddaughter that the powerful young man already had a serious girlfriend. Valentina quickly dismissed the issue, stating she would make her move regardless. An arrow streaked from her bow, narrowly missing Almond's face before hitting a goblin behind him. Almond turned to see Valentina wink playfully, but he immediately blurred forward to continue slicing goblins. Bianca warned Valentina not to pressure him, adding that she was 4 years older than him. Valentina snorted, finding the age gap irrelevant, and insisted he was the most suitable husband. Bianca sternly told her to stop causing trouble and respect his boundaries. Valentina agreed to move on now that the goblins were cleared, and the party continued deeper. The party spent the next hour clearing more monsters and resting before finally reaching the boss area. Almond checked his inventory, noting he had collected over 500 monster spirits and 2 mini-boss spirits. Admiral Rudra pushed open the massive, ornate door, revealing the final boss chamber. The boss was a 50-meter tall, blue-gold crystallized centaur the trampling tyrant Karatora. Valentina gasped, shocked by the epic rank, level 200 boss's immense stats and imposing size. Almond quickly analyzed the boss, noting its high physical stats but lower perception and lack of intelligence. Guilan instructed Almond and Valentina to remain outside the battle area immediately. Damien demonstrated the danger by sending an energy bead that instantly vaporized upon striking the field boundary. Bianca emphasized that the boss's bow could deliver an instant kill from afar due to its overwhelming stats. Liang stepped forward, his body surging with lightning as a dark blue and jade green armor formed instantly. The rest of the main party adorned their metallic and leather armor sets and followed Liang into the chamber. Rudra paused, looking back at Almond and asking if he still wished to partake in this dangerous fight. Meanwhile, the trampling tyrant began to pull back its massive bowstring, aiming at the party. Alexander and Cassandra reacted instantly, striking the boss's bow and finger with spiraling wind bullets. Almond declined participation but summoned Galvarin and Sylvia, sending his two spirits inside to assist. Rudra jumped in as the boss charged aggressively, wrapped in a fiery golden-blue energy vortex. The boss abruptly paused, and 5 energy-based silhouettes burst forward at blinding speed toward the adventurers. Valentina stood close to Almond, brushing his shoulder, and asked him out on a date. Almond, focused on the fight, turned his head, ready to clearly tell her he was not interested. Before he could speak, Valentina swiftly moved forward and pecked him quickly on the lips. Almond instantly recoiled 2 meters away, frowning heavily and stating he loved someone else forever. He firmly asked her not to repeat the action, maintaining a clear distance between them. Almond remained completely indifferent toward Valentina as they finally left the constraints of the dungeon. He took the time to familiarize himself with the other powerhouses, noting their stable values and principles. Soon after, Bianca and Valentina departed in their small, slick, jet-like airship. Bianca wasted no time, immediately asking Valentina why Almond's attitude had shifted so dramatically. Valentina tried to play it off as just a minor thing, stretching out casually on the comfy sofa. But Bianca wasn't letting her off the hook, demanding to know exactly what she had done to provoke him. Valentina finally confessed. She gave him a surprise kiss on the lips, and he clearly hated it. Bianca's expression turned somber as she warned Valentina about Almond's volatile, developing disposition. Valentina was more interested in the fact he had blood on his hands, distracted by the mention of his combat abilities. Bianca sighed heavily, her vibe becoming immensely pressuring, causing goosebumps on Valentina's arms. She delivered her final warning. Do not provoke him by breaching his boundaries again and accept the rejection. Valentina quickly agreed, lying back down, opening her wristwatch to watch the news. She muttered sadly that she doubted she would ever find someone else quite like him. Meanwhile, Almond arrived at his courtyard, his mind still consumed by the incident. He concluded that since his lips belonged to Lily, he had an obligation to tell her the truth. It was 11 p.m., and Lily was sitting in the courtyard, clearly having waited up for his return. She smiled, instantly appearing from his shadow and wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Almond smiled and kissed her, confirming the S-rank dungeon experience had been good. Eager to hear about his journey, Lily led him to the open pavilion, wanting all the details. They sat down across a small table, and Almond requested Alfred, who had just arrived, to bring some wine. As Alfred departed, Lily immediately noticed his tension, her eyes narrowing as she sensed something was wrong. Almond knew he couldn't hide it, choosing honesty because he expected the same deep loyalty from her. He leaned in and confessed directly, "I have to confess something. A girl kissed me." Pat, Almond's world went crystal clear as Lily instantly slapped his right cheek. He nodded, immediately accepting the blow, stating he would have reacted exactly the same way. Lily leaned in again, her eyes sharp, asking if the girl who breached his boundaries was more powerful. When Almond replied no, Lily explained that the slap was because he failed to prevent the incident. Almond realized she was right. He could have dodged but failed to predict the sudden action. Satisfied, Lily offered a faint smile and asked him how he had reacted immediately after the kiss. Almond paused, deciding it was better to show her the memory rather than try to describe it. Lily watched the scene, seeing Valentina and Almond instantly backing away, and her smile widened in approval. She affirmed their bond. "You are mine forever and I am yours forever." Lily then pushed the hypothetical. What would he do to someone who forcefully touched her lips? Almond's response was immediate and fierce, his eyes flashing with a raw, killing intent. Kill him. They both agreed that, while the desire for vengeance was intense, the impulse to kill seemed excessive. Lily admitted her hate for the girl was increasing, asking Almond if he truly shared the ruthless feeling. Almond sighed heavily, nodding, confirming their shared, extreme possessiveness and conflict. Suddenly, Natalia clapped, emerging from the deep shadows with Benedict right beside her. She grinned, having overheard the entire, very interesting conversation between couple. Natalia sat down directly in front of them, offering to help resolve their conflicted feelings. Natalia had finally seen the footage of Almond's interaction with the audacious Valentina. After clearing her thoughts, Natalia agreed that Almond was a deadly combo for any girl. But she snorted, calling Valentina a piece of work for stealing a kiss without consent. Despite the drama, killing Valentina was a definite no-no, as it would cause serious trouble. Lily was satisfied that she and Almond shared the same protective, murderous intent. Almond confirmed that in a lawless world, he wouldn't hesitate, but Valentina got her answer. Natalia snickered, questioning if Valentina would really stop after such a clear rejection. Almond frowned, describing Valentina as an unpredictable oddball, similar to Lily but different. Natalia quickly nodded in understanding, concluding that Valentina definitely had a screw loose. Lily harumphed, asking if Natalia thought she also had a screw loose. Natalia burst out laughing and immediately ran off before Lily could retaliate. Almond smiled at the chaotic duo, then lay down, reflecting on preventing future incidents. He realized he would willingly kill for Lily, even if the act was morally questionable. Suddenly, Lily dropped down from the pillar shadows and lay on his chest, smiling softly. She kissed him and affirmed they must ensure such a dangerous situation never arises. Almond grabbed her and grinned, asking if she wanted to arise in their bedroom instead. With her immediate assent, Almond used Espada ad Grimville to teleport them away for a passionate battle. The next morning, they woke up and discussed their intense difficulty with the weapon arts training. They concluded that mastering even the first stage of their respective weapon arts would take an indefinite amount of time. Almond confirmed his suspicion about the power of intent after his S-rank dungeon trip. He could sense this power in the old monsters and Damien, confirming its existence. Though he hadn't mastered his own intent, he had gained a legendary passive skill from a whisper of knowledge. He realized that the first stage of his weapon art also required grasping a specific intent before learning it. Lily agreed with Almond. She felt the exact same requirement for her own weapon art. They decided to table the complicated weapon arts and focus on other skills first. Lily still had 2 insight stones, 2 advanced scrolls, and the crucial elemental imprint SSS. Almond also had stones, scrolls, an elemental selection slab, and his own elemental imprint SSS. Their immediate priority shifted to mastering their elemental imprints. Almond had already chosen the Lumiere element, but Lily was struggling with her tough choice. Almond reminded her to use the imprint to gather more data on her 2 finalized options, Gloomier and Blood. Lily was startled, realizing she could actually get detailed information from the imprint. She confessed wanting the blood element, but hesitated since no one in this world mastered it. Almond smiled, revealing that he had memories of a powerful blood elemental expert from his previous life. Lily nodded quickly and focused on the imprint, immediately receiving the additional information. The new information showed Gloomere was darkness and water, but the blood element definition astonished Lily. Almond grinned, confirming the blood element's crazy power, a combination of water and life elements. Lily's eyes shone brightly, realizing the immense power the life element would grant to her blood mastery. Almond explained that blood could be the toughest, sharpest, and most combustible fuel energy. He emphasized that combining vitality, life, and abundance, water, made blood the perfect element for her. Thrilled, Lily declared they would begin the 24-hour training session immediately until they reached the limit. Everyone in the Grim Breakers squad was relentlessly focused on increasing their strength through continuous training. Their main goal was mastering the elemental imprint, which promised immense power until it was fully utilized. Almond held the legendary imprint, while Lily and Marcus boasted powerful SSS rank elemental potential. Natalia and Maya secured high SS rank imprints, offering a high ceiling for their chosen elements. The rest of the team acquired strong S or A rank imprints, focusing on mastery of their new elements. They were also using advanced skill scrolls to quickly expand their abilities beyond their core elements. Resources were unevenly distributed. Several members possessed only a single advanced skill scroll. High-rank scrolls that were unsuitable for them were sold off for tens of millions of gold coins in the GAA. Additionally, everyone had an insight stone to potentially glimpse a desired magical phenomenon for a full day. Almond and Lily woke up feeling they were very close to breakthrough, though they hadn't achieved mastery yet. After taking a break, they prepared to dive back into their competitive elemental meditation. Natalia, however, was still deeply absorbed in the mental dimension of her angel wings of Aurora skill scroll. It had been over 24 hours, suggesting this high-level skill was proving quite difficult to master. Lily was confident that Natalia's sheer determination would ensure her eventual success. Almond playfully challenged Lily to see who would achieve elemental mastery first this time. They settled down in the Revelation Pavilion, a unique structure made of icy crystal high atop the castle. The environment, enhanced by Sylvia's flowers, produced a calming and psyche-enriching atmosphere. The castle of Bloomshard was nearly complete, combining Middle Age and Oriental design aesthetics. The central tower housed the Garden of Meditation, filled with Sylvia's highest quality plants. Almond and Lily resumed their intense, focused meditation, their minds in different dimensions. 5 hours passed for them, but Natalia had been training for a grueling total of 35 hours. Finally, Natalia's eyes twitched, snapping open with a burst of colorful, radiant light and energy. Completely drained, she immediately leaned back and collapsed onto the floor of the pavilion. Her body screamed for energy, and her mind felt violently assaulted by the extreme mental strain. Tiredly, Natalia called out for Sylvia, desperate for fruit or anything to restore her energy. Sylvia soon arrived, appearing in a sapling form woven from nearby vines and flowers. She couldn't spare the special fruit, but promised to call Alfred to quickly bring cooked food. Natalia quickly ate the food that arrived and immediately fell asleep right there on the pavilion floor. 3 hours later, Lily's eyes opened, and a misty, deep crimson aura powerfully oozed from her body. She grinned, realizing Almond was still meditating. She had won their friendly bout. A dimly glinting thread of blood element emerged from her finger, confirming her D-rank mastery. She realized her physical strength would greatly boost her blood element potential and vitality generation. She vowed to focus on blood element, resolving to fight alongside Almond without falling behind. Lily calmed her aura, stretched, and decided to get energetic food for Almond before the dungeon raid. As she prepared to leave, her wristwatch beeped, displaying a sudden, troubling message from Myra. A flash of anger crossed her eyes as she debated contacting the Guild Alliance Authority for help. The matter was tricky, but Lily resolved that something needed to be done immediately. Almond finally opened his eyes, feeling a powerful new source of wind and light resonating within him. Checking his watch, he noted he still had plenty of time, realizing Lily had finished her task long ago. He looked at Natalia, who was nearby sleeping soundly, and instantly teleported her to her room. Lily sensed his domain activate and sent him a magic whisper, indicating they had some trouble to handle. Almond instantly appeared in the hall, his nose twitching in appreciation of the delicious food aroma. "Can we just eat this delicious feast first?" he asked, prioritizing the meal over the issue. Lily quickly finished, then showed Almond Myra's message. She had lost her elemental imprint. Almond choked on his food, then his expression turned icy with rage after reading the full details. Lily sighed, admitting she couldn't find a solution, but Almond declared they were going there now. While Almond ate rapidly, Lily filled him in on all the details she had gathered about the situation. Meanwhile, the massive 11th-ranked Shadowforge Guild headquarters stood atop a hill in Yemrai City. In a luxurious residential area, Myra sat alone at the pond's edge, her legs dipped in the calm water. She was weeping quietly, watching a single teardrop create a tiny ripple in the perfectly still water. Myra felt crushing sadness over her loss, combined with furious anger and utter helplessness. Footsteps announced the arrival of Merinda, a slender woman with a long black ponytail. "Are you still crying?" Merinda sighed, patting Myra's head gently, advising her to stop moping. Myra snapped back, her fist clenching, demanding to know why the guild master was so shameless. Merinda explained weakly that the Valeth element was simply too tempting for him to resist. "I wanted it," Myra cried, outraged that the reward they risked their lives for was stolen. Merinda remained silent, knowing that reversing the theft was politically impossible, especially since he used it. Myra shared a fragile hope. Lily had promised help once Almond woke up. Merinda, however, inwardly doubted what two young adventurers could do against a powerful guild master. Almond and Lily detailed the situation to Admiral Rudra, who listened thoughtfully. Almond gravely stated that the imprint was invaluable, earned by risking their lives in the heroic challenge. Lily snorted, condemning the theft by the worthless idiot who had done nothing to earn it. Almond threatened to bring his spirit wraiths if Rudra didn't intervene to ensure justice. Rudra calmly raised a hand to halt Almond, agreeing to help, then smiled sharply. He asked Almond if he had checked out the features of his SSS-rank airship yet. Rudra instructed them to fly the ship directly to the Shadowforge Guild headquarters. He promised to meet them there in half an hour before they headed to the S-rank dungeon. Lily grinned happily, thanking Rudra Gramps for his immediate support. Rudra then joked that Lily should visit her father, Dagon, who was complaining about being forgotten. Lily laughed, promising they would go and see him later, prioritizing the mission first. With a final instruction, Rudra urged them to get the ship ready and deliver the justice Myra deserved. Almond took out the SSS-rank flying ship before teleporting himself and Lily onto its deck. Lily gasped, immediately impressed by the ship's spacious deck and futuristic design. She pointed to the fancy metallic cabin, recognizing it as the control room. Almond and Lily began inspecting the ship's status and the lengthy list of its incredible features. As they read, they were both instantly stunned, exclaiming simultaneously at the amazing functions. The display revealed the airship's name, Sky Empress Ursinen, rank SSS. Almond reviewed the SSS rank airship specs, noting the incredible 2,000 meters per second top speed. They entered the control room, which was surprisingly spacious, filled with advanced technology. The wide dashboard featured massive buttons, a steering wheel, and a responsive AI hologram. Almond quickly started the ship and covered 1,000 kilometers in mere moments. Using Sky Pulse, he generated a detailed 3D geographic hologram map showing Yemrai City 749 kilometers away. With the ship on self-pilot, Almond and Lily decided to explore the massive internal structure. They were stunned by the sheer luxury: fancy maroon carpets, chandeliers, and strange paintings everywhere. The vessel contained 10 spacious rooms and 2 medium-sized halls, far exceeding their expectations. Even the kitchen was fully equipped with utensils and a surprisingly large, modern refrigerator. They discovered a swimming pool that could open up directly onto the deck with a push of a button. While they explored, the Sky Empress Ursinen silently arrived and hovered directly above the Shadowforge Guild headquarters. Photos captured by flying adventurers quickly spread, making the mysterious airship instant news across multiple cities. The Shadowforge Guild leaders were instantly alarmed by the unknown, powerful vessel sitting right above them. They quickly sent out a loud magic speaker warning, threatening to attack if the airship didn't immediately move. Almond and Lily stepped out onto the deck's edge, revealing themselves to the waiting executives below. 5 platinum-rank executives floated around the ship, propelled by crude, temporary wings made purely of mana. The executives immediately recognized the famous duo from the highly publicized Rising Star tournament. A red-haired executive frowned, demanding to know the reason for their abrupt and intimidating arrival. Despite asking, the executives instantly knew the true reason. They were here for the stolen elemental imprint. Almond gave a deadpan smile, requesting they wait briefly for one more important person to arrive. A plump, dark-blonde female executive questioned who else they were expecting to join this confrontation. Before Almond could answer, a faint, high-pitched sound rapidly grew louder as something approached. It was Admiral Rudra's familiar, jet zooming toward them at incredible speed. Rudra stopped the jet some distance away, flew out, and swiftly stored the massive vehicle into his storage ring. Upon seeing the Admiral, all the executives immediately gulped, their nervousness levels spiking dramatically. They realized internally that their guild master Kremen was about to face some serious, unavoidable trouble. Rudra arrived and faced the group, flying effortlessly without wings, arms crossed, radiating authority. Rudra snorted, demanding to know the location of that bastard Kremen in a voice that made their hearts weak. Realizing they couldn't fool the Admiral, an executive immediately offered to lead him to the guild master's courtyard. Almond quickly turned the gigantic airship miniature and securely put it away before departing the deck. Almond and Lily then followed the executives and Admiral Rudra down toward the headquarters building. Guild Master Kremen cursed internally as he sensed the powerful, incoming auras approaching his courtyard. He was dressed in a ceremonial robe, surrounded by flowers, clearly preparing to use the stolen elemental imprint. Rudra narrowed his eyes and accused Kremen of trying to steal the younger generation's hard-earned opportunity. Kremen forced out a smile that looked utterly hideous, claiming he would pay the owner properly. Almond, with an icy expression, demanded Kremen return the reward immediately, calling the old man shameless. Almond's eyes flickered silvery gold as he secretly scanned Kremen for any signs of corruption or shadow patterns. Kremen's face turned red from being lectured by a brat, demanding to know if Almond had any manners. Lily coldly snorted, countering that Kremen's advanced age hadn't stopped him from behaving like a fool. She declared him a shame to all guild masters, causing Kremen's eyes to bubble with uncontrollable anger. Guild Master Kremen tried to object to Almond and Lily's tone, but Admiral Rudra immediately shut him down. An intense, focused pressure radiated from the Admiral, causing Kremen to sweat profusely as he felt genuine fear. Rudra coldly declared that Kremen was unfit to lead and ordered him to find a replacement immediately. Kremen protested the intervention, revealing the elemental imprint on his palm, claiming it could not be removed or transferred. Almond was furious that Kremen had stolen a crucial resource earned by Myra. Admiral Rudra called Kremen a piece of trash and justified his intervention as the commander of the Global Adventurers Association. Rudra promised Kremen would face public exposure for his petty and vile actions. Almond, using his all-seeing eyes, confirmed that Kremen was indeed hiding many secrets and corruption. Almond announced he could remove the imprint and instructed Rudra to restrain the guild master. Kremen's expression morphed from confusion to horror as Rudra instantly bound him with glassy blue judgment chains. Kremen desperately looked at his executives, but they all maintained helpless expressions, refusing to interfere with the admiral. Almond wasted no time. His fiery eyes flashed as a glittering golden blade materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, the golden sword slashed, physically cutting off Kremen's hand and the connection to the imprint. Kremen released a muffled groan of agony, his eyes turning bloodshot behind the seal on his mouth. Almond declared they were giving the imprint back to Myra and immediately left the scene with Lily. Admiral Rudra narrowed his eyes and delivered one final, icy warning to Kremen about his foolish greed. The admiral then turned his fury on the executives, demanding to know why they hadn't objected to Kremen's misconduct. The executives started sweating profusely and quickly offered promises of future good conduct. Rudra commanded them to select a new guild master immediately and warned them against any slackness. He then used advanced magic whisper to relay a chilling, internal threat to Kremen's mind. Kremen's body trembled violently, realizing the admiral was promising to execute him if he made any foolish moves. Rudra instructed the executives to calm the commotion caused by the high-ranking officials gathering outside. Almond and Lily quickly teleported directly into Myra's residential area to avoid the crowds. Myra was overjoyed to see them, but she was stunned when Almond immediately presented the elemental imprint. Overwhelmed, Myra broke down, rushing forward to hug both of them tightly in gratitude. Lily comforted her, urging her to use the imprint and prepare to leave the guild immediately. Myra quickly activated the imprint, accepting that she was leaving her old life behind. The trio returned to the courtyard and informed Rudra that Myra was joining the GAA and Almond's official party. Rudra confirmed this was his intention, then released Kremen from the magical constraints with a cold snort. With a snap of his finger, Rudra's blue aura carried Almond, Lily, and Myra high into the air like the wind. Almond summoned his personal airship, and they landed safely on its deck. Almond grinned, confirming they were heading to the S-rank dungeon and that the girls could observe the mission. Rudra confirmed the party was strong and ready, noting they had powerful tamed magic beasts assisting them. Lily and Myra expressed their excitement about witnessing the power of top adventurers firsthand. Almond and Rudra headed to the control room, setting the destination for Hohensoft City, home of the Vasquez dynasty. Rudra manipulated his wristwatch, stating that Kremen must be taught a definitive lesson about consequences. He then ordered his AI, Astra, to release the footage of Kremen's crimes online via the Phantom Officer account. Almond was completely dumbfounded, realizing the admiral was secretly running the famous Expose account. Rudra chuckled, explaining how the Arcane Tower and Astra AI combined to access digital media and seamlessly edit Magitech satellite recordings. Moments later, headlines exploded across the internet, exposing the guild master's vile conduct to the world. The S-rank dungeon, Zareth's Womb, suddenly changed its status from red to gold-bordered. Inside, the dungeon was a semi-alive biological nightmare of caverns and fleshy, corrosive monsters. Fortunately, Sylvia's consistent buffs were keeping the 12-person party constantly healed and cleansed of corrosive effects. Benedict, living in the deep shadows, scouted ahead, allowing Almond, Lily, and Myra to move cautiously. Lily was thrilled to watch the old monsters and frontline adventurers fight in such intense conditions. During the boss battle, Almond unleashed his Divine Divider's harvest to secure the kill for Admiral Rudra. After 4 hours, the adventure concluded smoothly, granting Almond the Epicrank boss spirit, Zareth's heir. The trio returned to the castle of Bloomshard at 1 a.m., anticipating the next day's monthly event notification. Myra, Almond, and Lily were dumbfounded by the castle's aesthetic, realizing it was now their main residence. Nisara and Sylvia had artistically crafted every piece of furniture using exotic wood and crystal structures. The entire hall was powered by Sylvia's Flora heart, providing a calm, pale golden-brown glow. After touring the magnificent castle, the trio finally sat down to dine late into the night. Almond and Lily, exhausted from training and the dungeon, prepared to get some much-needed sleep. The new 10th floor sanctuary area was opening, which would become the biggest hub for all adventurers. Natalia, bored and awake at 3 a.m., trained in combat with spirit wraiths to pass the time. The group woke up and freshened up, ready for the exciting day ahead. They gathered in the Garden of Peace at the castle's top, enjoying tea and coffee served by Alfred. Using their wristwatches, they checked the news, noting the public backlash against the Shadowforge Guild master. Natalia closed her feed, noting the 5-minute countdown until the event notification arrived. Myra wondered aloud if the monthly event would be open to all adventurers, not just platinum ranks. Lily noticed Almond's thoughtful expression. His teacup paused midway to his face. Almond returned to the conversation, admitting he was strategizing how to kill 16 more epic rank bosses. He emphasized his need to clear them within 6 days before the crucial battlefield opens. He mentioned his powerful learning tool, the elemental selection slab, specifically the sand of vibrant wave variant. Natalia chuckled at the name, acknowledging that a sand elemental variant like that must be incredibly potent. Almond explained he had only one 24-hour chance to learn it, requiring an insight stone beforehand to increase his odds. Lily quickly calculated the time sink, noting that this preparation alone would consume 3 days. That left only 4 days to participate in 16 separate S-rank dungeons to achieve his goal. He also needed the loot for customizing everyone's legendary gear sets and gathering ingredients. The main issue was that multiple existing parties already had dibs on each of the 15 available S-rank dungeons. Lily acknowledged the severity of the problem with a sympathetic, wry smile. Natalia clicked her tongue, declaring that the other groups should just let them enter if they weren't rushing. Myra agreed, confident that Almond and Lily's strength would be enough to clear the dungeons quickly. Almond's eyes glinted as he firmly stated that he absolutely must clear that number of dungeons. Suddenly, a system notification interrupted their planning, signaling the start of the monthly event. The message congratulated adventurers on clearing the 10th floor and announced the opening of the sanctuary area. A new monthly event has begun, the Sanctuary Area and Labyrinth Challenge, active until the next labyrinth opens. The sanctuary area on the 10th floor is now open, spanning 500 kilometers and divided into 5 distinct elevation tiers. Every territory starts with a blue magical barrier. Adventurers challenge it, and the highest score wins permanent ownership. Tier 5, or peasant territories, are small plots built on grassy pathways, elevated 50 meters above the labyrinth floor. Benefits include a D-rank magic veil, purifying mana for training, and a 2-plot herb garden with accelerated growth. Moving up to Tier 4, commoner territories are slightly larger, featuring cobblestone paths and semi-structures on higher ground. These territories offer a C-rank magic veil and an improved herb garden with 4 accelerated growth slots for valuable plants. Tier 3, noble territories, are moderately sized, fully constructed towns sitting 100 meters higher than the lowest tier. The benefits jump significantly, offering a B-rank magic veil and a perpetual healing water source. This water can quickly heal wounds for registered residents, but it loses its power if taken outside the sanctuary. Tier 2, dukedom territories, are large, well-developed areas with polished marble paths and enchanting infrastructure. They sit 300 meters above the base, offering a rank magic veil and enchanting water that cleanses negative status effects. Furthermore, dukedom owners gain access to a personal teleporter feature via their status window. This allows instant travel to the territory, although the 3-second process can be interrupted if they are attacked. Finally, Tier 1, the Throne Territories, are unique geographical wonders located 500 to 1,000 meters high. These 25 territories offer an S-rank magic veil, providing the most exceptional environment for meditation and training. The water source here is divine cleanse water, capable of healing, reducing exhaustion, and removing even lethal status effects. Throne territories also feature arcane phenomena, occasional magic occurrences that residents must compete to acquire. The herb garden is maximized with 10 slots, guaranteeing 200% accelerated growth for the most valuable crops. The personal teleporter feature is also included, ensuring the owners of these exclusive plots can always return quickly. Natalia, Lily, and Myra finished reading the Tier 1 details and were completely stunned by the incredible benefits. "Yo, this is crazy awesome," Natalia excitedly exclaimed, asking if they could snag a throne territory for themselves. Lily readily agreed, turning to the protagonist, only to realize he had vanished without a trace. Myra blinked, confirming he had been there just moments before, making them realize what must have happened. Natalia burst out laughing, correctly guessing that he had immediately rushed into the 10th floor to claim a throne territory. Lily Riley confirmed the assumption. He was already inside, aiming for one of the top 25 spots. Since it was an individual challenge, Natalia pointed out that they didn't need to go. He could set an unbeatable score. But Myra remained doubtful, pointing out that only 25 territories existed, and they had seen the strength of the old monsters. Natalia dismissed the concern, stating the protagonist was pretty crazy and possessed a broken entourage of spirit wraiths. Lily admitted it would be difficult, but her eyes glinted fiercely as she expressed absolute belief in his success. She added that with 5 days remaining, the protagonist would only grow stronger, increasing his chances further. Grinning, Natalia stood up. "Let's go inside and take a look," she said, eager to see the new sanctuary area. Lily nodded immediately, agreeing to explore the new territory and see what challenges awaited them. "We start this month's event by jumping straight into the 10th floor sanctuary area," Myra and Natalia immediately exclaimed, totally awestruck by the sheer scale of the place. The environment was stunning, a massive plain with cobblestone paths glowing faintly in the early morning light. Lily smiled, setting their pace. They needed to cover 250 kilometers to reach the Tier 1 section. Meanwhile, Almond was already moving fast in his lightning form, sensing a powerful aura ahead. He soon saw the source, an old monster riding a magnificent wyvern through the sky. It was Paloma Vasquez, who turned to greet him, asking if he was aiming for a throne territory. Almond grinned, replying that he certainly was, and zoomed forward to match her speed. Paloma laughed, noting his confidence, before slowing down to claim her own desired territory. She chose the enchanted viridescent grove, defined by a massive, hollow tree and a nearby waterfall. Almond noted that the layout of this Tier 1 section was exactly as he remembered from his previous life. Once these territories are claimed, no one can enter or fly over them without the owner's permission. Almond sped up, feeling the presence of several other old monsters as he focused on his target. His eyes glinted as he spotted the small mountain he wanted, the Mountain of Radiant Zenith. Nearby was the Hanging Void Cliff, which housed the magnificent obsidian Void Palace. The palace spires pierced the sky, reinforced with shimmering runic carvings that pulsed with arcane energy. The cliff territory included a vast, pre-built city with markets, residential areas, and gardens. That territory was the best, but Almond knew the challenge was impossible for him right now. He arrived at the mountain's border, touching the translucent blue field to accept the challenge. He accepted the devouring mountain whale, kill every monster on the mountain as fast as possible. Almond vanished, arriving instantly in a unique dimension under a low-lit, endless night sky. He summoned Sylvia and Nisara, commanding them to focus purely on health and mana recovery. Almond closed his eyes, recalling his intense weapon art training, breathing steadily to perceive intent. A minute later, his eyes opened, glinting hazily with a sharp golden hue. With his senses fully engaged, Almond dashed into the storm of the devouring mountain whale. From the base, monstrous beasts and spectral figures emerged, submerged in the shadows. A shadow wolf and a scaled wyvern lunged simultaneously, their roars echoing through the night. Almond dodged the sharp talon and struck back, his sword clashing with a blinding flash of lightning. As he climbed higher, the threats grew dire, and the air crackled with arcane fire from phantom serpents. Each monster fell beneath his precise might. Lightning flashed, splitting the low-lit sky. His strikes were unbound and flawless, leaving devastating trails of destruction behind him. He pressed on relentlessly until only one final, formidable foe remained at the mountain's crown. He reached the summit, facing the finale, a magnificent umbral tiger with enormous wings. Almond delivered the final, decisive swing, sealing the winged tiger's fate. The roars and wails were silenced. Almond stood victorious, having prevailed over the challenge. After a tough challenge, the results flashed, time taken 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Almond wasn't satisfied, knowing the true, old monsters of the labyrinth could easily beat that score. He realized he needed to power up his spirit wraiths like Galvarin and the others before they could truly assist him. With a wry smile, he opened the exit portal option, ready to return to the Garden of Peace. Back in the courtyard, he saw Lily, and the others had already headed off to explore the sanctuary area. Almond sat down in the Revelation Pavilion, contemplating using an insight stone for training. Before he could commit, his phone rang. It was Julian, checking in on his own training progress. Julian had just broken through his fire element mastery and wanted advice on using the insight stone to gain the powerful inferno element. Almond advised him to hold off until he completed his legacy role quest by defeating the 6th floor boss. He knew that once Julian secured his legacy role, he would get a massive power boost and fix his weak specialized class. An hour later, while Almond was solo training, Lily, Natalia, and Myra finally returned. Natalia immediately asked which sanctuary territory he had secured for their group. Almond grinned and told them he chose the Mountain of Radiant Zenith. Lily instantly approved, remembering the mountain's impressive structure. Natalia cheekily challenged him to keep the best score on it against the competition. Almond wryly revealed that some old monster had already shattered his record of 2:45 with a blazing 1:42 time. Despite the gap, Lily and Natalia were certain he would break the new record once he mastered his weapon art. Just as they were chatting, Almond received a long-awaited call, Admiral Rudra. Almond cut straight to the chase, canceling all his S-rank raid entries until the labyrinth's 4th cycle ended. He then delivered the impossible demand: schedule 16 S-rank dungeon raids for him in the last 4 days of the month. Rudra, stunned, agreed to hold their guild's dungeons but warned him he needed to show something worthy to convince others. Almond concluded the call, deciding to fully focus on training until his party returned from the heroic challenge. He asked the ladies if they planned on attending the auction or prioritizing training. Lily immediately declared training, cracking her neck and settling onto the mat with an insight stone. Natalia grinned, confirming they needed to be prepared for their heroic raid in 2 days. Myra clenched her fist, stating her strong determination to master the Valith element and gain power. Almond nodded in approval, then announced he was going to take a shower. Suddenly, Lily emerged from his shadow, standing close and running her finger suggestively across his chest. With a grin, Almond used Espada ad Grimville, vanishing with Lily to their luxurious bathroom in the castle. Natalia snorted, calling them rabbits in heat, before telling Myra to focus on their training. Jezar City was a tiny, isolated outpost, nestled between the desert sands and the churning ocean. Its population was barely 100,000, making it an easy target for what was coming next. Suddenly, Lurk and 25 figures in heavy cloaks materialized in the city's central plaza. "This city is perfectly small enough for us to begin setting up the formation," Lurk declared. He turned to his subordinates, asking how long they had before the major auction finally began. "1 hour, Captain," the subordinate confirmed immediately. Nearby, 2 unsuspecting city enforcers spotted the strange, hooded group and cautiously approached. "Who are you people? You need to show your identification right now," they demanded. Lurk simply turned, pulled back his hood, and flashed a chilling, predatory grin at them. His eyes flared with bronze energy, unleashing a powerful neobeam that struck the enforcers instantly. Screaming broke out as the marketplace instantly erupted into absolute chaos and panic. Lurk ignored the panic and ordered his subordinates to plant the formation crystals immediately. 20 of the cloaked figures vanished into the surrounding streets to begin their critical task. The remaining 5 subordinates exchanged nervous glances, wondering if they were truly committing to this madness. Lurk ordered 1 rat to find communication equipment, and the others to prepare the Hollow-Star bomb right there. Meanwhile, Admiral Rudra was miles away at Firefly City, overseeing the preparations for the grand auction. Suddenly, his wrist device flashed red, signaling a Level 1 emergency alert about Jezar City. Rudra immediately frowned deeply, processing the news of 2 dead enforcers and chaos caused by non-human hostiles. He stood up sharply, realizing the severity when informed that 10 strange energy sources surrounded the city. Realizing the plot, Rudra immediately issued critical orders to the AI. "Astra, jam all signals around Jezar City. Isolate the entire area immediately." Rudra cursed under his breath, vanishing from the room and sending the highest-level emergency broadcast to all top leaders. 10 minutes later, Lurk was furious that his subordinates couldn't establish any connection to the outside world. "Leave it," he snorted, deciding to ignore the barrier and rocket straight up above the city. High above, Lurk narrowed his eyes and unleashed a magically enchanted voice that boomed across the entire region. "I know you can see and hear me, you insects. Listen very carefully," he roared into the air. Down below, the top leaders watched the live feed in their makeshift underground war room, stunned. They debated using their prototype weapon, but the floating bomb worried them greatly. Rudra silenced the room, sternly focusing everyone's attention back to the screen as Lurk activated the weapon. Lurk's grin widened as the Hollow-Star bomb pulsed violently, wrapped in violet and purple spiraling energy streams. "This entire city will vanish in 1 second," he declared, offering them a horrifying demonstration. He unleashed a molten bronze orb from his palm, striking a massive 50-story building, the local GAA branch. The blast subsided, leaving behind nothing but a colossal, smoking crater where the structure once stood. "This was just a teaser. Talk to me now or the city vanishes. You have 10 seconds, Lurk demanded. Rudra instantly commanded Astra to project his image, materializing a large hologram near Lurk. Lurk laughed, then laid out his demands, all auction items and the list of top 10 super rookies. Rudra flatly refused the demand for the people, prioritizing their safety over the city's fate. "You will only get the items or my undying grudge," Rudra promised, his voice infused with overwhelming ego. Lurk roared with laughter, admiring Rudra's spirit, calling him a very good specimen. He gave his final ultimatum: 1 person and the auction items in 10 minutes or the city vanishes. Admiral Rudra swept his gaze over the assembled leaders, declaring there was absolutely no time to waste. He ordered the League of Firefly leader to prepare Executive Ken and his crucial teleportation ability immediately. Rudra commanded everyone to ready their full arsenal in 5 minutes for an immediate, hard-hitting rescue operation. Their priority was neutralizing the bomb. Anyone with available artifacts needed to prepare them for immediate use. Suddenly, Sylvester demanded useful legendary items as payment for their participation in the high-risk assault. The other adventurers quickly chimed in, agreeing that they deserved compensation to handle this desperate situation. Rudra conceded, agreeing to provide the requested items to stabilize the situation before the attack commenced. Meanwhile, Lurk's minions realized they had successfully threatened the world's top powers, but extreme fear gripped them. They worried about the inevitable backlash from the powerhouses they had provoked, fearing they wouldn't be able to escape. Lurk sat on his fiery bronze throne, eyeing the 5 trembling rats before him with utter contempt. He challenged them, asking if they were scared, to which the terrified minions could only nod truthfully. When they guessed his motive was weakening the enemy for a future event, Lurk scoffed at their simplistic thinking. He revealed his main goal, profiling the psyche of this world's top powerhouses and testing their absolute limits. Lurk was particularly interested in the man he saw on the screen, wanting to analyze his specific response to the crisis. He stressed that their ultimate priority was ensuring their own safety, not the destruction of the town or securing loot. One minion nervously asked if Lurk still planned to destroy the town with the bomb after all the threats. Lurk merely sneered, thinking that the town's fate depended entirely on the capabilities of the enemy powerhouses. If the enemy proved capable of hunting him down, he had to keep collateral damage minimal to avoid provoking them completely. He then wondered aloud if any of the world's insects could match his power level when he was only platinum rank. As the deadline approached, Lurk casually announced that if they didn't comply in 1 minute, he would detonate the town. He instructed his minions to use their cloaks and run the moment he gave the order, 1 second before activation. Just seconds later, the town's hologram flickered to life, showing Admiral Rudra's image once more. The hologram declared that the requested person and items were outside, demanding the bomb be deactivated immediately. Lurk's eyes glinted with suspicion as he flew up, narrowing his gaze toward the town's single entrance. A minion confirmed they saw the target, a figure resembling Almond with a storage pouch hanging from his waist. Lurk descended, observing the device and realizing the enemy seemed to surrender too easily, confirming a hidden plan. The Almond outside was not the true adventurer but Admiral Rudra, utilizing the Moretti house's faceless mask artifact. The mask, fueled by Almond's essence, allowed Rudra to perfectly replicate his appearance and even his aura. Not far away, 10 powerful old monsters were secretly hidden behind a mountainous area near the town. This was Team 1, including Quinn Firefly and Executive Ken, tasked with disposing of the bomb once Ken teleported it out. Team 2, composed of other top powerhouses, was positioned elsewhere, ready to enter and save the population once the barrier broke. Lurk, deciding to play along with the ruse, ordered his minion at the entrance to open a door-sized gap. The minion complied, creating a small, temporary opening in the massive energy barrier, inviting the disguised admiral inside. Admiral Rudra, still in disguise, spotted a known enemy approaching the city entrance. He recognized Libero of Blood Claw and decided to capture him for vital intelligence on the Hollow Star. As a gap opened in the barrier, Rudra instantly deployed camouflaged, branching focus lines into the city. With the setup complete and undetected, Rudra walked casually through the momentary gap. Passing Libero, Rudra grabbed his neck, and a cold blue aura burst out, instantly executing the enemy operative. He stored the body parts and immediately threw a modified storage pouch toward a nearby formation crystal. Lurk, witnessing the sudden execution from afar, reacted with immediate surprise and alarm. Simultaneously, Executive Ken teleported right next to the massive Hollow Star bomb using Rudra's space mark. Lurk instantly fired powerful lasers from his eyes at the intruder. But Ken vanished in an instant, successfully stealing the massive bomb and disappearing. Lurk felt extreme danger and looked up to see a powerful, glassy blue punch descending rapidly. Boom! Admiral Rudra arrived and landed the devastating strike. He activated 2 layered barriers, a cubic shield and an icy gold sphere to contain the battle zone. Lurk erupted from the ground, hovering and grinning widely, recognizing the disguised admiral. He commented that Rudra's disguise must have been a mythical artifact to breach his defenses. The throne's storage pouch exploded, destroying the crystal and opening a crucial gap in the outer barrier. Team 2 rushed through the breach to begin the massive population evacuation and rescue mission. Rudra dropped his disguise, revealed his true appearance, and prepared for combat. He confirmed the bomb was gone, his people were safe, and the alien was now stuck with him. Rudra vanished in a burst of speed and instantly appeared next to Lurk, delivering a punch to his head. Lurk quickly blocked the blow with his left arm, reinforced by thick, sparkling bronze energy. Lurk looked intrigued as he felt his powerful defenses beginning to break down under the force. Rudra launched his technique, delivering 5 rapid, synchronized strikes to Lurk's body. The destructive convergence blasted Lurk backward like a rocket, leaving dense and oozing hot bronze liquid. Rudra frowned, realizing the powerful attack had failed to completely destroy the dangerous alien. Lurk emerged, healing rapidly and completely, his imposing 8-foot figure floating above the rubble. His curved horns moved aggressively forward as he grinned, casting off his shattered metallic armor. Lurk slammed his huge tail down, instantly melting the armor fragments into devastating, fiery liquid bullets. These intensely hot liquid fragments shot toward Admiral Rudra like devastating projectiles. Rudra formed a circular energy barrier, but the explosive impact shattered his defense and blasted him away. Rudra emerged from the rubble, dusting himself off casually, having absorbed the blast damage. Rudra vanished, moving with such explosive speed that the ground beneath him cracked and the city trembled. Lurk stiffened, realizing a translucent, crackling blue fist had pierced straight through his chest from behind. Rudra activated his molecule breaker pulse, but Lurk violently exploded in a massive self-destruct maneuver. The intensely burning shockwave slammed into Rudra, shattering the remaining outer barrier instantly. Rudra sputtered blood from his pores, but his powerful passive skills immediately began healing his body. Wiping the blood, Rudra looked somber, realizing the alien bastard had definitely survived the blast. Lurk's body exploded into fragments, but a molten bronze core remained floating before Admiral Rudra. Rudra, calling the enemy a bastard, immediately unleashed a spiraling blue beam to destroy the vulnerable core. But the core dodged the strike with surprising speed, then counterattacked, forcing Rudra to evade. In a flash, the core vanished, and Lurk's physical body reformed, his sinister grin back in place. Lurk admitted Rudra's last attack was unexpectedly deadly and forced him to use emergency power. Rudra simply cracked his neck, flashing a rare, aggressive grin for the first time in the fight. Rudra challenged Lurk to flee immediately through his supposed dimensional sewers before the chance was gone. Lurk's vein patterns changed, his vibe shifted, and he burst forward with fiery afterimages, launching a punch. Rudra met the punch squarely with his own fist. The collision created a massive explosion and shockwave. Their torrent of fists and kicks manifested a symphony of destruction as they moved inside the barrier. Outside the barrier, several figures appeared, observing the terrifying display of power. Sylvester's pupils narrowed as he realized Rudra was using his full-power Asura combat art. The spectators acknowledged that the alien monster was evenly matching Rudra, a feat few of them could manage. Lurk, however, was internally shocked by Rudra's molecular mastery of mana weaving within his body. The barrier began to crack loudly, largely due to the destructive energy lashes coming from Lurk. Rudra appeared like a stable blue bubble, contrasted against the thick, chaotic bronze storms Lurk generated. Lurk realized he was losing the energy consumption battle, acknowledging Rudra's superior combat finesse. Shiro-sen, the seer, calmly stated that Rudra was winning, shifting everyone's focus instantly. Arjun quickly waved his hand, conjuring a fiery blaze with golden sparks to layer and strengthen the barrier. Despite the reinforcement, a loud explosion occurred 2 seconds later, increasing the barrier's fissures. Lurk was blasted hard against the barrier, his body steaming and molten blood pouring from a stomach wound. Admiral Rudra paused, breathing heavily, stabilizing himself after his legendary armor had been completely shattered. He quickly injected a mana potion from a syringe under his belt, recovering his energy and charging up again. Lurk rose swiftly, his wounds recovering, but his grin widened, acknowledging Rudra's formidable skill. A bad feeling surged through Rudra as Lurk began to shed his outer body, calling humans insects. The armor condensed into strings, revealing Lurkian, a slick 6-foot figure with coal-black skin and horns. Lurkian declared his true identity, stating his bloodline, the Vorak Molten Forge Sovereign, was awakening. The massive aura immediately caused new, severe cracks in the already reinforced containment barrier. In respect for Rudra's power, Lurkian decided to go all out, fighting with his race's honor on the line. His left arm transformed into an eldritch bow with an eye at its center, and his right hand melted into an arrow. Lurkian knocked the arrow, pulling the bowstring taut while calling Rudra a rat who would see a true demon. Outside, Arjun transformed and readied his bow, generating a blazing flame storm around him. Victor, his opposite, raised his giant axe, gathering power as fierce snowstorms wreathed around him. As the others got ready, Arav Patel deactivated the barrier, instantly dispersing the magical shield. Rudra burst out with full power, flickering right behind Lurkian's head to exploit the momentary distraction. Lurkian reacted instantly, kicking Rudra away with an absurdly fast, fiery slash, sending him crashing down. Rudra vanished several meters away like a cornered beast, healing and recovering from the near-fatal blow. Rudra then manifested a 5-meter-tall godly avatar, matching his physique and movements. Lurkian admired the avatar, calling it the pinnacle of Rudra's symphony of magic and physical energy. Rudra screamed at the old monsters to attack, but they remained frozen, focused solely on Lurkian's knocked arrow. Lurkian laughed, confident that his arrow would destroy Rudra, which was why the others held back. He announced that the 11th floor and the gate to the epic rank had opened, promising a future clash. Right as he finished speaking, a black cloak wrapped around him before he vanished in starry purple light. His heartless, lingering laughter echoed in the air, leaving a heavy stone of dread in everyone's hearts. Rudra slammed his fist, calling the fleeing enemies idiots for wasting their perfect chance. Hiroshi, sheathing his katana, calmly asked if Rudra thought this was the only chance they would get. Rudra's eyes glinted coldly, insisting that if he didn't kill the target, someone else certainly would. Arjun smiled, noting that the successful outcome was all that truly mattered in this conflict. Rudra quickly shifted the subject, asking his companions for a status report on the captured enemies. They confirmed 2 agents were captured, but the rest vanished the instant they saw the group arrive. The civilians were safe and would soon be released from the painting of Serene Spring artifact. They agreed to return to the auction immediately, needing to interrogate the captured agents for intelligence. James assigned the specialized task of interrogation to Shiro-sen, Bianca, and Zona. Rudra demanded quick results to relay the intelligence to Astra and Titan Security across all major cities. Meanwhile, the surviving enemy agents had scurried back to their low-lit, hidden headquarters. One agent reported the loss of 3 rats, predicting they would be cracked open for information by the old fools. They urgently discussed the necessity of notifying their leader, Captain Lurk, about the failure. Yet their immediate curiosity focused on the details of Captain Lurk's unexpected fight with Rudra. Suddenly, a horrifying, suffocating pressure dropped onto the hall, silencing every single agent instantly. The low-lit hall was suddenly illuminated by the appearance of molten, glowing embers drifting in the air. They turned to see Lurkian in his terrifying true form, radiating dread and immense power. Despite not looking hideous, Lurk's true form produced profound dread, making their hearts pound wildly. Lurkian confirmed the failure, acknowledging that 3 idiots driven by curiosity had chosen death. Trembling, the agents nervously asked if he had managed to achieve his ultimate goal during the fight. Lurkian ignored them, conjuring a sleek molten bronze throne with black patterns and sitting down. He rested his chin on his hand, his eyes becoming serene and calculative, pupils like spiky bronze suns. Lurkian realized Rudra was strong enough to be entertaining, but potentially fatal if he wasn't careful. He noted that Rudra's allies possessed versatile means and strong foundations built on their potential. The group was close-knit, refusing to take risks, showing high trust in Rudra's capabilities. Lurkian grinned, realizing that losing Rudra would trigger a devastating chain reaction in their world. The agents quickly agreed, confirming that Rudra's presence maintained a crucial balance among the top forces. Lurkian straightened up on his throne, causing the agents to tremble violently and fall silent again. He harshly labeled them useless insects, but promised they would now begin real training. Lurkian smiled sinisterly, telling them to rejoice because he would evolve them from insects to demons. He promised they would be strong enough to bite and tear their enemies' flesh before running away. The agents realized internally that despite all the training, they would still have to run in the end. Lurkian rose from his throne, commanding them to find a new hideout far away from human populations. After an hour delay and 1 canceled item, the auction resumed smoothly and lasted 3 hours. The 7 Epicrank sets were quickly sold off to top guilds and wealthy families across the region. Old Monster Victor secured the Tundral Bloodvein axe, wanting a legendary weapon for his arsenal. Only 10 legendary sets remained, 5 low-tier, 3 mid-tier, and 2 high-tier sets. Buyers remained strategic, focusing on sets that perfectly matched their attributes and specialties. The high-tier Draconic Ghostwalker Warden set sold for 32 billion coins, secured by GAA. All in all, the host, Almond, tallied a staggering 132 billion gold coins after deducting all taxes and fees. The buyers wasted no time, arranging S-rank dungeon runs to thoroughly test their new legendary might. Almond was trapped in an absolute void, a pitch-black dimension that seemed to stretch forever. Within this void, a mysterious golden gate shaped like an omega absorbed the endless shadows. This dimension was filled with scattered fragments of consciousness, desperately trying to merge. Confused whispers echoed, "Noah, I am Sword, Lily, Almond." After 6 hours of struggle, Almond's flickering consciousness finally began to pull itself together. He remembered his name, Almond Crocheted. Then a deeply buried memory surfaced. He saw the face of his mother, a memory he hadn't retained since he was 2 years old. Her eyes were full of love and hope, despite her lips trembling and tears falling down her cheeks. He heard her voice, words he couldn't understand as a child, but now they rang with clarity. "My son," she whispered, her voice shaky, "I am truly sorry. Your mother is a coward." "I can't accept this devil's hand for you," she confessed, tears streaming down her face. "I wanted to watch you grow up, but I love your father too much to accept this deal." She chose death over living as someone else's possession. She chose her loyalty. Her sobbing intensified, but she quickly calmed herself, focusing her love on baby Almond. "But you will not become like me. Never give up, Almond, and live long." She wiped away her tears and the baby, asking if he could forgive her choice someday. Her face began to glow with warmth, radiating love that made the infant stop crying. He reached out to her, sensing his mother was about to leave him forever. "Mama, Mama." A rather heavy-set woman stood beside her, crying, ready to take the baby. Almond focused on an incomprehensible notification hologram floating nearby. The mother reached out to press a red-colored option on the mysterious screen. At the last moment he heard a whisper and some letters changed. "Devil Rosseraman." The name resonated in Almond's mind as the vision faded, and absolute nothingness returned. Almond regained his senses, finding himself staring at the golden Omega Gate once more. When he focused on it, the phenomenon brought the gate infinitely close, ready to swallow him. Overwhelming, irresistible fear infused him, forcing him to instantly recoil and close his senses. He realized this was the Omega of the Horizon phenomenon, far beyond his current level. But the hazy memory and the clear name, Devil Rossaraman, fueled a new resolve. He promised himself he would find this Devil Rossaraman and erase him. To progress, he had to grasp this phenomenon, even if it meant total annihilation. He poured his complete focus into the golden Omega Gate, instantly appearing right in front of it. The overwhelming fear of complete existential death surged, threatening to shatter him entirely. His deepest instincts drove him away, forcing his mind to lose focus automatically. But his stubborn will roared. He resisted the instinctual retreat for 18 hours. He focused again, but the fear drove his mind to self-destruct, scattering his consciousness. This time, his will was so strong that he rejoined his consciousness in 10 seconds. "Fuck you," he mentally roared. "You will never defeat me." Almond's consciousness was standing still, focused entirely on the mysterious Omega of the Horizon. He suppressed his primal fear, determined to understand the fundamental nature of the phenomenon. As he accepted the void, his memories began to dissolve, leaving only his pure, stubborn will behind. Then, abruptly, the perception broke, and the entire experience went completely blank. Almond opened his eyes, seeing the bright morning sky and realizing 24 hours had passed. He sighed in relief and exhaustion, recalling the name, Omega of the Horizon. Lily awoke nearby, mentioning her phenomenon was the Twilight Star Canopy. She explained that she gained insight for a powerful new skill and progressed her darkness mastery. Almond, still feeling empty, described his phenomenon as a single, hazy, glowing Omega Gate. He used mana to visualize the symbol, explaining it was the only light in a dimension of absolute black void. Lily was stunned by the description, realizing how extreme the dimension Almond experienced was. Almond sighed, feeling like everything he perceived was gone, leaving only emptiness. Suddenly, a holographic notification appeared, stating the Omega of the Horizon is an X-rated phenomenon. Lily checked her system and learned her Twilight Star Canopy was a powerful mythical rank phenomenon. Almond, thrilled by the rank, eagerly asked the tutorial how to re-access the X-rank phenomenon. The system replied that re-access required completing the Grimworld tutorial and finding a specific shop. Almond shared the high-level system requirements with Lily, who read the shocking news. He debated whether to use another Insight Stone or use the elemental slab directly for the 6th floor challenge. Lily suggested they relax for an hour and eat, as their friends should have already woken up and prepared food. Almond agreed. They both stood up, preparing to teleport to the castle hall. Almond grabbed Lily's hand, activating his domain power, Espada ad Grimville. The moment he activated the domain, Almond's golden eyes flickered in absolute shock. He instantly perceived a completely new layer of deep black void underlying reality within his domain. Furthermore, the range of his domain had exploded from 400 meters to a massive 4,000 meters radius. Almond realized something fundamental had changed, granting him unprecedented control over the void. Consuming mana, he quickly tested his new power with a silent command. A stable, 10-meter wide, concentrated black void rift instantly ripped open in the air above. Lily stared, astonished that he could create a single, perfectly controlled rift without suction force. She immediately realized he had benefited immensely from the X-rank phenomenon after all. Lily joyfully congratulated her partner on his powerful, unexpected progress. After gaining power from the Omega of the Horizon, Almond began analyzing his dramatic improvements. He quickly realized that his space-related powers had received an unbelievable boost. His mana consumption for spatial skills was halved, but he sensed there was a deeper reason. He theorized about the nature of space itself, realizing the Omega experience was far beyond simple reality. He remembered the absolute pitch-black void and the mysterious golden Omega gate suspended within it. He knew he had barely scratched the surface, failing to understand the true meaning of the golden end symbol. Whatever he perceived had drastically increased his control over space within his domain. His space-related powers were enhanced, requiring significantly less mana while increasing all effects. He gained a new perception, allowing him to see a layer containing even the space he previously controlled, the void canvas. The name void canvas felt strangely apt, describing this unnatural layer of absolute nothingness. Normally, an S-rank elemental mastery provides a 100% boost to related skills. However, the boost he measured went far beyond 100%, indicating something extraordinary had happened. His Espada ad Grimville's radius had skyrocketed from 800 meters to an insane 4,000 meters. That was a 900% increase, allowing him to create massive void rifts without losing control. Even crazier, his physical senses and his divine sense, the focus field, were also affected. His 400-meter focus field now instantly covered a massive 4,000-meter radius. This level of sensory range was unheard of. It would require impossible stats for normal monsters. He imagined the catastrophic power he could unleash now, feeling immense excitement. But why was there no system notification for such a monumental boost? He concluded the only explanation was his X-rank trait breaking past an absolute limit. His trait didn't grant him mastery. It allowed him to touch a power so vast that space was only a small aspect of it. With this terrifying strength, the sixth floor's heroic challenge might turn out to be the easiest one yet. He decided to look deeper into the void canvas, the layer that contained outer space itself. Due to this layer, no external suction force could breach the sanctity of his domain anymore. He pushed his perception deeper into the layer, immediately feeling a new wave of goosebumps. He sensed an unknown, terrifying energy within the void canvas that instantly vaporized his testing mana. This energy was completely out of his control, even within his own layer. He realized the canvas wasn't just space. It was containing this catastrophic energy, suppressing its effects. A dangerous thought crossed his mind. What if he released just a tiny bit of that energy? The idea alone made him shake, knowing the energy could obliterate everything it touched. Suddenly, a Stark system warning flashed before him, interrupting his dangerous contemplation. The system detected a potential world disaster triggered by his destructive idea. He was forbidden from releasing that energy, as it was not meant for this material plane. Almond stared at the warning, realizing the true, terrifying scale of the power he had barely glimpsed. Almond deactivated his domain, realizing his connection to power stemmed from his eternal will. He understood that without this strong will, glimpsing the Omega of the horizon would have been impossible. This realization made him anticipate the difficulty of the upcoming battlefield of the mightiest. Just as he finished, Lily sent a magic whisper signaling that food had arrived. Meanwhile, Natalia and Myra returned to the Revelation Pavilion after a full day of meditation. Natalia was lucky. Her first Insight Stone session involved both sound and light elemental phenomena. She had maximized her A-rank light elemental mastery and was now at 100% progress. Her sound elemental mastery had also peaked at 100% of B-rank, needing just a final push for breakthrough. To guarantee a breakthrough, Natalia pulled out a special item, the rare Insight Scroll. She explained that most of the team, except Almond, received these scrolls as rewards. Almond, of course, got the superior elemental insight selection slab from his MVP chest. Natalia chose the light element, hoping to achieve S-rank and manifest a full light elemental form. As Natalia activated the scroll, Myra felt a surge of determination to keep pace. Myra focused intensely on comprehending Valeth, the advanced element born of wind and shadow. After eating, Lily and Almond returned to their training, skipping sleep until the heroic challenge. Lily, having failed her first stone gamble, used her insight scroll to focus solely on the shadow element. Almond, confident in his power boost, decided to gamble his second and final insight stone. He hoped internally that this last stone would finally grant him a sand-related phenomenon insight. While the Grimbreakers trained, Roken finally finished his intense 2 weeks of closed-door forging. A new man emerged. Roken was now leaner, his muscles condensed and defined from the grueling work. He had dedicated himself completely to mastering the powers of his runic blacksmith subclass. Roken hopped into a taxi, thinking to himself, I am definitely going to give Almond a huge shock. He scanned his wristband to set the navigation home, eager to return. The taxi driver commented on Roken's remarkably good mood and transformation. Roken replied happily that he would soon be able to contribute much more to their world. His joy stemmed from his subclass details, which had finally upgraded to S-rank. The S-rank upgrade unlocked the powerful new skill, Wheel of Ascending Runes. He reviewed his S-rank perks, including the ability to summon his runic artisan tools. The perks also doubled his strength and health while he was wielding a hammer. Runic extraction was improved. He could now choose which aspect to extract from an item. Rune Call allowed him to produce multiple runes from a monster core, destroying the core in the process. Rune Infusion was also enhanced, increasing his control over slotting runes into items. Roken realized Almond must have a huge stash of magic crystals from dungeon farming. He hoped Almond hadn't sold them all, anticipating a lucrative collaboration. Lily and Natalia finally finished their grueling 20-hour training session on the Insight Scroll, achieving major elemental breakthroughs. Meanwhile, Almond was deep inside a strange dimension of ruins made of slick, constantly vibrating, multicolored stones. He realized that Admiral Rudra's destructive power stemmed from incredible, micro-level mana control he couldn't replicate yet. Almond also checked on Myra, who was intensely training, her aura swirling with black and deep green Valeth hues. Moments later, Myra achieved her breakthrough and instantly collapsed onto the mattress, utterly exhausted but successful. After coordinating logistics with Roken and Julian, Almond also rested before the final push. It was 11:59 p.m. The entire party gathered, ready to enter the labyrinth just 2 hours before the cycle ended. At the gate, the watchmen were surprised, warning them about the fourth cycle's quadruple monster count and increased strength. Almond chuckled at the warning, assuring the watchmen that they were fully aware of the increased difficulty. Natalia grinned widely, confirming their strength and confidence about tackling the final cycle. The party stepped onto the 6th floor, a vast, alien grassland filled with living clouds and swirling mists. Kira immediately questioned Almond. How could they possibly reach the center, 200 kilometers away, in just 2 hours? Almond smiled nonchalantly and announced that they were about to witness the first use of their secretive party rule. Natalia snorted, annoyed that even she had been kept in the dark about this mysterious new power. Almond instructed everyone to take out their maps, setting the stage for his next move. He pointed out their target, the Ringing Snake grassland, 15 kilometers away, where they would grind to level 60. Marcus shouted in disbelief, asking why they were wasting precious time grinding when the deadline was so close. Giant snorted in agreement, confirming that every second they spent standing around was a waste of time. Ignoring the protests, Almond raised his hand deliberately, preparing to execute his high-speed plan. He snapped his fingers, and suddenly the atmosphere grew cold as the scenery instantly blurred and changed. They reappeared 15 kilometers away, instantly surrounded by wiggling grass butterflies and colorful, aggressive mists. Before anyone could even react to the attack, Almond snapped his finger again. They instantly vanished and reappeared in a new location, facing towering giants made of swirling clouds and grass. Shouts of panic and confusion erupted as the party tried to process the impossible consecutive jumps. Ignoring their desperate cries, Almond closed his eyes momentarily, concentrating deeply on the spatial coordinates. The scenery shifted again, landing them in a damp forest infested with aggressive, multi-tailed vine monkeys. With one last flash, Almond moved the entire group again, concluding the rapid-fire teleport sequence. They materialized high on a rocky cliff, finally overlooking the vast expanse of the ringing snake grassland. Almond grinned casually and confirmed they had just crossed the entire 15 kilometers instantly. The entire party stood motionless, absolutely dumbfounded by the sheer speed and impossibility of the feat. The crew launched into the ringing snake glassland, facing roughly 1,000 high-level snake monsters. This fourth cycle had drastically increased the enemy count, pushing the gold-level monsters from 55 to 60. Everyone was fighting individually, scattered across the hazardous zone without any protective gear or armor. But whenever someone was about to be overwhelmed, they would suddenly vanish and reappear a few meters away. Hundreds of meters above, Almond floated effortlessly, assessing their strength and acting as their safety net. He hadn't yet crafted their new armor, forcing them to fight raw and showcase their full, improved combat power. Despite the initial disbelief, they were now fighting excitedly, eager to demonstrate their newfound mastery. Almond noted their impressive improvement, realizing the heroic challenges offered truly life-changing rewards. Their elemental mastery had increased, their skills were refined, and their overall combat ability was significantly higher. They leveled up quickly, benefiting from the accelerated experience gain inherent in higher labyrinth cycles. Drops were frequent, and Almond instantly collected them, utilizing his spatial domain to place them directly into his storage ring. After 10 minutes, everyone reached level 60, prompting Almond to move them directly to the inner area. They instantly crossed 250 kilometers in just 5 minutes to reach the next monster zone. Almond's innate talent, Air of Oblivion, halved his mana consumption and doubled his recovery speed. Thanks to his stats and recovery, he maintained this rapid pace without exhausting his mana reserves. They spent another 10 minutes fighting monsters ranging from gold level 61 to 65 in the new sector. Next, they jumped 200 kilometers to the Cemetery of Ghastly Mists, near the floor boss spawning area. Here, they faced the highest challenge, battling gold-level monsters from 66 to 70. While the party fought, Almond simultaneously sent his spirit wraiths out to hunt special bosses. Although the wraiths left his domain, Almond would quickly teleport to their location to grab the boss spirits and items. He sent all normal spirits to his Spirit Forge factory, saving only the potent boss-type spirits. Almond was now focused on cooking a different type of spirit nuke, optimizing its composition for future use. He specifically collected particular spirit types from each area, aiming to create an art of explosion with a clear, refined goal. He wasted 100 spirits and released 2 arranged spirit nukes to observe their unique effects. Everyone was confused by the loud, sudden explosions, but Almond simply told them he was experimenting. Almond quickly grasped the direction for the proper prototype, deciding against wasting any more spirits on testing. With the fighting done, Almond told everyone to rest for 20 minutes while he focused on a critical, brain-racking problem. His urgent mission was to clear as many S-rank dungeons as possible over the next 3 days. He had boasted to the Admiral about having a convincing plan, but the truth was, he hadn't thought of anything yet. He needed a strategy to convince the parties holding the dungeon doors, without revealing too much about himself. Admiral Rudra had strictly warned him not to reveal his secrets due to the danger posed by the demon Lurkian. He knew he couldn't face Lurkian alone, and the enemy had strange means of escaping and reappearing. Most importantly, he needed to secure the bloodlines to bolster the strength of his trusted allies. He alone knew the best mystical locations on the 11th floor and beyond, which offered excellent rewards and secret challenges. It was time to tell the Admiral his secret, change the game board, and become the king of the future. Break time was over, and the party gathered at the glowing magic circle to accept the next challenge. They agreed to the heroic challenge, and a staircase materialized, leading them toward a mysterious door. Stepping through, they were immediately hit by the shocking, immense scale of the new challenge area. Natalia was the first to react, gawking at a waterfall so massive it seemed to flow directly from the heavens. The waterfall was 4 kilometers high and 200 meters wide, a dangerous but breathtaking spectacle. The challenge panel appeared, announcing Task 1, climb the deadly waterfall using the floating stone platforms. Almond swiftly teleported the entire group near the cliff edge, just 20 meters from the roaring torrent. Marcus swallowed hard, realizing that one wrong step here meant a 100-fold increase in gravity and instant death. Myra, however, gave a dry smile, knowing that a heroic challenge meant those platforms were definitely trapped. Julian suggested that Almond's spirit wraiths should scout the platforms first to identify the hidden dangers. Almond agreed, summoning Sylvia, who immediately produced 3 small leafy plantlings for testing purposes. Almond used his power to teleport the unsuspecting plantlings onto a stone platform hovering 10 meters above them. The moment they landed, thick vines erupted, binding the plantlings before violently tossing them into the abyss. Lily analyzed the trap, concluding that while these vines were easily destroyed, other platforms would hold different, escalating traps. Almond smiled and snapped his finger, instantly activating everyone's battle readiness. Suddenly, 10 vines erupted around each party member, attempting to bind their limbs and disable their movement. Almond's eyes flashed with intense light, and every single vine was cleanly severed simultaneously. The party remained alert, weapons drawn, but since the vines did not respawn, the immediate threat passed. Kira stared at Almond, speechless, along with the rest of the group, wondering just how powerful he truly was now. Almond simply laughed off their astonishment, claiming he was not much, before asking Sylvia to summon more plantlings. He intended to send them to a much further platform, beyond their normal range, to cross a large distance quickly. The plantlings were sent, but moments later, 3 brutal explosions ravaged the target platform, leaving Almond speechless. He realized the trap required individual barriers, meaning they would need significant defense to survive the arrival. Adrian and Roken inquired about the platform, recognizing the sound of the powerful explosions. Almond confirmed the trap, then chuckled and told everyone to brace themselves and use their best defensive skills. Everyone started preparing instantly, knowing Almond was serious about teleporting them 4 kilometers up mid-countdown. Almond's eyes glinted as he manipulated a peculiar spatial layer around the entire group during the countdown. He was cutting and reconnecting space layers from inside the void layer, testing his new, swift method of teleportation. 0, Almond declared, and the group instantly arrived on the high stone platform, 4 kilometers above their starting point. A series of powerful explosions immediately erupted around them, testing Almond's new spatial technique. A second later, everyone was dumbfounded as the smoke and explosive energy were magically sucked away into nothingness. Almond felt the immense strain on his connection, realizing the massive impact was pressuring his spatial structure. Finn exclaimed in shock, while Marcus complained that his powerful defensive skill had been completely wasted. Maya and Xavier confirmed that this reality-defying feat could only be the work of this monster. Almond confirmed his success, and after a prompt from Anya, decided to name his new powerful technique. He grinned and proudly announced the name of his first spatial craft skill, Devouring Veil. With the immediate danger gone, Almond chuckled and teleported them swiftly to the final, safe platform at the very top. They looked ahead and saw a grand, beautiful vista, a vast ocean littered with small, grassy floating islands. The Task 1 completion panel appeared, presenting them with a list of temporary divine boons to choose from. Everyone, including Almond, was completely dumbfounded by how utterly ridiculous and reality-breaking the options were. The divine boons were insane: double speed projectiles, guaranteed special effects, and a 500% size increase. What kind of crazy powers are these? The challenge ahead must be absolutely nuts to require them. Lily stepped forward, declaring in a stern voice that they were the only ones who could handle this impossible task. Almond confidently added that they would secure the rank 1 spot, just like they always do. Everyone was instantly fired up, shouting about being the top party in the entire universe. Almond realized they must combine these powerful boons for maximum synergistic effect. They knew their usual instant kill combos wouldn't work, so maximizing specialties was absolutely key. After 5 minutes of intense planning, the Grim Breakers had finished selecting their divine boons. Suddenly, Task 2 appeared: survive the Pearl King Leviathan for 1 minute and achieve a 1,000,000 score. The penalty was extreme. Failure meant one party member had to be sacrificed for execution. The entire party fell into stunned silence, trying to process the sheer brutality of the requirement. Almond broke the tension with a laugh, assuring everyone they would easily cross the score limit. Natalia loudly snorted, agreeing that with Almond's help, no one could possibly stop them. Lily clenched her daggers tightly, hazy black wisps of energy swirling around her in anticipation of the fight. Marcus grinned with enthusiasm, ready to absolutely destroy whatever creature was coming their way. With a snap of his fingers, Almond teleported the entire group to one of the small central islands. They arrived on a tiny, rocky island surrounded by a vast, seemingly boundless blue ocean. Almond quickly confirmed the battleground was deceptively small, only about a 5-kilometer radius. Gemma and Talia agreed the environment was expertly designed purely to intimidate them. Finn's figure crackled with lightning as he expressed his eagerness to try out his new combo in battle. Suddenly, Almond sensed movement 2 kilometers deep. Something massive was rising from the ocean depths. Using mana, Almond projected a screen showing the monstrous Pearl King Leviathan to the entire group. It was a horrific, 200-meter-long snake-like creature with shining green and blue scales. Its dreadful head featured giant wing-like fins and 2 massive fangs resting outside its mouth. The sweet, monotone voice announced the countdown had begun for the heroic adventurers. With a massive splash, the Leviathan erupted half a kilometer away, its head facing the island. It let out a loud screech, blasting a powerful gust of wind and whipping the ocean into massive waves. The Grim Breakers activated their defenses, and Marcus cast his SSS-rank Geoprime General's Halo. The party watched the Leviathan's status flash onto a hovering screen, noting its enormous vitality and mana. The monster opened its mouth wide as immense, concentrated energy began gathering for its devastating attack. The Leviathan shrieked and unleashed a thick, concentrated blue beam whirling with murky green spirals. The terrifying beam struck the party's defense, causing a blinding flash of light that engulfed everything. The massive Giga-devouring Veil beam struck the party's defensive layer, absorbing power for a full 1.5 seconds. Marcus's Geoprime General's Halo skill, boosted by his Ironheart force, ensured everyone survived the remaining blast unharmed. With their adrenaline spiking and their defenses holding, the long-range attackers immediately began preparations for their counterassault. Almond realized the heroic challenge was escalating, so he decided to join the attack immediately instead of holding back. He activated Spirit Syringe, boosting his stats by 20%, signaling the start of their coordinated assault. He focused his will, and a hazy crown formed on his head, manifesting the power of his legendary skill, Sword of Imperishable Zenith. Meanwhile, the Pearl King Leviathan emerged right next to their island, preparing to destroy it by crashing its massive body. Before the crash could happen, Almond instantly teleported the entire party to a new, safe island nearby. Almond swung his sword at the emerging Leviathan, consuming 90% of his remaining mana to empower the strike with golden haze lightning. The 10-meter-wide black golden slash streaked out at impossible speed, designed to ignore all resistance and defense. The slash instantly struck the Pearl King, cleaving through its massive 8-meter-thick neck area. The Leviathan's enormous head flew high into the air as the sky brightened with the massive damage score, 384,290. Even with its head flying, the boss was not dead. That single strike only reduced 4% of its vitality. The party couldn't stop now. Maya, Gemma, and Nisara immediately unleashed their powerful combo attack. Boosted by their boons, the arrow struck the Pearl King, instantly freezing its entire body above the water. Next came the voltaic Sandraiser Spiral, the combined attack of Amir, Finn, and Noah. Finn unleashed his Neobolt charge, channeling intense blue lightning to infuse and empower the massive swirling sandstorm. Noah used the Festival of Steel Armament, conjuring hundreds of steel blades that integrated into the lightning-infused spiral. This created a sparkling, dreadful storm of lightning, sand, and blades that whirled toward the frozen Pearl King. Simultaneously, Kira, Talia, and Iliara prepared their combo, the single slash of Grand Burst. Iliara's reactive metal shards and Talia's gunpowder burst added explosiveness to Kira's encompassing water blade, creating a liquid metal weapon. Both the voltaic Sandraiser Spiral and the single slash of Grand Burst slammed into the giant body of the Pearl King Leviathan. The combined damage was immense, totaling over 700,000 points contributed by the three-team combos. The party watched, satisfied that their perfectly executed sequence of attacks had landed a decisive blow. The voltaic Sandraiser Spiral shredded the frozen boss, while a Grand Burst explosion blasted off chunks of its flesh. The Pearl King Leviathan shattered the surrounding ice, then began to glow, pulsing with immense power. Watery pearls began forming in the ocean, quickly growing larger until exactly 100 orbs surrounded the boss. Almond, needing to survive for 45 more seconds, immediately unleashed a powerful slash to disrupt the transformation. The attack failed to injure the boss, but one of the 100 pearls shattered instantly upon impact. Then the colossal boss shattered into mixed-colored sparks of muted blue and deep green energy. The remaining 99 pearls flew rapidly and surrounded the island where the party had been standing moments before. Almond acted fast, using precautions to teleport the entire group to a new, safe island nearby. The pearls cracked open, revealing 99 small leviathans, ranging from 10 to 30 meters long. Lily's eyes began to glow with a hazy green light as withered wind danced around her, ready for the herd. The massive herd of small leviathans traveled toward their new island at frightening speed across the turbulent ocean. Almond commanded Amir to use his artifact, lifting everyone on powerful waves of wind to gain elevation. Almond rallied the team. It was time to attack and kill as many monsters as possible. Adrian grinned, smashing his fists together in anticipation before activating his Molten Heart suit skill. His fists became giant and rocky, glowing with neon lavadicrid cracks, covering his body in a solid combat suit. Adrian launched himself toward a large-class leviathan, propelled by a burst of flame from his feet. The other leviathans opened their mouths and unleashed rapid-fire energy beams and bullets toward the airborne party. Almond defended the group with his devouring veil, causing defense scores to constantly flash in the sky. Meanwhile, the others prepared their powerful combo attacks, ready to strike back hard. Ron conjured 10 demonic infernal chakrams, wreathed in nether burn and volatile power. Anya attached her Silver Star razors, small blades of cosmic liquid, to the foundational structure of the chakrams. The 10 chakrams, now target tracking, flew toward 10 different leviathans, leaving shimmering trails. The chakrams struck the monsters, spinning violently in their flesh, shredding scales and bones instantly. Anya's Silver Star razors melted into a corrosive poison, dealing heavy damage to the monster's internals. Xavier unleashed destructive light beams solo, relying on his powerful combat style for maximum impact. Kayla transformed into a petal fiend ivy spirit, a giant monster flower with poisonous pollen and blade leaves. Emma was seen meticulously infusing dangerous, boosted poisons into the blade leaves released by the spirit. The combo attacked leviathans approaching the island from the opposite side with poisoned, razor-sharp leaves. Julian, Giant, and Myra, the close-range specialists, moved to a separate section of the island. Giant became a giant, jumping onto an injured leviathan to rip it apart with his claw-like hands. Giant then used his flesh explosion skill to throw the ripped remains, detonating them on other nearby leviathans. Myra used Shadow Shift, teleporting constantly through the shadows gathering along the ocean surface. Her Valeth element blade struck lethally, corroding the monster's defenses with every swift hit. Julian's heavy sword packed enough power to deform and cut the leviathans coming near him. He deflected their counterattacks easily, transferring immense weight into every defensive swing. Roken stood slightly back, providing a boost to everyone, increasing their coordination and stability with his steady aura. But more than all of them, Lily truly began her dance of death over the swarming leviathans. Suddenly, the surrounding ocean turned a deep, low-lit shade of ink, as a chilling, sickly green wind whistled through the air. Lily, using her mastery of shadows, zipped between the massive monsters, leaving ominous, glowing X marks. These marks quickly turned into solid X-shaped energy blades that began withering the monster's tough scales and flesh. This special move, X of Dreadspire, was a deadly fusion of her training and new SS-rank shadow power. The scores instantly skyrocketed as the whole team poured in effort, fighting against the massive horde. When the clock hit 20 seconds, the remaining leviathans dissolved, collecting into a single, massive pearl. The team quickly chugged potions, while Almond instantly teleported everyone to a safer, new island nearby. "New form," Marcus yelled, while Natalia grinned, preparing her powerful new growth-type skill, Nexus of Aurora Light. The giant pearl hatched, revealing a monstrous three-headed Pearl King Leviathan. The boss wasted 5 seconds transforming, then unleashed a screech that scattered Lily's shadow field and summoned threatening clouds. Marcus knew this phase needed serious defense. The clouds above crackled with vivid green and blue lightning. Almond immediately assigned 5 members to focus solely on support and defense, noting their lack of full armor sets. The countdown hit 10 seconds, and the first devastating lightning bolt struck right into the center of the group. Almond's shield was shattered, and the shockwave injured the nearby players, but Marcus absorbed most of the blow. Recovery was instant, thanks to the combined efforts of Natalia's Nexus Beam and 4 other healers. Meanwhile, the defense specialist layered icy crystal coating over everyone at Almond's command. 4 more bolts slammed down in quick succession, but the team's combined defense systems held strong. With 5 seconds left, the Pearl King burst from beneath the island, instantly shattering their footing. Almond, anticipating the move, had already teleported the entire group to yet another stable island. Ranged attackers like Maya and Amir instantly unleashed their prepared long-range attacks. But Almond's eyes glinted as he activated Divine Divider's Harvest, stealing half the boss's immense strength. He swung his sword, unleashing 3 devastating slashes, 2 horizontal and 1 vertical, laced with black and golden energy. The triple slashes struck first, splitting the middle head and nearly severing the necks of all 3 monstrous heads. The rest of the team's attacks landed, followed by a concentrated assault from the Spirit Wraiths and Natalia's Nexus Beams. The boss tried to regenerate quickly, but 3 final lightning bolts struck the group in the last 3 seconds. But then the countdown hit 0. A congratulatory message flashed, declaring the Grim Breakers the winners and the new Rank 1 team on the leaderboard. The entire group erupted in relieved, ecstatic cheers, shouting about their Rank 1 achievement. They cheered for Almond, calling him the MGP, the most godly player for his unparalleled performance. Lily and Almond exchanged smiles, watching their victorious and slightly chaotic party celebrate their hard-won battle. Lily's umbral shard skill allows her to infuse shadows into her attacks, drastically increasing damage and penetration. Natalia's nexus of Aurous Light gathers positive energy to both pierce and heal, making her incredibly versatile. At the riverbank, right near the huge waterfall, a strange magical store suddenly materialized. Almond quickly decided they needed to check out the new store immediately, teleporting everyone there. As they approached, a floating interface titled Grimworld Heroic Shop popped up in front of them. The options included extra divine boons, growth skill scrolls, and high-level insight stones, all costing hundreds of points. Noah realized they could re-roll the options, but complained the 100 heroic point cost was far too expensive. Gemma and Eliara quickly agreed. They wouldn't waste precious points on re-rolling random options. Kayla was completely indecisive about what to buy, while Kira was dangerously tempted by the mystery box. Natalia smugly claimed her luck had recovered and immediately purchased the mystery box without hesitation. Almond interrupted the spending spree, warning everyone to hold off until the official challenge rewards arrived. Lily understood their priority. They needed points to buy the extra divine boon selection to compete globally. Xavier reinforced the point, stating that securing the top-rank rewards was critical for their progression. With the plan set, the group decided to rest and wait for the system notifications to start popping up. 5 minutes later, the first notification appeared, congratulating them on hitting the 3 million score milestone. A huge, sci-fi and magic-themed treasure chest materialized above them and slowly floated down to the ground. Natalia was instantly ecstatic, grinning widely and itching to open the magnificent chest immediately. Marcus immediately snorted, reminding the overconfident Natalia that they would have to roll dice for the prize. The next notification arrived, detailing the contribution ranking and the individual rewards for everyone. Almond, ranked number 1, received multiple legendary grade items, including godly clay and 1,500 heroic points. Lily and Marcus secured rank 2, earning SSS grade items and 1,000 heroic points each. The lower ranks received SS and S grade essentials, including storage rings and fruit sets, scaling down the points. The sheer difference in quality between the legendary, SSS, and S-rank rewards was absolutely shocking to the group. A goofy laugh broke the silence as Finn realized how wildly different and interesting the reward tiers were. Marcus was the first to read the heroic lobby card details and shouted about its unbelievable function. The card granted them access to a shared lobby where parties from other worlds gathered, which was absolutely awesome. Amir maniacally laughed, revealing that the SS-rank fruit set alone boosted all his stats by 30 points. 30 points was massive. The entire group was stunned by the sheer power of the reward fruits. If SS was that strong, they immediately wondered what the SSS, and more importantly, Almond's legendary fruits did. Almond smiled, promising to check the details and distribute the fruits if they only contained simple stat boosts. Natalia immediately cheered loudly, acting as if she had already secured one of the legendary fruits for herself. Marcus snickered at her, noting that she was cheering too soon and risked going bald from being a hater. Meanwhile, Almond focused on the legendary fruit details, a faint, knowing smile starting to arch his lips. Natalia gulped, realizing Almond's mysterious smile meant those fruits had some sort of extra powerful effect. Almond simply replied with a mysterious smile, telling Natalia to check the legendary fruit details for herself. He then projected the full details of the legendary adventurer's essential fruits onto a shared screen for everyone. The massive screen highlighted the rank, legendary, confirming the extraordinary nature of the item. The legendary essential fruit set promised massive stat boosts and a 50% XP increase up to level 150. Almond chuckled, realizing these fruits wouldn't be useful for himself, but perfect for distribution later. He then waved his hand, projecting the details of his next major reward, legendary godly clay. This magical clay could be shaped into any item and would possess growth-type characteristics, upgrading through quests. The resulting item would start at legendary rank, a huge advantage over the others. Lily noted that the SSS godly clay only guaranteed a starting rank of high-tier epic. Ron quickly calculated the lower tiers, realizing the S-rank clay would only start at low-tier epic. Xavier offered encouragement, reminding the group that they could upgrade their items regardless of the starting rank. Giant, however, simply snorted and told everyone they should have secured a better contribution rank. Talia rolled her eyes at Giant's sudden arrogance, noting he wasn't even in the last bracket this time. Giant smoothly countered that he was always arrogant, regardless of his ranking. Kira and Maya focused on the description's hint about the item, developing a spirit through experience. Lily realized this meant the created item had hidden potential that would only appear if it became a permanent part of their journey. Almond confirmed they had to take great care of the artifact they crafted from the godly clay. Next up was the legendary godly grinder, a rune of untold potential for skill enhancement. The grinder allowed any legendary rank skill or below to become growth type, granting insights and upgrades. Almond rubbed his chin, impressed by the item, which lasted 1 full month upon activation. Lily mentioned her SSS grinder lasted 20 days and could only accept SSS rank skills or lower. Julian confirmed his SS grinder lasted 15 days, while Kayla sadly noted her S-rank version only ran for 10 days. Kayla internally resolved to be faster and more attentive in future challenges to secure a higher contribution rank. Almond shifted to the next item, the heroic lobby card, which Marcus immediately grinned at. Almond's legendary card granted a customized legendary adventurer title and the highest priority in challenge invitations. Lily noticed the extra priority effect and the customized title, comparing it to the standard epic adventurer title for SSS cards. Marcus clicked his tongue, declaring the ranking system unfair due to the difference in perks. Kira and Eliara detailed their SS and S-rank cards, which offered titles like renowned and acclaimed adventurer, but lacked the extra effects. Lily's eyes twinkled, realizing the cards confirmed interesting activities awaited them in the Grimworld heroic lobby. Almond agreed, but noted he would be busy crafting their custom gear until the next battlefield opened. Marcus laughed, wishing the boss good luck in forging their customized cool-ass gear sets. Kira quickly offered access to her guild's 2 S-rank dungeons, knowing Almond needed them for materials. Noah urged the rest of the party members in guilds and clans to do the same, pooling their resources. Talia readily agreed, mentioning her newfound strength and status made arranging dungeon access much easier now. Amir laughed and promised to secure access whenever an S-rank dungeon appeared in his guild's territory. Giant, with his usual stoic face, confirmed he would ensure Almond could enter his guild's S-rank dungeon. The final item was the storage ring, with size differences based purely on ranking. Even the smallest ring, Roken's, was massive by Earth standards, holding 10 football fields of space. Almond's legendary ring was 10 times bigger than the S-rank one, a truly enormous space. Finally, Almond opened the rank 1 party chest to see the collective rewards for everyone. The chest granted 1,000 heroic points, an insight stone, and an assortment of supreme potions. Nat erupted in excitement over the super potions, causing Eliara to roll her eyes and demand PG-13 language. Amir then licked his lips while looking at the final, big reward chest, making a hilarious slip-up before correcting himself. After all the rolling was done, Roken surprisingly won the massive reward chest. The group urged him on, eager to see what incredible loot the heroic challenge had yielded. Roken opened the chest, which erupted in a shower of colorful orbs and a holographic reward panel. The loot was good, 5 billion gold, a legendary gear set, and several mysterious boxes. Gemma confirmed that, according to the rules, all non-contribution rewards were Almond's to manage. However, he decided to distribute the 5 billion gold coins equally among the 22 members. Roken was absolutely stunned, shouting in excitement over his 227 million gold share. Natalia quickly reminded him that this was nothing compared to the gold Almond hid away. Soon, Almond finished the distribution, and everyone happily stored their new riches. Next up were the SSS mystery boxes, and Lily volunteered to roll the dice first. To everyone's disbelief, the dice stopped right at the highest possible number, 50. Natalia called Lily a hypocrite and dramatically pulled the dice toward herself for her own attempt. She rolled a 49, missing the 50 by 1 point, leaving her frustrated while Kira burst out laughing. The rolling continued, and Roken, surprisingly, managed to hit 50 as well, winning the second box. Lily opened her mystery box first, which contained an insight scroll, useful for her studies. Roken's box, however, revealed a strange SSS rank hyperactivity energy drink can. Almond immediately claimed the drink, recognizing the trump card potential of a 50% brain boost. Natalia jokingly warned him that it might just explode his already overactive brain. Almond secured the drink and told Lily to keep the insight scroll for her own future use. Next up were the 10 new adventurers' lucky debut boxes, to be opened by the 10 highest rollers. The first box, opened by Xavier, immediately set high hopes by yielding an SSS skill upgrade card. But the second box, opened by Ron, turned out to be completely empty, deflating the excitement. The third box brought a magical potion vial containing a spiraling, pitch-colored liquid. This throwable potion could create a 20-meter radius area of dreadful confusion and gravitational pull. The fourth box was empty, but the fifth delivered something truly lucky, an advanced scroll. Almond claimed the scroll, mentioning a new distribution system, which Natalia immediately questioned. Almond took his turn and opened the sixth lucky box himself. The box exploded in magical confetti, revealing an orb containing the fortunate misfortune fish. This unique item stores fortune and misfortune, randomly granting or taking away luck after a month. Almond joked that if he got bad luck, he would just use Natalia as a shield to ward it off. The next two boxes, opened by Noah and Anya, were disappointingly empty. Giant opened the ninth box, which thankfully yielded a legendary rank consumable item. Almond took this item, saving it as a crucial trump card for the unpredictable battlefield event. Finally, Maya opened the 10th box, revealing the runic Armstrong wrist brace. Recognizing their blacksmith utility, Almond immediately passed the braces to Roken. Roken was ecstatic. With the braces, he could finally pound epic rank materials with less effort. Almond then collected the resource boxes, filled with ores, herbs, and crystals for later use. Finally, he held the orb containing the last major reward, 20 time chamber capsules. He noted that 2 people would inevitably miss out on the valuable time acceleration item. The legendary time chamber capsule was revealed, allowing users to train at double speed for 3 days. Everyone wanted one, but with only 20 capsules for 22 people, tensions were high. Almond, however, quickly declared that he would be keeping all the capsules for strategic distribution later. Talia gave him the ultimate puppy-eye look, begging him to reconsider his decision. Almond laughed off the complaints, explaining that the items needed to be saved for crucial battlefield moments. Marcus nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of Almond's strategic resource management. With the meeting concluded, the group stepped into the exit portal, heading back to Earth. Back at Almond's courtyard, everyone waited for their rides before dispersing, leaving only Julian and Roken behind. Almond planned to convert the unused guest house into a solid workshop for Roken's self-crafting training. Julian had completed his quest, so he and Almond moved to the pavilion to activate his legacy role. An interface appeared, a rolling machine with a lever, ready to determine Julian's fate. Julian pulled the lever, and the screen began flashing with mysterious symbols at rapid speed. The chaotic symbols slowed, finally stopping on a massive purple sword held by muscled arms in a devastating downward slash. Julian had acquired the Dire Lord's demolishing sword legacy, replacing his current specialized class. The legacy came with a stern warning. He must deviate and create his own skills or risk losing the class entirely. Almond nodded, stating that this challenge made sense for a true legacy holder, demanding creativity and hard work. Julian checked his new class perks, which included huge bonuses to strength, focus, and reduced stamina consumption with a sword. He also noticed a red notification. The class skills were sealed until he honed his physique. The task list was insane. Daily 100 kg protein, push-ups with 10 tons, and swinging a 50-ton sword 1,000 times. Almond burst out laughing, telling Julian to get ready to bust his ass, but noted Roken could help with the equipment. Almond then grinned, asking Julian to share the bone tethering condensation method, the perfect chip for his S-rank dungeon plan. Julian was speechless at Almond's ability to conjure a magic scroll just by manipulating mana. Almond simply smiled, stating his control over mana was far superior to normal people, a level Julian could one day reach. Julian, eyes resolved, promised to reach that level sooner, refusing to slack off for a second. After reading the completed method, Almond was shocked, realizing how powerful the bone tethering condensation technique truly was. The method allowed users to awaken an innate talent related to bones upon reaching the maximum level. Julian suggested limiting the technique to the first few levels when distributing it, to preserve its value. Almond decided to only give out the first level, which still offered a permanent 10% strength boost. Julian left to find Roken and start crafting his heavy training swords, ready to begin the grueling regime. Almond immediately contacted Admiral Rudra, his eyes shining with anticipation for the meeting of senior leaders. Admiral Rudra appeared in a hologram, seated with others in a meeting, before turning his attention to Almond. The Admiral asked if Almond had devised his scheme, prompting Almond to smile about his juicy chip. Almond refused to reveal the details, instead requesting an urgent live meeting with all S-rank dungeon leaders. Rudra agreed, noting that Almond's reputation for selling legendary items would ensure attendance. Almond pressed for the meeting to happen as soon as possible, eager to begin raiding the dungeons. The Admiral affectionately called Almond his grandson, promising to contact him with the time. Almond thanked the Admiral, calling him Gramps before the connection was cut. Almond spent the next hour with Lily, before she joined Natalia and Myra for training. Almond waited patiently on the balcony, watching the others train while anticipating the critical call. 5 minutes later, the message arrived. All the leaders were ready, and the meeting was about to begin. Admiral Rudra gave Almond crucial tips on how to handle the 15 top guild leaders and family heads he was about to face. Rudra stressed that Almond needed a strong bargaining chip to secure access to both current and future S-rank dungeons. Almond connected the call, immediately seeing the intense scrutiny of many powerful guild masters and old monsters directed at him. Cutting straight to the point, Almond delivered his massive request. He needed to clear 16 S-rank dungeons before the next major event. One leader, Victor, waved dismissively, demanding to know what Almond could possibly offer in return for such a huge favor. However, Blackstar Guild leader Rui Hexing smiled charmingly and offered her guild's S-rank dungeon, thanks to her nephew Giant's persistence. Damien Silverfang, another leader, quickly followed suit, influenced by his subordinate Anya's insistent pleas on Almond's behalf. The Lightstrike Guild leader laughed loudly and agreed as well, hoping his talented party member Finn would gain strength without leaving his organization. An old monster quickly chimed in, offering his family's S-rank dungeon, but setting a personal, unspoken condition for Almond to meet later. Hiroshi Ryujiri also nodded and agreed, stating that Almond just needed to do one small thing for him to secure the raid. Ion Riben and the Crimson Aegis Guild leader also consented, having been convinced by their respective super rookie children. Almond knew this initial success was due entirely to his party members lobbying their powerful families and guilds. The veteran leader Shiro-sen then pressed Almond, acknowledging the initial offers but demanding the real, interesting bargaining chip Almond promised. Almond chuckled and waved his hand, projecting sparkling golden letters made of lightning energy directly into the conference screen. Arjun Maheshwari raised his eyebrows in interest, immediately recognizing the phrase as a powerful cultivation method. Almond grinned and explained that learning the method gave a permanent 10% boost to strength and significantly improved bone toughness and recovery. Liang Zhou and Shiro-sen demanded to see the detailed method immediately, stating they needed to verify its efficacy. The Steelheart Guild master chuckled, agreeing that while Iliara's plea was enough, this permanent boost was an excellent bonus they would accept. Almond confirmed the trade. The method details in exchange for access to their dungeons, current and future, for honing his strength. He then waved his hand again, projecting the complete, detailed instructions for the first level of the bone tethering condensation technique. The instructions detailed how to infuse mana into bone structures, enriching the marrow and permanently improving bone strength and blood power. Several leaders immediately tried to follow the instructions, attempting to control their mana and manipulate it into their bones as described. Suddenly, a loud shout broke the silence as one of the leaders experienced a sudden, painful failure during the process. Shiro-sen chuckled, noting that he had still managed to catch the embarrassed leader's mistake despite the speed of the attempt. Jim Riley admitted he had hurt himself trying the second step of tethering the bone tissues, confirming the method was legitimate but difficult. Jim apologized for not having an S-rank dungeon currently, but promised to notify Almond immediately through his subordinate Amir when one spawned. Rui Hexing took charge, confirming the method was legitimate and concluding the administrative details for Rudra to handle the logistics and schedule. Admiral Rudra, watching silently, realized that the technique was indeed Almond's bargaining chip, just as he had suspected. He shook his head slightly, noting that Almond had promised him an even better surprise, implying the full method was being held back. Rudra knew that while Almond fooled most, a few of those old monsters would certainly recognize that the shared method was incomplete. He waited calmly to see if the powerful leaders would expose Almond's partial reveal or attempt to negotiate the full technique privately. The old monsters were playing coy. Arjun smiled, inviting a discussion about his S-rank dungeons later. Shiro-sen quickly confirmed the deal was sufficient, but Admiral Rudra knew they were all hiding something. Moments later, Rudra burst out laughing after receiving several private messages, startling everyone on the call. The League of Firefly Guild leader blinked, asking what was happening, but Rudra simply enjoyed the joke. With the deal finalized, the seniors made sure to prioritize their dungeon visits with Almond. Almond smiled, promising to visit the two demanding seniors last, making them laugh at his response. Almond received the massive list of 24 S-rank dungeons, wasting no time in planning his rapid raids. He decided to hit the 5 gold-bordered dungeons first, maximizing his limited 3 days of raiding time. The finalized schedule went straight to Rudra, who instantly notified the 5 powerful clan leaders involved. Almond sent his first destination, and Rudra advised him to travel on his impressive ship for maximum impact. Before leaving, Almond visited the beach where his spirit wraiths were undergoing intense combat training. He summoned his massive ship and waved goodbye to Lily, who snorted playfully in response. Lily demanded he return quickly, promising him a special present box containing herself. Almond soon arrived at the Maheshwari clan, meeting Elder Arjun and his entire extended family. After brief introductions, the team prepared to enter the first S-rank dungeon, Kairagan of Mighty Kingdom. They materialized before colossal stone gates, spectral banners fluttering along a winding, hostile path. The path was patrolled by armored mighty spectral knights, their ghostly blades emitting an ominous hum. The knights were epic rank, level 100, possessing formidable strength and mana stats. Almond noted that these enemies were almost as strong as mini-bosses from other S-rank dungeons he had cleared. Preeti Maheshwari, a platinum ranker, chuckled and asked if the gold-rank adventurer was scared yet. Suddenly, Elder Arjun interrupted the conversation with a surprising challenge for Almond. He asked Almond if he could handle all the spectral knights, blocking the winding path entirely on his own. The other team members were immediately skeptical, frowning at the absurdity of the challenge. Arjun simply told them to watch, repeating the challenge to Almond with a faint, knowing smile. Almond cracked his neck and, without hesitation, walked down the narrow alleyway toward the 100 enemies. The path was unforgiving, with sheer drops on either side leading into gathering shadows below the ruins. He knew he needed to show a fraction of his true strength to clear these dungeons quickly and efficiently. Almond summoned his legendary sword and activated his domain, keeping the radius tightly controlled at 50 meters. Elder Arjun immediately sensed the presence and power of Almond's unique domain skill, his eyes flickering in recognition. Turning back slightly, Almond grinned, assuring Arjun he could handle the entire encounter alone. Almond approaches the dungeon gates, walking with a steady pace under the Elder's watchful gaze. The moment he crosses the threshold, the spectral knights instantly pivot, pointing their swords directly at him. The onlookers begin to worry, questioning if this young man can truly handle the danger alone. Before anyone could finish their thought, Almond vanishes in a blinding flash of speed. 5 spectral heads roll across the stone bridge path, leaving the onlookers completely bewildered. Elder Arjun, however, sees the truth, a masterful combination of space power and sword technique. 5 more knights immediately attack, swinging their blades and releasing powerful jade-green slash projectiles. Almond reappears, slicing through all 5 projectiles midair with an invisible, condensed blade. The powerful attack is nullified, and 5 more spectral heads promptly fall to the ground. Suddenly, a massive, speedy spectral knight attempts a forceful shield bash designed to break through any defense. Almond narrows his eyes, a burst of golden electricity instantly flickering under his feet in response. He makes a low-angle dash, bypassing the massive shield skill entirely, and cuts the knight down from below. Almond continues his rampage, moving like a golden blur as he systematically finishes off the remaining enemies. Arjun realizes Almond's control and combat sense are far superior to any average high-level adventurer. The others are stunned. He killed every single one in less than 5 minutes. They couldn't even clearly see the technique he used to achieve such instant kills. They turned to Arjun, begging for an explanation of the monstrous power Almond displayed. Almond waves from the far side of the bridge. Arjun tells the group to follow him across. As they walk, Arjun creates a magical mana screen, reflecting the entire fight from his perspective. He points out the thin, fiery orange slashes that occasionally appear, explaining they are SSS rank or higher. The group is astonished, questioning if a rank higher than SSS even exists for skills. Arjun confirms the existence of the legendary L rank, explaining it's still a secret to most. They realize Almond is somehow releasing these powerful slashes, without even using his sword visibly. This was Almond's spatial craft series, Severance Blade, used without the Golden Haze lightning enchantment. Arjun concludes that this level of combat prowess easily places him among the world's top adventurers. He estimates Almond could easily enter the global top 100 adventurers if he chose to pursue fame. The group now looks at Almond with vastly different expressions, pure, unqualified reverence. Almond smiles, urging the group to finish the dungeon fast to maintain his schedule. He needed to clear 4 more S-rank dungeons before the next day's sun rose. Thanks to his efficiency, they cleared the S-rank dungeon in approximately 2 hours. He counts his massive haul, hundreds of spirits ready to be forged into legendary gear. Grinning from ear to ear, he quickly flies off toward the next target, the Gabrus family's territory. Time flew by as Almond cleared 2 more S-rank dungeons with the same extreme efficiency. Next, he met the Proximax Guild leader, Liam, who took him on a short walk behind the main headquarters. They stopped before a strange, temple-like structure covered by a powerful magic formation at the mountain base. Almond was instantly startled, recognizing the unique structure from his previous life. This was the legendary The Blackwell Temple, a special structure promising immense power. Liam explained that entering the temple meant going through a trial, with great rewards for success. Liam confirmed Almond could enter this month, as only one person is allowed per period. Overwhelmed with excitement, Almond laughed, eagerly accepting the amazing opportunity. Almond had just finished clearing the Proximax S-rank dungeon, collecting a massive amount of spirits and loot. He then moved on to the League of Fireflies base, clearing their toughest dungeon in just 2 hours alongside their team. Everyone witnessed his raw strength, but he only ever showed off his signature move, the Severance Blade. Back at the castle, he found Lily in deep meditation, focused entirely on mastering her weapon art token. Natalia and Myra were out, having messaged him earlier that they were visiting the heroic lobby. Though exhausted, Almond had an idea when he remembered the humanoid monsters from the Kingdom dungeon. He decided to use the 3 mini-boss spirits and the floor boss from that dungeon for a special project. Almond initiated the spirit Kodoku process, and then finally collapsed into bed for 8 hours of sleep. Upon waking, he immediately received a notification that his newest spirit wraith had been successfully created. He summoned the new creation, revealing a formidable humanoid figure in heavy armor. The wraith also carried a massive flag, displaying a symbol of an upside-down tree with roots holding gold skulls. Almond smiled, knowing this powerful new spirit would soon be assimilated into Alfred. He summoned Alfred, telling him it was time for a massive upgrade. Almond gave Alfred a final instruction, to stay true to himself during the complicated process. With a wave of his hand, both Alfred and the new spirit wraith vanished from the room. The spirit wraith hex materialized, a mysterious copper platform with 2 glass containers hovering above it. Green, concentrated black, and golden mist sprawled out, surrounding the containers filled with sparkling energy. A timer formed from gold and green mist appeared, showing that the process would take 48 hours to complete. Almond noted that he would only be able to modify the resulting spirit wraith after the 2-day process finished. With no time to waste, he quickly prepared and jumped straight back into his dungeon-clearing rush. He desperately wanted to finish his goal so he could visit the temple and advance his weapon art before the battlefield event. Later that evening, the Grim Breaker members gathered in the castle's Garden of Peace as requested. Kira asked if their leader had been clearing dungeons all day, every day. Lily Riley confirmed that he was currently in his 31st S-rank dungeon of the day. The rest of the party reacted with shock and awe, calling him a monster for his relentless pace. They realized he would be acquiring tons of legendary gear sets and powerful spirit wraiths from this grind. The group joked that their leader was going to be an absolute nightmare in the battlefield of the mightiest, which opened tomorrow. They resolved to make more contributions than any other gold-rank adventurers to earn their share of the spoils. The conversation shifted to the godly clay, the material used to customize their gear. Kale revealed she had already used hers, prompting the others to demand she show it off immediately. A slight shockwave hit the garden as their leader's massive ship returned and vanished immediately after. Almond teleported directly into the garden, explaining his delay was due to a labyrinth gate. Sitting down next to Lily, he announced that everyone's custom gear sets were now ready. He waved his hand, and the entire garden was instantly flooded with colorful, overwhelming light. 21 legendary gear sets 84 items in total, materialized, each glowing with specific elemental energies. He turned to Roken, explaining that the items weren't fully ready and needed his runic enhancement. Roken stood up, intensely focused, thumping his chest with his fist, ready to apply his runic arc. Almond tasked him with the enhancement, joking that he had to finish before the battlefield opened the next day. He then told the group to enjoy themselves while he went straight back to sleep, still needing more rest. Upon waking once more, Almond excitedly checked the system, finding the result of the Spirit Wraith Hex finally ready. Almond reviewed the evolution menu, starting with the 3 core skill options. After his usual analysis, he determined the third option held the highest potential. King's Faith Sword Art. I'm sure you won't disappoint me, he grinned, making his choice. Next up, he faced the 3 potential evolution paths for his Spirit Wraith. He pondered the choices for a minute, ultimately deciding on the commanding King's Faith path. Finally, the system presented the skill tree options for the chosen path. Almond grinned, realizing the perfect synergy of the dungeon spirits he had used for this evolution. He swiftly selected Imperial Warbound Master, knowing it was the optimal choice. With the evolution complete, Almond re-established connection and immediately summoned Alfred. Alfred materialized, looking slightly younger but exuding a majestic, powerful aura. He now sported 2 shining crystal rings on his index fingers, one red, one black. The system displayed his new gold rank status and powerful King's Order trait. Almond scanned the updated list, noticing some previous skills were upgraded or deleted entirely. He grinned, acknowledging the awesome new traits Alfred had acquired. Almond then noticed a 3rd skill tree slot, currently undeveloped, requiring experience. He anticipated that Alfred would soon gain that necessary Warbound experience. Alfred bowed deeply on one knee, declaring his complete loyalty and readiness to serve. Almond asked if Alfred retained his pre-evolution memories. Upon confirmation, Almond happily dismissed him, telling him to enjoy his newfound freedom until called upon. Alfred departed, and Almond quickly freshened up before heading to the Proximax Guild. He traveled swiftly on his mini Red Hawk aircraft toward the massive guild headquarters. To save time, Almond sneakily activated his domain, dramatically cutting through the distance. After notifying guild leader Liam, Almond was met by executive Gelato Shen. Gelato, familiar from the Rising Star tournament, greeted Almond with a boisterous laugh. "Long time no see, kid. I knew you would make big waves," Gelato exclaimed, slapping Almond's shoulder. The 2 men then immediately set off toward the location of the Blackwell Temple. Crossing the protective barrier, Gelato instructed Almond to touch the temple door. Almond approached the massive door and placed his hand upon the cold surface. The door immediately began to glow with an eerie black and muted gold light as patterns lit up. A prompt appeared presenting 3 difficulty options: easy, hard, and hell. Almond's eyes widened, realizing this was his one and only chance to enter. He clenched his fist, knowing there was only one difficulty worth choosing. Before accepting, he turned to Gelato and asked how long the hell trial took. Gelato pondered, explaining that even among executives, completion times varied widely. He revealed that 4 months inside the trial was merely 4 minutes in the outside world. Almond smiled wryly, then inquired about the longest completion time, Liam's 10 months inside. Realizing the sheer intensity, Almond turned back, ready to face the challenge. He selected the hell difficulty, and instantly he vanished into the ancient structure. After a second of absolute void, Almond suddenly found himself materialized in a disgusting, trash-filled alleyway. He instantly tried to spring up, utterly disgusted, but a sudden wave of pain forced him back down. A system notification appeared, welcoming him to the hellish trial of Underworld City Dominion. All his immense power sources were sealed away. He had to survive and dominate to become an Underworld king. His new profile listed him at rank Trash, with shockingly low base stats and one vital skill, extraction. Feeling as weak as a strand of hair, he adjusted to the dull ache in his new, fragile body. He quickly hurried out of the foul-smelling alley and into the street, greeted by a chaotic, steam cyberpunk cityscape. The city was filled with various races: humans, elves, dwarves, and truly bizarre aliens, all wearing clothes and moving urgently. Almond confirmed his combat memories were intact, but without his powerful lightning, he desperately needed a simple weapon. Suddenly, a massive fleshy man with 4 long arms kicked him from behind, calling him a stinking bastard. The brute spat on him, telling the piece of trash to go take a bath, before waddling away. Ignoring the pain and humiliation, Almond found a shabby shop and asked an old man for directions to the river. He reached the river, took a deep breath, and plunged into the freezing cold water without hesitation. After cleaning up, he spent 2 hours begging around the city for any labor work that could offer him shelter. Finally, a restaurant owner hired him as a second cleaner, but when Almond asked for food, he was slapped. He was told to work first. After 3 grueling hours, his shift ended, and he finally received his meal. He continued working 3 more hours and earned 6 gold coins, enough to secure a crude mattress in the basement chamber. Lying on the floor mattress, he knew he had to kill someone strong with a useful skill to use his extraction ability. The restaurant was a good vantage point. He needed to gather information on the city's social structure and ruling forces. This trial was going to be the longest short trial of his life, demanding patience and strategy. For the next 3 days, he played the role of a curious, hardworking young man, gathering surface intelligence. He learned the city was ruled by 8 underworld kings and 50 underworld dukes, who dictated all rules. His current zone was controlled by Duke Later Kelzinum, an alien with an octopus head and a muscular frame. He witnessed a berserk killer being swiftly executed by the Duke's subordinates just down the street, confirming the lawless brutality. Almond identified his first target, Gemsel Rocket, a monkey humanoid subordinate who frequently visited the restaurant. The only way to eliminate someone that strong with his current stats was to use poison mixed into his food. Buying poison was too risky due to traceability, so he decided he had to synthesize a lethal concoction himself. He began visiting alchemist shops, eventually befriending a despondent, unsuccessful one whose products were unappealing. Almond initiated his emotional support ego-stroking plan, cheering the man on and offering occasional help. 2 weeks passed quickly as Almond balanced his hard work at the restaurant with gathering poison-making information. His image improved with the owner, leading to permission to use the kitchen after hours to aspire to become a chef. 1 more week flew by as Almond refined his lethal poison, slowly integrating it into a stable, tasty dish. The unsuspecting alchemist had unknowingly provided the final pieces of knowledge needed for the execution. Finally, as the first month came to a close, Almond's risky, highly rewarding plan was ready for enactment. He lay on his crude mattress, reflecting on a month of living like an insect and preparing everything in secret. His eyes glimmered with fierce, controlled intensity, anticipating the coming violence. Tomorrow was the day he would take the first bloody step toward dominating this entire underworld city. While Almond spent months inside, Gelato was dutifully standing guard outside the massive temple entrance. Shortly after, another figure, Liam, appeared nearby and immediately questioned the time elapsed. Gelato laughed, informing his boss that only 5 minutes had passed in the outside world. Liam faintly smiled, realizing that 5 minutes outside meant Almond had already spent 5 months deep inside the trial. After toiling for 5 long months and constantly facing death, Almond was finally ready to claim his place. He arrived in the Hall of Kings, a grand chamber dominated by an ancient obsidian table and 8 imposing thrones. At the head sat Valithar Duskshade, the elven king of shadows, radiating cold, calculating power in his black and silver armor. Nearby sat Garok the Ravager, the Orc King of Carnage, contrasting his brutal force with Thurin, the Dwarven King of Ingenuity. Opposite them, Meltris the Beastly Tri-King and Lyrintha, the Gilded Queen, embodied primal strength and dangerous allure. Finally, Vrex the Rat King, small and manipulative, and Kendrick Vale, the Human King of Chains, completed the circle. The seven kings waited in tense silence, their collective gaze fixed on the single, conspicuously empty throne. Garrock broke the silence with a growl, demanding to test the newcomer's strength immediately instead of waiting. Valithar smoothly advised patience, acknowledging that anyone who claimed a throne must have earned the right to be there. As if on cue, the heavy doors creaked open, and a chilling gust swept through, extinguishing several torches. Almond Crochet stepped into the room, his movements deliberate, exuding quiet but undeniable confidence. His golden eyes seemed to pierce the dim light, and he held a sleek black blade etched with glowing crimson runes. Almond paused before the table, sweeping his gaze over the kings before offering a subtle, challenging apology. Valithar motioned for him to take his seat, warning that he was either destined to belong or to be dethroned. As Almond sat on the throne, the extinguished torches suddenly flared back to life, casting an ominous glow. A notification flashed in Almond's mind, offering him an S-rank awakening or the chance to become the Underworld Emperor. Valithar then calmly informed Almond that someone above them dictated the ultimate fate of the entire city. Vrex quickly interjected, demanding Almond visit Emperor Abyslam and return with his seal to be truly acknowledged. Thurin laughed with gusto, revealing that the entire city was actually built upon the body of Emperor Abyslam himself. The dwarf finished with a demonic grin, demanding the seal to gain their respect and acknowledgement. Almond frowned internally, realizing the kings were scheming and serious about this dangerous final test. Lyrintha, the Gilded Queen, then manifested a small glowing crystal containing the map to the Emperor. Garrock wildly grinned, reinforcing the threat by crushing the meat and bone in his hand as a brutal warning. Almond formed a deadpan smile, realizing it was time to take the initiative and change the rules of this deadly game. He decided to continue the trial and seize the ultimate goal, becoming the Underworld Emperor right now. A mind-numbing hum rang out as Almond unleashed a blindingly fast, V-shaped slash aimed instantly at Valithar. The V-slash instantly cleaved Valithar's body and extended outward, splitting the hall structure and letting light flood in. The remaining kings were dumbfounded, frozen in shock at the sudden, lethal attack that killed one of their own. Before they could recover, Almond activated Valithar's stolen Ruler of Darkness skill, plunging the hall into oppressive shadows. Almond's voice echoed in the shadows, mocking the kings and daring them to stop him from enjoying this hell. The shadows soon vanished, revealing the remaining 6 kings looking around in confusion and mounting wrath. Back outside, Gelato noted that 10 minutes had passed, meaning Almond had survived 10 months inside, matching Liam's time. Gelato pressed Liam about his SSS-rank talent, which he had kept secret for years, even from his executives. Liam dismissed the question, stating he was keeping the secret under the strict orders of Admiral Rudra. Gelato shrugged off his curiosity, turning back to the temple, eager to see what new power Almond had gained. The temple entrance faintly shone, and Almond stepped out of the swirling portal, reading his final rewards. Almond's blade, once hidden, became a roaring weapon of city-wide destruction. He moved with the patience of a predator, waiting for the perfect, lethal moment to strike. Through streets drenched in crimson fear, he claimed victory after victory. The whispers spread. He was no rat but a shadowed king cutting through everything. But his true target was Abyslam, the emperor deep in the stone throne. Almond honed his sword, sharpening it by blood, shadow, and sheer fury. Their clash was thunder. The abyss itself began to shake under the impact. The city trembled as sword met claw in that deadly, final game. Then came the thrust that sealed the night, defeating the mighty Abyslam. From rat to ruler, his legend was spun, claiming his hard-won throne. The whole world seemed to bellow, "Hail the unparalleled Sword Emperor!" Almond read the trial evaluation, feeling lights of pure thrill in his eyes. The system confirmed maximum score. You are a solid sword, eternally shapeless yet the sharpest. You are like a deadly snake who grew mighty dragons' wings and claws. Legend unfolds legend. A new decree was forged from the Blackwell Temple. The result was Rygaroth the Bladeborn, a mystic dragon born from his tail. A dragon born from my tail. Holy shit, I want to meet that dragon. Hey, you're totally absorbed, eh? Liam and Gelato approached him. Almond blinked, shifting his focus away from the notifications and back to his seniors. Gelato grinned, urging him to share. Tell us, what did you get? Well, you caught me, Almond laughed, but insisted on checking the final text first. Liam and Gelato realized Almond's control was still present, despite his obvious growth. Liam chuckled, noting that 12 months of combat had bloomed his potential immensely. Gelato wondered if this monster was now stronger than even their boss. Liam suspected he was indeed stronger, especially based on the powerful aura he emitted. I apologize, but I won't be showing you the innate talent I awakened. But Almond chuckled and showed them the rank of his new power, legendary. Almond thanked them for the temple access and took his leave, ready for the next event. Back home, Almond gently swung his sword 3 times, creating a small wind whirlpool. He regretted having to rush the final month to defeat the humanoid emperor. He confirmed his own unique sword arts were his most powerful arsenal. Deciding quickly, he chose to acquire the sand of vibrant wave power first. Infusing mana, his consciousness drifted away into a unique elemental dimension. Meanwhile, Lily and other super rookies were training intensely for the battlefield event. Julian was performing strenuous exercising tasks to unseal his specialized class skills. Roken was meticulously imprinting glowing runes onto gear sets, making them stronger. Soon, a new spirit wraith, based on Melimaran the shamanic druid, would be born. While the world waited for the new year, adventurers were focused on the results of the massive territory event. The super rookies, decked out in their pristine legendary gear, gathered in the courtyard, hyped for midnight. They were restless, eagerly anticipating the simultaneous start of the battlefield of the mightiest event. Suddenly, an ominous figure bypassed all their high-tech surveillance systems and infiltrated the area unnoticed. Lurkian, the infiltrator, watched the rookies with a cruel, satisfied grin plastered across his face. His orders were simple: become a menace and eliminate this world's entire generation of rising super rookies. Lurkian materialized fully from a violet spatial fissure on the beach, clutching a glowing blue cube. Meanwhile, Almond finished preparing, his eyes opening in a flash of golden light and whirling sand. The golden sand condensed into crystalline swords, crackling with controlled lightning energy. Almond was interrupted by a massive energy flux, watching a colossal barrier instantly envelop the 2-kilometer area. A dreadful, suffocating presence burst forth, causing the rookies to double over in panic and nausea. Realizing the danger, Almond used his teleportation skill to instantly appear on the beach, facing the menacing presence. Almond's pupils shrank in recognition. The infamous alien commander, Lurkian, was standing before him. Lurkian acknowledged him by name, confirming Almond's role as his primary target. Almond quickly sent silent commands to his team: stay put and let the spirit wraiths protect them. Lurkian scoffed, assuring Almond that the barrier guaranteed him enough time to kill everyone present. He challenged Almond, offering a 10-second preparation window before allowing him to strike first. Almond immediately boosted his stats using a spirit syringe and summoned his golden legendary sword. Almond adopted a simple, focused stance, his expression intensely concentrated, ready to initiate the fight. Using his all-seeing eyes, Almond instantly assessed Lurkian's formidable power level. Without hesitation, Almond grinned savagely and lunged forward, initiating the lightning-fast battle. 4 golden, lightning-infused slashes instantly traversed space and struck Lurkian without warning. Lurkian's body was cleanly sliced into 4 sections before he could even register the spatial attack. Almond immediately pressed the attack, conjuring 100 thin, deadly severance blades to finish the job. Almond's eyes detected the hidden core, and his final blade aimed precisely for the weak point. Before impact, the core burst with power as Lurkian's body instantly reformed and unleashed his true bloodline power. Now in his true form, a somber and enraged Lurkian swept a massive, monstrous claw toward Almond. Almond quickly conjured a whirling, layered barrier of golden sand and crackling lightning around himself. The gigantic claw impacted the barrier, resulting in a fierce energy clash that slowed the attack to a crawl. Despite the immense pressure, Almond remained perfectly calm, his eyes shining with exhilaration that his defense held. Lurkian was shocked, realizing Almond commanded space itself to infinitely layer the distance between them. Utterly enraged, Lurkian pointed his finger and unleashed a devastating, despair-inducing black beam. Almond responded instantly with a single, calm slash, the absolute severance technique. The massive beam split cleanly in 2, entering portals beside Almond and instantly reappearing behind Lurkian. Lurkian blurred to dodge, materializing a meter above Almond, wielding 2 menacing, thick eldritch blades. Almond grinned and vanished, instantly teleporting above Lurkian to deliver a devastating downward strike. Lurkian blocked the attack, but the sheer force smashed him violently down into the ocean below. An arrow shot up from the water, but Almond cleanly split it with a precise swing of his sword. Although his space layers shaved its power, the arrow still pierced through before being fully severed. Lurkian, trembling in frustration, emerged from the sea and launched a massive X-slash, which Almond effortlessly neutralized. Lurkian realized that arrow and slash cost Almond nearly half his maximum mana, yet he seemed unfazed. Almond just blinked, swiftly recovering his mana using Spirit Syringe, then mocked his opponent. Lurkian's expression hardened, realizing he couldn't win even with his doubled stats in his true form. He declared the fight over, claiming he was sparing Almond this time before putting away his weapon. Almond laughed at the blatant lie. He clearly wasn't ready to end the battle yet. His slightly cracked sword began to glimmer, coated in golden sands crackling with lightning, sharpening the blade. The atmosphere was tense, but Lurkian made the first move, vanishing in an attempt to escape. Almond anticipated the move and teleported instantly, shredding the fissure with his sword before striking Lurkian. Lurkian felt a drastic weakness in his senses as Almond activated Divine Divider's Harvest. A golden slash projectile hit Lurkian's chest, immediately followed by Almond's physical strike. Almond then shrunk the space, ensuring his physical sword strike landed before Lurkian could react. With a cold glare, Almond shot Lurkian into a space crack he formed, banishing him from the planet. As soon as Lurkian vanished, Almond closed the crack, and the magical barrier around the area shattered. His wristwatch immediately started ringing, indicating he had several missed calls and messages from Admiral Rudra. Almond answered the video call, and Admiral Rudra's hologram sprung up, demanding to know what happened. Almond chuckled, confirming it was Lurkian who had attempted to kill them, but assured him everything was fine. Admiral Rudra raised his eyebrows, asking what Almond meant by saying Lurkian wouldn't bother them for a while. Almond grinned, revealing he had sent Lurkian drifting into outer space, far from Earth. Rudra, though weirded out, conceded that given Almond's powers, banishing the alien was plausible. Moments later, Lily and Natalia rushed onto the shore with the rest of the group, demanding to know what happened. Almond reassured them, laughing that he had simply banished the alien bastard into space. Admiral Rudra gave a final, brief warning, noting that the battlefield was set to open in 5 seconds. Marcus immediately started the countdown, shouting the numbers as the final seconds ticked away. The whole world was celebrating the new year as the clock finally hit midnight. Suddenly, a world announcement rang out, and glowing system panels appeared globally. The message declared that the battlefield of the mightiest was now open for all gold rank adventurers and above. The first war event, War of the Wildered Tribes, would begin in 10 hours. The rules specified that participants had to vie for a spot by creating high scores in a challenge. The goal was to ally with one of 20 tribes and eliminate all other worlds to be the last one standing. The super rookies were dumbfounded by the magnitude of the event, quickly replaced by pure excitement. Adrian laughed, confident that with Almond leading, the war would be too easy for them. Almond agreed, seeing the new option in his status window, and urged the group to enter the battlefield hub immediately. Almond entered first, followed by Lily, and then the rest of the party disappeared in flashes of light. A second later, they reappeared on a massive, futuristic plaza stretching for several kilometers in radius. Thousands of adventurers at gold rank and above began flooding the Golden Line platform, the Earth's designated section. Everyone looked down and saw a massive square, flat world below them, the actual battlefield. Almond observed the platforms for other worlds, seeing figures like dragonkin, cyborgs, and elves. The old monsters and leaders quickly moved toward the massive, fancy, sci-fi building that stood behind the platforms. The party urged Almond to go inside, eager to see what the hub contained. Almond chuckled and snapped his finger, teleporting his entire party swiftly to the building's entrance. Entering the massive structure, they found themselves in a highly sophisticated, futuristic plaza. People tried using skills, but all attacks harmlessly passed through the protective field of the hub. This mini-city required a new currency, battlefield points, earned only through war and conquest. The competitive indicator was a giant leaderboard, currently showing all 4 worlds tied at 0 points. Soon, everyone vanished one by one, arriving at their respective world bases on an empty, desolate plain. Almond immediately noted the strange cloud horizon, while others wondered if falling off the edge was possible. Suddenly, everyone but a few felt a magical effect as Elder Argent floated high above, radiating a dreamy, bright sun illusion. Almond resisted the mental effect, but recognized the terrifying potential of the illusion skill if used offensively. Arjun commanded everyone to move away quickly, preparing the center for base construction. The old monsters remained, and Rudra projected a complex blueprint for a war command palace and aerial living quarters. Sylvester rolled his eyes at the strange design, questioning the need for houses floating on tall pillars. Dylan Makana immediately started summoning massive blocks of the finest stone, ready to build the walls. James coated the stone walls with a strange black-gray metal that suddenly shimmered and transformed its inner structure. Annika shouted in surprise, realizing James must have just achieved a major breakthrough in his metalworking. James grinned, confirming his success. He was the 7th person to achieve the legendary rank nanometal. He then mentioned sensing a brief, powerful presence of an even stronger metal back in the plaza earlier. Shiro-sen quickly stepped in, using wind energy to draw the precise skeleton structure of the base on the ground. The 18 old monsters then unleashed a spectacular burst of elemental magic, solidifying the structures instantly. In just 5 minutes, a magnificent base materialized, complete with a palace, training grounds, and aerial living quarters. Rudra warned the adventurers that the surrounding forest was dangerous, and they must not wander off. Rudra established a silent mana network, gathering the top guild leaders and family heads for strategic communication. Almond used his long-range detection skill, quickly finding multiple powerful epicrank presences 4 kilometers away. Rudra immediately messaged Almond, ordering him to join the initial exploration team heading out. Almond shared his intelligence. Hog-headed, humanoid people were living in a town 4 kilometers northwest. Rudra explained that Shiro-sen's observation skill had already spotted the town, confirming the long range of their abilities. Almond left instructions for Lily and his group to start the war participating challenge immediately. The small exploration group, less than 100 people, arrived at the Paiga town, the nearest anomaly. Two imposing Paiga guards, holding a pike and a sword, stepped out to confront the large group. Almond analyzed the guards, noting they were intelligent Paiga, possessing human-like stat limits and classes. One guard raised his large, pink palm and shouted, halting the entire group at the border of their territory. The Pygather guards declared that only the 10 strongest among the otherworlders would be permitted entry. Admiral Rudra immediately selected the 10 strongest, including Almond, to represent the entire expedition force. A few guild leaders questioned the selection of the young man named Almond, wondering why he was chosen. A Paiga guard mocked the human's chain of command, then suddenly glitched and repeated the exact same phrase. Everyone was stunned, but a magical voice whispered to Rui, urging her to continue asking vital questions. Meanwhile, the selected 10 were led toward the central castle, noticing that even the children here were silver rank. Almond quickly deduced that these Paigas were born with powerful bloodlines, making them high-level life forms instantly. The group communicated internally, confirming Almond's legendary rank I power and joking about old man Hiroshi's proposals. Admiral Rudra cut the conversation short as they finally stepped inside the grand, imposing palace hall. There they saw King Gunter Pygather, a 4-meter-tall, heavily muscled warrior king sitting on a massive stone throne. Gunter welcomed the humans with a booming, loud voice that echoed throughout the vast, high-ceilinged chamber. Almond's eyes flashed faintly as he analyzed the king, immediately sensing overwhelming pressure and power. He realized the king had completely maximized all his epicrank stats, making him an almost impossibly powerful enemy. Suddenly, Gunter laughed and called out Almond, confirming that he felt Almond's probing gaze. Almond was stunned, wondering if the king had sensed his intent or the specific wavelength of his unique eye ability. Gunter assured them they were safe and less hostile, but stated his kingdom valued physical combat above all else. He then moved incredibly fast, appearing before them to issue a challenge. Each of the 10 must show him their best attack. Immediately, the group received a system notification detailing the terms of the alliance through 2 distinct choices. Rudra and Theo instantly agreed that accepting the king's challenge was the best path for securing future cumulative points. Before they could decide who would strike first, Gunter grinned and declared that the weakest among them must lead the charge. Sylvester immediately threw Hiroshi under the bus, quickly nominating him as the weakest attacker. Hiroshi managed to keep his temper, protesting that the king asked for the weakest, not the strongest member. Gunter laughed heartily at their squabble, deciding he would use his own instincts to pick the weakest instead. Rudra gave his simple consent, allowing the king to make his final, instinctual selection. The king pointed directly at Theo Gabris, declaring him the first to step up for the power test. Theo wryly confirmed, he must be the weakest if the king's instinct pointed to him first. Almond questioned if he should go first, but the king insisted his instincts found Almond the most threatening. The king decided Almond would be the last to attack, eager to see the capabilities that threatened him. With the order set, Theo stepped forward, his body shimmering vividly with various elemental energies. Theo prepared his attack while King Gunter simply crossed his arms, waiting for the full assault. He fused opposing elemental powers, ice and fire, into a highly unstable, destructive purple orb. Gunter's skin turned a faint glassy red as Theo launched the full-powered orb straight into his chest. The purple energy struck with a deafening blast, engulfing the king in smoke and destructive force. The smoke cleared as the king laughed, revealing a quickly fading circular impact mark on his chest. The others noted that even Theo's strongest attack barely scratched the king's extreme physical defenses. Next up was Arav, who admitted his main strength lay in defense, not pure offensive power. Arav prepared by setting up 3 mystic blue barriers and manifesting a pure mana cannon on his right arm. He fired the sphere, strategically shattering each barrier to instantly amplify the attack's destructive power. The massive explosion cracked the ground, but King Gunter only dragged his feet back slightly from the force. The king praised his interesting barrier tricks, noting how useful a barrier master would be for their conquest. James was next, walking forward with a slight frown, knowing it was his turn to attack. James conjured his legendary nanometal, transforming it into a massive, intricate 2-meter hand cannon. He unleashed a constant plasma laser beam, pushing King Gunter back about a meter due to the relentless impact. Gunter acknowledged the effort, but James privately concluded his attack was still weaker than Theo's. Liang followed up, summoning a majestic, wingless dragon made of destructive dual-variant lightning. The king simply grinned, offering a nod of appreciation for the powerful lightning battle art. Next, Bianca stepped forward, enveloping the area in shadows before launching 5 corrosive black daggers. The daggers struck Gunter's weak points, cracking his defensive coating, earning praise for the fearsome assassin's move. Gunter quickly recovered and pointed to Hiroshi, prompting Sylvester to immediately boast his superior strength. Hiroshi snorted in response, walking up to challenge the king to judge the true strength between the two. King Gunter laughed heartily and readily agreed to serve as the judge for their upcoming power comparison. Old monster Hiroshi took a solid stance, gripping his katana handle, ready to unleash his ultimate move. He declared this his strongest single-target strike, maximizing his mana until his water aura shifted into pink cherry blossoms. Then he drew his katana and struck twice, creating a perfect X of tiny, swirling blades rushing toward Gunter. The graceful attack cracked Gunter's protective red coating, but he quickly recovered, smiling at the impressive weapon art. Sylvester stepped up next, holding his massive sword in front of him as it elongated and pulsed with a powerful, gray metal aura. He brought the powerful blade down in a single slash, cracking the ground beneath Gunter and leaving a physical mark on his skin. Gunter laughed off the powerful hit, noting that while the cherry blossom attack was strong, this sharp slash was more effective against him. Next up was Shiro-sen, whose debuff and control style used ghostly blue fire and wind to break Gunter's guard and cause injury. Then came Elder Arjun, manifesting a fiery golden-orange bow whose immense heat began melting the floor around him instantly. Arjun released the arrow. It instantly blasted Gunter's coating and punched a deep, powerful hole into his chest before dissipating. "Ouch, that was awesome," Gunter exclaimed, taking a healing potion to instantly mend the deep anti-healing wound. Gunter turned to Admiral Rudra, admitting he felt Rudra was the strongest, but reserving the young man, Almond, for last. Rudra focused his energy, enveloped in a glassy blue dimensional aura, as a 5-meter-tall hazy avatar manifested behind him. Gunter's eyes shone with excitement, asking the name of the powerful move Rudra simply called the Absolute Breaking Fist art. Rudra dashed forward, shattering the ground beneath his feet, and delivered a powerful punch that instantly shattered Gunter's red coating. Gunter was sent flying back like a bullet, stopping just short of the wall, where he burst out laughing with a powerful aura surge. "Magnificent!" Gunter shouted, chugging another potion and confirming his willingness to ally but insisting on one final attack. Grinning widely, King Gunter turned his attention to the young man, Almond, challenging him to show his might. Almond internally decided to hold back his best move, but saw this as a perfect opportunity to test his newly synergized powers. Hiroshi questioned the strange, edgeless sword, prompting Almond to explain it was merely a medium for his main attack. Almond expanded his invisible domain, its faint outline briefly visible to the powerful old monsters watching him. He meticulously distributed his mana, prioritizing the S-rank lightning element to maximize the damage bonus synergy with his sand element. Using the rest of his mana, Almond conjured a devastating severance blade within the makeshift sword and prepared the final projectile. With a swift swing, Almond unleashed a destructive, golden sparkling slash that moved at an insane speed, vibrating faintly. King Gunter's pupils instantly shrank in shock as the golden slash struck, cutting through his red coating and severing bone deep into his chest. Gunter grunted, his red aura surging immediately to activate a recovery skill before he desperately chugged another potion to heal the massive wound. The surrounding old monsters were left completely dumbfounded by the sheer destructive power of Almond's final strike. The veteran monsters were utterly stunned, completely dumbfounded by the sheer power of Almond's recent attack. Almond blinked, realizing that even his strongest move had barely scratched the legendary King Gunter. Suddenly, the other old monsters bombarded him with rapid-fire questions about his rare space, lightning, and sand elemental mastery. Almond politely responded that he still lacked in several areas, humbly deflecting their overwhelming praise. The seniors laughed, declaring they must include this cheeky brat in their next gathering to learn a few things from him. King Gunter grinned, praising the attack but noting Almond was deliberately holding back even more power. The king formally welcomed them to the Pygather Kingdom, announcing that the first war strategy meeting would begin shortly. He slammed his fist into his palm with a thunderous sound, declaring their united intent to conquer the battlefield. Instantly, a system notification confirmed they had all been rewarded with battlefield points for their arrival. Admiral Rudra quickly asked how long they needed to prepare, setting the formal meeting time for 2 hours later. As the group left the palace, Admiral Rudra casually dropped a massive piece of news. The demon Lurkian was gone. The entire group fell into stunned silence, processing the unbelievable information about the powerful demon's fate. Finally, one of the veterans broke the silence, asking directly if the demon was truly dead after the encounter. Almond grinned, explaining he had ejected Lurkian into outer space, guaranteeing his eventual demise upon return. Almond then asked if he could skip the war strategy meeting and just receive the intelligence reports later. Admiral Rudra readily agreed, instructing him to go explore the battlefield, and Almond quickly activated his status screen to exit. He arrived in the central hall of the battlefield hub, deducing that his party members were still completing their trials. He acknowledged the high risk of the war event, hoping the other 3 worlds didn't have someone as overpowered as himself. With a deep breath, he pressed the participation button on his status screen and instantly vanished from the hub. He materialized on a vast, elevated grassy plain, greeted by a comfortable breeze and a jolly sun high in the sky. A system message appeared, detailing the mission: join the blood-horned rabbit tribe and kill the ox and tiger tribes for score. Suddenly, an army of lean, humanoid rabbits with blood-red horns, fully equipped with armor and weapons, manifested before him. The leader, a platinum-rank warrior, shouted 2 simple words: "Warriors, kill," igniting the charge. The 5,000 warriors dashed forward, descending the high ground toward the chaotic battle raging 2 kilometers away. Almond blinked and instantly teleported, appearing high above the barren battlefield where the main clash had just begun. He watched the massive, chaotic clash of the ox and tiger tribes, realizing this was going to be a messy, brutal fight. Since the score was based purely on kills, Almond decided he should use his power to end the entire trial swiftly. He stretched his arms slightly, and black-silver energy immediately surged from his palms, concentrating intensely in his hands. The raw energy condensed and solidified into 2 lethal, razor-sharp chakrams floating in the air before him. He injected a spirit syringe to fully recover his mana and boost his stats, preparing for the massive execution. Almond then poured thousands of mana points, infusing the chakrams with golden haze, lightning, and sand of vibrant wave. He refined the synergy, shaping the resulting sharp glass into countless tiny, vibrating blades to maximize cutting sharpness. The air and space around the colossal chakrams cracked and distorted due to their blindingly fast, unnatural spin. Almond mused that he should formalize this powerful technique into a proper, instantly castable skill rune for future use. He surveyed the massive battlefield, noting the mixed forces fighting east and west, and the rabbit tribe engaging the south. Without hesitation, he hurled the two colossal chakrams, one speeding toward the east and the other toward the west. A bloody massacre instantly ensued as the spinning weapon shredded entire waves of enemy warriors wherever they passed. Almond floated above, precisely controlling the deadly arcs of the chakrams, wiping the canvas of chaos clean like an eraser. Everyone was staring at the war-participating leaderboard, utterly shocked by the scores. Almond had obliterated the competition, sitting at rank 1 with an insane score of 388,195. Even Leo, the previous top scorer, was baffled. That score meant Almond killed roughly 18,000 warriors solo. The gold-rank adventurers erupted, cheering for their world and immediately taunting the cyborgs and elves. Soon, the verbal war turned into a chaotic brawl, though their attacks harmlessly phased through each other. Almond returned to the hub, witnessing the commotion, but he simply walked past, completely unfazed. He quickly checked the board. Marcus and Maya were in the top 50, but Lily was still out conquering the trial. Given her recent hard work and mastery of blood and shadow elements, Almond knew she was aiming for a massive score. Suddenly, the leaderboard flickered, and Lily's name shot up to rank 2 with 112,490 points. The uproar intensified as their world celebrated having the top 2 spots in the entire trial. Using his domain, Almond instantly found Lily as she emerged and teleported right beside her. He offered a sincere congratulations on her incredible performance. Lily threw an arm around his shoulder, declaring that if he was first, she absolutely had to be second. But their shared moment of victory was brutally short-lived. Almond didn't need to turn around. The leaderboard had already updated, showing Leveroum L had surpassed her. Lily's expression turned severe. She immediately decided to return and master the first stage of her weapon art. Almond kissed her gently, knowing she just needed a small push, and offered her one of the potent X-Factor fruits. Lily's eyes lit up immediately. This was the perfect catalyst for her breakthrough. She gave him a quick peck and vanished, instantly returning to Earth to begin her intensive training. Almond realized he needed to catch up on his own weapon art progress, having neglected it while Lily trained daily. He decided to postpone the godly grinder and clay usage until he made more progress in his techniques. Curious about the battlefield's true nature, Almond teleported far beyond the initial war zone for solo exploration. Within his domain, he quickly found hidden mystical spots and small tribes of epic rank powerhouses, 100 kilometers out. Pushing 1,000 kilometers deep, the battlefield shifted dramatically, revealing legendary rank tribes and monstrous life forms. He was dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the danger, until he suddenly felt like a powerful being was observing him. Almond didn't hesitate. He instantly teleported 4 kilometers back, then teleported again to escape the detection. The battlefield held dangers far beyond their current level, requiring extreme caution. He realized he had to hit platinum rank before the next war event began to prepare for the increased threat level. Shaking off the heavy thoughts of the future, Almond returned to the hub before exiting the world and heading back to planet Earth. Marcus and the others were already back, sparring with his spirit wraiths to consolidate their recent progress. Almond went to the Garden of Peace and took out the legendary godly grinder, ready to insert a powerful skill rune. He chose Espada ad Grimville, but the system immediately warned him against wasting the grinder on a specialized skill. Almond realized the system was right, and decided to explore his specialized class powers more fully before using the artifact. Next, he took out the mystical golden-brown rectangular slab of material, the legendary godly clay. With a determined grin, he prepared to shape the clay into the best sword ever created. Almond started infusing mana into the godly clay, opening the interface for design and attributes. He decided to draw the weapon's form himself, rubbing his palms together in anticipation. Almond grinned, realizing this weapon would be a growth type, meaning it needed multiple forms. First, he designed a massive, heavy broadsword, perfect for transferring brute physical strength. This broadsword was meant for close-range, brutal slaughter of his targets. The second form was a long, ultra-thin, slightly curved blade for long-range projectile attacks. He wanted one form to crush foes up close, and the other to erase them from afar. Both swords shared a similar badass theme, incorporating a vertical eye symbol on the handle. He colored the blades golden, matching his eyes, with muted black coating and carved patterns. Next up was the attributes panel, where he chose space, light, lightning, sand, and wind. He noted that he still needed to awaken the wind elemental mastery, but he had a crystal for that. Moving to perks, Almond decided to split the boost evenly between strength and perception. Finally, he chose one of each type of effect: passive, active, toggle, and trigger. The godly clay began to shine intensely, transforming into the designated weapon form. It manifested as a magnificent, heavy broad-bladed sword, oozing savageness and power. A notification popped up, asking him to name his creation. The name will be Lord Grimblade. Almond reviewed the stats, noting the weapon was ranked legendary high tier. The base attack was 5,000, plus a 300% boost from his strength, the highest possible adaptive boost. He frowned slightly, realizing the specific effects were not listed, only placeholders. A system message explained that the effects would generate as he leveled up the sword through experience. Almond realized this sword was incredibly powerful, easily the best he could have hoped for. He thought that if he had this weapon against Lurkian, he might have landed a killing blow. Done with the creation, Almond went to check on Roken, who was busy at the forge. Roken announced he only had 2 sets left and would be finished in 2 hours. Almond approved and left the forge, pondering how to spend his next 8 hours. He ruled out skill insight, insight stone, and weapon art, as 8 hours wasn't enough time. His choices were meditating with the wind elemental crystal or training in the flow states. He focused on the 2 secret techniques Admiral Rudra had taught him: overdrive and overload. These flow states were considered trump cards, but they were incredibly difficult to learn. Overdrive required a massive 5,000 mana to be infused and circulated perfectly in a loop. The mana flow was not for consumption but for recovery, causing great strain and pain. Success meant the mana incorporated into every fiber, drastically empowering him for 1 minute. During that minute, all his physical mana techniques were boosted by an incredible 100%. This boost was how Admiral Rudra managed to hurt Lurkian despite taking a massive beating. However, when Rudra's 1 minute was up, the stalemate almost collapsed, showing his weakness. Almond then reviewed the wind elemental crystal, which required 5 hours of deep meditation. Meditating while touching the crystal would allow him to awaken or enhance his wind elemental mastery. The second flow state, known as overload, was the complete opposite of overdrive in function. Simply put, it required shoving a mana potion down your throat even when your mana pool was completely full. This excessive mana becomes volatile, posing a serious risk of internal injury if control is lost. However, with perfect control, the blue mana shifts to potent violet, boosting power by a massive 100%. If someone with 5,000 mana capacity pushed it to 10,000 violet mana, their skills would become incredibly potent. Overdrive exhausted the body, while overload strained the mana pool, requiring a long 24-hour cooldown for both. Almond decided to utilize a wind elemental crystal inside the Revelation Pavilion to advance his training. 5 hours later, Almond opened his eyes, now surrounded by a powerful, whirling cyan green aura. He instantly recognized his strong affinity for wind, which had immediately reached B-rank mastery. This mastery allowed him to transmute his mana into wind, gaining a significant 60% potency bonus. He could now manipulate air currents, drastically increasing his speed and agility on the battlefield. The wind could also create silent movement, redirect projectiles, or form solid aerokinetic constructs like shields and platforms. Almond grinned, realizing this new ability would greatly expedite the progress of his Lumiere element. He immediately activated his elemental imprint, letting his mind drift towards the dimension of Lumiere. While he was meditating, the Grimworld tutorial made a massive announcement regarding the monthly event. A notification appeared for everyone, detailing the owners of territories across the sanctuary area. Almond's successful acquisition of the Mountain of Radiant Zenith placed him third on the list. With the start of the event, adventurers returned and began exploring their territories using new teleport functions. The initial phase was slow and exploratory, suggesting this would be a long-term conflict with no immediate rush. Admiral Rudra's meeting confirmed what Almond already knew. The Pygather Kingdom was to the northwest, with another kingdom 200 kilometers northeast. But a major bombshell dropped in the battlefield hub, causing chaos in the cumulative points leaderboard. Planet Empiradrake had taken a massive lead, instantly scoring 10,000 battlefield points. They achieved this by conquering the kingdom adjacent to their starting territory, effectively starting a war. Planet Earth held 1,000 points, earned through alliances rather than conquest. Admiral Rudra suspected the other planets were also silently engaging in war, which explained their current 0 scores. 3 more hours passed, and Almond opened his eyes surrounded by mystical hazy golden-green wind. This fusion of light and wind brought out new characteristics and potential, signifying Lumiere mastery. He achieved C rank in Lumiere, granting him moderate control over both elements and related atmospheric phenomena. Lumiere offered a 40% potency bonus and the ability to channel light wave resonance. These waves could disrupt enemy magic and supercharge ally spells with luminous energy. Crucially, the resonance could also heal allies by generating a soothing, radiant breeze. Almond grinned, realizing this element was the perfect support and damage combo alongside his golden haze lightning. Suddenly, Lily opened her eyes, announcing that their training time was up. The black aura instantly shaped itself into sharp, ethereal daggers floating around her head and shoulders. Almond immediately sensed the powerful intent radiating from her, recognizing it as Shadowpierce. Lily was clearly excited, declaring that the war was on and she couldn't wait to show off her new power. Almond laughed, pocketed his spirit wraiths, and teleported away with Lily to meet the others who were waiting. 50 top gold rank adventurers gathered, ready for the intense War of Wildered Tribes event. Almond and the Grim Breakers instantly teleported onto the designated, centralized starting platform. A magical interface appeared, displaying the complex rules of the territorial conquest event. Suddenly, they noticed 20 huge, vibrant pillars of colored light piercing the sky far in the distance. Everyone quickly realized the pillar must represent the locations of the 20 different tribes. Almond decided to take charge, floating slightly above the group to command their attention. He announced that half the team would build a secure base, while the rest would scout for allies. "We need information first," he stated, "so everyone must strictly stick to the current plan." Almond recognized several other familiar faces, the strongest gold ranks in the entire bracket. He confirmed his party, equipped with legendary gear, would head out immediately to find an ally. Another guild leader readily agreed that their teams would handle the base construction. The initial 4-kilometer radius they scouted was completely empty and desolate. They realized they had to cover 50 kilometers before finally reaching the closest light pillar. They finally arrived at the tribe's territory, marked by a tall wall and 6 gates. 4 humanoids and 4 beastmen guards immediately stopped the group at the perimeter. The guards quickly realized the sheer power disparity and began sweating profusely in fear. One guard activated a crystal, and a loud, deep horn blared across the tribe area. Natalia laughed, finding the guard's terrified reaction quite amusing. Finn pointed out that 20 adventurers in legendary gear would naturally intimidate gold-rank guards. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, demanding they make a critical choice: fight or ally. The note warned that each tribe could summon an indestructible, legendary-rank guardian deity. Almond immediately decided against fighting, knowing the immense danger of such an encounter. He amplified his voice with wind and light, broadcasting loudly, "We are not here to fight." The battle-ready tribesmen halted their advance, turning their attention toward their leader. The leader, a 4-meter-tall, muscular black bull with golden horns, emerged. The platinum-rank bull made a single, powerful leap, landing 10 meters from Almond. The bull narrowed his eyes, demanding to know their true purpose if not to fight. Almond smiled confidently and stated clearly, "We are here to become your ally." The bull set a condition: retrieve the remaining tooth of a powerful beast from a swamp. Almond accepted the challenge instantly, promising to return quickly with the required tooth. He told the Grim Breakers to stay put. He would handle the epic monster alone quickly. Almond summoned spirit wraiths and instructed the teams to scout 5 detected magic spots nearby. Almond quickly teleported 30 kilometers southwest, arriving at the iconic swamp. Using his specialized vision, Almond observed the massive, powerful beast inside the swamp. The epic dragon sensed his presence, causing the entire swamp to violently erupt. The massive, bloated dragon surfaced halfway, glaring at Almond with predatory intent. Almond was hyped, knowing this fight was far from easy, but he couldn't die anyway. The massive dragon attacked, using the raining swamp water as a perfect visual curtain. But Almond's all-seeing eyes tracked the dragon's energy, anticipating the attack before it launched. He instantly teleported away, avoiding the devastating blast of a mud bullet explosion. Almond knew it was time. He activated his full suite of mana techniques to boost his stats. Strength, defense, and durability rocketed, enhancing his base power exponentially. He analyzed his legendary godly clay sword, immediately applying weapon in fold to triple its attack power. His simple-looking spirit legendary gear set was actually the strongest defense he possessed. The gear provided massive boosts to health, stamina, focus, and perception, along with elemental buffs. Combining all his gear and techniques, Almond calculated his total devastating combat power. He decided to test his power, shaping and condensing space into a pitch-black slash. Slash, the severance blade struck the dragon's mouth right as it prepared to unleash its own attack. Both attacks clashed, exploding outward and causing the dragon to screech in agonizing pain. The attack shaved 21% of its vitality and cracked a fang, though the damage quickly began to heal. Enraged, the dragon began shaking the swamp, preparing a massive area of effect retaliation. The pillars unleashed ghastly brown-green bullets at Almond from all directions simultaneously. Almond instantly recognized the devastating power of the full coverage attack, which consumed 20,000 mana. He simply vanished, teleporting right inside the swamp, protected by a spatial barrier. He injected a spirit syringe to recover mana and prepared his second, much stronger, attack. The dragon's massive destroyer tail streaked toward him through the water, but Almond ignored it. Almond harvested 50% of the dragon's strength and unleashed a full-power severance blade. The strike combined 4,000 mana of space energy with 3 powerful elemental enchantments. Golden Haze Lightning, Lumiere Wind, and Sand of Vibrant Wave drastically boosted the attack's penetration and speed. The powerful electric discharge immediately paralyzed the giant dragon. The elemental synergy wreaked havoc inside its body, splitting the beast halfway up its chest. Abruptly, the slash was exhausted, dealing 49% vitality damage before being countered by a surging power. Almond sensed the dragon activating its bloodline power and rapidly teleported out of the swamp. A powerful, healing aura gushed from the dragon as its vitality dropped below 50%. Feeling sudden danger, Almond vanished just as a devastating muddy maw clamped down on his previous location. The swamp burst outward as the dragon finally emerged, flying high above the battlefield. Almond felt goosebumps, recognizing the sheer attack power of that sudden maw explosion. Suddenly, two more hazy maws appeared flanking him, while the dragon prepared a linear beam attack. "I can read you easily, you lizard," Almond thought, instantly teleporting to dodge the devastating beam. He appeared right above the dragon, swinging his sword down to deliver the ultimate finishing blow. Activating the Sword of Imperishable Zenith buff, Almond knew this was the end for the strengthened dragon. The dragon reacted desperately, lashing out its massive tail in a final attempt to strike him. Almond's final, ruthless slash cleaved cleanly through the dragon's form with brutal precision. Its vitality dropped to zero, and the massive body split into two halves, plummeting toward the swamp. Almond used an invisible space blade to cut off the valuable agate fang before teleporting away. With the threat neutralized, Almond was already on his way back to the Aventana tribe. The Aventana tribe was stunned into silence when Almond revealed the terrifying, massive dragon's tooth. Their tribe leader quickly regained his composure, kneeling to show Almond the utmost respect for this incredible feat. He offered their trust and alliance in exchange for the tooth, which would complete their ultimate tribal weapon. The tribe leader, Basara Aventana, welcomed Almond into the tribe as the warriors erupted in cheers and roars of excitement. Almond learned that all tribes in the region of Wilderd were currently locked in a brutal war to unify the land. Legend states unification would return the entire 600-kilometer pocket world back to its ancestral, larger realm. After gathering intelligence, Almond decided to set up a temporary teleport gate to link the tribe with his home base. Since the gate lacked proper space matter, Almond had to manually refill its energy every 30 hours to keep it operational. He quickly returned to the base and established the corresponding gate, ensuring the connection was stable. Almond informed his people about the new Aventana allies and the escalating war raging across the Wilderd region. Afterward, he set out to check on his 4 investigation parties, each deployed at a site with high magical readings. Party 1, consisting of Lily, Natalia, Marcus, Anya, and Alfred, had found a hidden canyon with an unusual magical river. The river water itself was highly magical, radiating a powerful, concealed presence that the team could sense. Their standard focus lines couldn't penetrate the magical barrier, protecting the river's contents from detection. Lily, however, empowered her focus line with shadow-pierce intent, forcing a path through the ethereal defenses. Inside the depths, she observed a gigantic, monstrous snake slithering silently through the magical currents. Lily instantly realized that the giant snake was actively guarding something extremely valuable hidden beneath the water. Suddenly, the snake looked directly at her, confirming it had detected her presence, and the time for action was now. The monstrous creature burst from the water in a massive splash, revealing its 100-meter length and 4 deadly fangs. The party immediately recognized the creature as an Epicrank boss, prompting an excited but cautious reaction. Before anyone could move, Lily stopped her teammates, declaring she would take down the powerful boss alone. Natalia was speechless, questioning Lily's sanity since the monster's stats were all capped at 2,000. Lily ignored the doubt, narrowing her eyes and promising her teammates that she would not die in the fight. Her daggers ignited with the Dreadspire elements, blackened flame and withered wind, preparing for the assault. Adorning her sleek gear, Lily streaked across the ground like a shadow, vanishing abruptly mid-motion in a shadow drift. She reappeared instantly behind the snake's massive body, activating her specialized Dreadspire mantle skill. The Dreadspire Dominion radiated outward, creating an oppressive aura that slowed the epic boss's reaction time by 15%. Lily initiated the first stage of her weapon art, Dance of Gloomy Reaper, turning her figure into a shadowy force. Her enchanted daggers sliced through the tough exterior, with each cut generating a shadow blade that attacked from within. The devastating power of the weapon art shredded the monster, causing massive amounts of blood to pour from its body. Lily vanished like a whisper, drifting from the snake's shadow directly into the water to continue her relentless assault. She controlled the snake's spilled blood, transforming it into thick, writhing chains powered by her blood element. With her gauge filled, Lily summoned a gloombound golem, completely restraining the massive serpent underwater. Lily chugged a potion and sacrificed half her vitality to further empower herself, ready to finish the job. The snake fought back desperately, pouring poison into the water and using waves to try and shake Lily off its body. But Lily turned completely elemental. Her darkness mastery at epic rank meant she was immune to the poison. As a stream of shadow, she continued her dance of gloomy reaper, shredding the epic boss without pause. Outside the fight zone, the rest of the group grew highly anxious, unable to observe the action below. Before they could panic, one adventurer, Alfred, decided to jump in and check the situation himself. By the time he arrived, the massive sea serpent was already on the verge of death, lacerated inside and out. Lily returned to her human form, utterly exhausted, when she suddenly vanished from the water. She reappeared in the sky, finding herself being carried by Almond, who smiled and praised her incredible performance. He recognized her potent technique, the dance of Gloomy Reaper, with its unblockable and corrosive effects. Lily challenged him to learn his own weapon art quickly, now that she had advanced her own skills. Almond then turned his attention to the treasure the snake had been protecting, a strange blue tree with one fruit. He quickly cut the aquiline fruit off the branch, causing the mysterious tree to instantly wither away to dust. Almond realized the fruit contained variant water elemental essence and decided to save it for Nisara. After regrouping, Almond led the team to 4 other locations, gathering various special items. They collected a mystical lava crystal flower, a mysterious egg, and a strange stone tablet covered in symbols. Returning to base, construction was progressing well, with the border walls already finished. While the Grim Breakers helped with construction, Almond focused on deciphering the mysterious stone tablet. He knew translating this text was crucial to understanding the full notification his mother had received long ago. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other 3 worlds were also forming alliances, aiming for at least 2 tribes each. Almond, however, aimed higher, planning to secure as many allied tribes as possible before making a move. An hour later, the tablet whispered its secret. It was a guardian deity tablet, a call to Xanadin. Almond was momentarily dumbfounded by the warning that he wasn't allowed to use the powerful artifact. He quickly found its purpose. Gifting it to a tribe with a damaged guardian deity would earn trust and battlefield points. This priceless gift would be 3 birds with 1 stone, progress, points, and a new ally. Almond teleported out of the busy base and went to the Aventana Palace to wait for the returning envoy. He waited with Chief Basara until the Cow Lady envoy returned from the Paglin tribe. The envoy reported that the Paglin tribe would only ally with them if they could solve a major problem. Since the envoy didn't know the specifics, Almond immediately stood up, offering to visit the tribe himself. Chief Basara agreed to the plan, knowing Almond could handle whatever obstacle awaited him. Using his constant teleportation, Almond arrived at the Paglin tribe territory in just a few minutes. The Paglin people were tall, muscular humanoids with various shades of pink lion heads and fur. He went straight to their chief and immediately asked what problem needed fixing. The chief explained their deep animosity with the Serpentia tribe, which led to regular skirmishes. Just this morning, the Serpentia had ambushed them, capturing several people including young cubs. The Serpentia were demanding the Paglin tribe's guardian deity statue as ransom, a threat they could not accept. Almond raised an eyebrow, confirming the mission. They wanted him to rescue the captured people. The Paglin chief stressed that they only had 1 day left to retrieve their people and their sacred statue. If the protagonists succeeded, the entire tribe would swear eternal loyalty to him as a powerful ally in the region. The protagonist found this intriguing and asked for the exact location of the enemy Serpentia tribe. Wasting no time, he left immediately, using constant short-range teleportation to cover the 43 kilometers rapidly. He soon spotted the Serpentia tribe, easily identifiable by their distinctive black and green jade stone architecture. The protagonist entered a space layer for complete invisibility, noting the extremely high mana cost required to maintain it. He infiltrated the settlement and quickly located the Paglin captives secured within a formation and anti-mana cuffs. He instantly teleported the prisoners away, which immediately triggered a loud, piercing emergency siren across the tribe. The protagonist quickly retreated, realizing the rescue had been surprisingly easy, but he knew he must return soon. He reappeared among the confused Paglin tribesmen, explaining the deal he had struck with their chief. The rescued people were overwhelmed with gratitude for the human warrior who had saved them from captivity. After the drop-off, the protagonist returned to the Serpentia tribe, approaching the main gates openly this time. He requested an immediate audience with their chief to discuss unifying the region under one banner. Soon the chief emerged, a towering, white-scaled snake humanoid with black hair and light metal armor. Suddenly, the protagonist sensed multiple powerful presences entering his domain, elves of various races, heading toward them. The chief addressed him coldly, warning the human to choose his words wisely as he was already in a foul mood. The protagonist immediately revealed the source of the chief's impending problems, a group of attacking elves. The chief frowned, demanding to know why the elves would attack them, while the guards began to hiss aggressively. The protagonist casually suggested the elves were coming because they enjoyed snake soup and other snake dishes. The Serpentia tribesmen became utterly enraged by the perceived insult and the thought of being eaten. He pointed skyward, directing their attention to a massive bird over 50 meters long, carrying the invaders. 5 gold-level elves were visible on its back, 2 dark elves, 2 regular elves, and 1 red-skinned elf. The elves recognized the protagonist as a human from planet Earth, instantly marking him as an enemy. The dark elf leader, El, immediately drew his bow and fired an arrow wrapped in spiraling black energy. The protagonist leisurely waved his hand, conjuring a devouring veil that instantly consumed the powerful projectile mid-flight. Seeing the open attack, the Serpentia tribe unleashed a barrage of their own long-range magical attacks toward the massive bird. However, the elves were protected by powerful barriers that easily deflected the tribal assaults. The leader, El, decided they could not leave without causing destruction and ordered the red-skinned elf to use her artifact. The red-skinned elf reluctantly retrieved a strange, red metal torch carved with intricate black patterns. The protagonist used his senses, realizing the torch was a Tier 4 artifact capable of unleashing catastrophic flames. Realizing the immediate threat, he instantly vanished and reappeared high above the elf's position. He dove down, unleashing the rising dragon's roar, a devastating storm of elemental severance blades disguised as a golden dragon. El's necklace instantly activated, generating a powerful barrier that encased the bird and blocked the attack. The sheer force caused the massive bird to plummet hundreds of meters, yet the artifact barrier remained intact. El barked his order, and the red-skinned elf aimed the torch, manifesting a thumb-sized dot of catastrophic flames below. El smiled frostily, recognizing the protagonist and taunting him about his failed attempt to breach the defenses. The protagonist hovered silently, realizing his current attacks were insufficient to breach the powerful defensive artifact. He delivered a frosty promise to cut El into 1,000,000 pieces next time they met, then instantly vanished. He reappeared near the pouring flames and immediately teleported the catastrophic fire far away to a distant water source. The enemy realized Almond's space elemental powers were a huge problem and decided they needed a concrete plan. El, confident in his empire, ordered the others to retrieve their artifact and make a quick escape. Almond observed them retreat under a Tier 5 defensive barrier, realizing its immense power. Fortunately, Almond quickly redirected the massive flames, minimizing damage to the Snake Tribe's structures. The intense firestorm finally ceased, leaving Almond frustrated that his all-seeing eyes failed him. The grateful Snake Tribe chief thanked Almond deeply for saving them from such massive destruction. Almond saw a chance to form a new alliance, grinning internally at the strategic possibilities. He proposed an alliance, protection for the tribe in exchange for working together to unify the land. Seeing no reason to refuse the unexpected aid, the mighty tribe chief happily accepted the offer. Almond told the chief to hold their energy, promising he would personally handle the rival Paglin tribe. To ensure rapid response, Almond announced he would build a direct portal connection to his base. The chief was thrilled, but noted their resource conflict over the vital forest of seeds would continue. Almond paused to consider the problem, then asked if they knew of any other viable resource locations. The chief revealed a mountain resource owned by the Hawkfree tribe, far more advantageous to them. The name Hawkfree tribe caught Almond's attention, and he decided to investigate the area first. Almond flew rapidly toward the Hawkfree tribe territory, covering vast distances quickly. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted 3 massive wyverns circling lazily high above the settlement. He peered into the palace, observing 15 draconites gathered around a large meeting table. Suddenly, a handsome draconite named Verat sensed the observation and muttered about it. Hearing the name Verat, Almond instantly recognized the second-rank participant from the war trial. Realizing the Hawkfrees were allied with his enemies, Almond decided he had no reason to hold back. He calculated his 3-kilometer distance was perfect for an attack they would never see coming. First, he teleported toward the resource mountain, checking for any Hawkfree tribesmen guarding it. He found a troop of over 20 tribesmen and executed them instantly with a swift slash. Almond then aimed his sword back toward the main Hawkfree settlement, preparing his ultimate strike. He focused, designing the structure of the slash to absorb space and grow exponentially during travel. Meanwhile, Verat confirmed the powerful enemy had vanished, stressing that they were highly skilled. The chief was doubtful, but Verat insisted that only a powerful foe could evade detection so completely. Suddenly, both Verat and the chief's expressions changed drastically as they sensed danger approaching. A colossal 50-meter-wide spatial slash streaked across the landscape, tearing toward the tribe. The devastating attack split buildings and tribesmen in half, before slamming into the palace itself. Quick barriers sprang up from the chief and 2 draconites, momentarily halting the immense spatial force. The initial barriers shattered, killing 2 draconites instantly before another layer of defense deployed. Verat activated a legendary item, finally stopping the devastating slash just inches from the table. The Hawkfree chief watched the devastation in horror, his lips trembling and eyes burning red with rage. Almond received a notification, confirming he had earned 2,000 battlefield points for the attack. Checking the leaderboard, Almond was surprised to see planet Cyberterra had reached a high score of 25,000. Thrilled by the success, Almond grinned, ready to cause more havoc and secure more tribal alliances. He established a portal connection, allowing his forces to quickly cross over 200 kilometers instantly. Almond issued a command for all his people to gather up, preparing for the next phase of the war. Almond gathers everyone, announcing the strategy to split into 4 exploration teams. He explains the need for 2 more allies, and confirms spirit wraiths will monitor each group. Almond distributes advanced, swirling 3D maps generated by his mana manipulation. He confirms that Grim Breakers will be strategically placed to ensure team strength. Brinjal asks Almond if he has spare legendary gear to temporarily equip the teams. Almond wryly smiles, denying the request. Lin Yuan speaks up about earning them in the heroic challenge. Almond internally reflects on the triple conflicting conditions he released for triggering the heroic challenge. Almond orders the newly formed exploration groups to depart immediately. Lily approaches Almond, whispering a serious, magical warning about being careful. Almond chuckles softly, replying with a warning for Lily to avoid recklessness. Almond teleports rapidly towards the eastern neon maroon light pillar. He lands near the feline tribe settlement, observing the humanoid panthers and cheetahs. The Golden Panther tribe leader demands a deity-calling stone or statue sacrifice for alliance. Almond, shocking the leader, immediately produces the required stone tablet. The alliance is secured. Almond opens a shimmering portal leading back to their base. Almond gathers brief intelligence from the chief before vanishing into the portal, heading west. Almond's space drifts toward the icy blue pillar, arriving at the Balefur tribe. He proposes the alliance to the humanoid Balefurs, who possess delicate butterfly wings. The tribe leader reveals another human group, arrived half an hour earlier proposing the same thing. The leader sets the challenge: retrieve the heart of Lagoon from the mystical Mepi's Lagoon Fae. Almond asks for the location: an underground lake reached through a mountain cavern 23 kilometers northeast. Almond internally decides to bypass the winding paths, using direct teleportation. Almond vanishes from the Balefur settlement, teleporting directly toward the designated mountain. He arrives at the mountain and immediately uses his radar to scan for the underground lake area. Almond teleports deep inside the mountain, materializing directly into the subterranean area. He spots 12 figures immediately, the Cyberterra team searching the low-lit cavern. The figures are wearing slick, full-body cyberpunk armor and wielding high-tech weapons. Almond scans the group, noting 2 key individuals with maximized gold-rank combat stats. He decides against a sneak attack, choosing instead to openly challenge them to gauge their capabilities. Almond dramatically materializes right in front of the startled Cyberterra group. The 12 opponents instantly point their revving high-energy weapons toward the sudden intruder. An indigo lightning spear crackles and hurls toward Almond's chest. Almond raises a finger, and a small, focused severance blade intercepts and destroys the spear midair. The pink-haired girl leader recognizes him, aiming her fancy dual-wielding guns at his head. Almond smiles, declaring battle, and instantly erects a dense spatial barrier around the 50-meter area. The brown-haired man, Leo, orders the team to engage with maximum potency and obliterate the target. Almond attempts to teleport away, but he feels wobbly and trapped by a sudden spatial disruption field. Long-range attacks converge, while Leo and a hammer wielder charge in with close-range weapons. Almond manifests Devouring Veil to neutralize the ranged attacks, then uses Lord Grimblade to deflect the melee weapons simultaneously. Almond grins fiercely, pointing his sword at the 2 attackers sent flying backward, declaring their imminent defeat. A pink-haired opponent sneered, aiming her twin guns at Almond, ready to make him pay for his arrogance. A blinding beam shot out, but Almond instantly transformed into a streak of pure golden lightning. Using his full power, he activated the Sword of Imperishable Zenith and the Sword Bending Motion. 2 enemies tried to intercept him, but his empowered blade diced through their armor in a flash. He appeared right in front of the gun-wielding girl, delivering a powerful, decisive slash. The impact sent her flying backward, but the shield spared her life from the immediate killing blow. Enraged, the remaining agents realized he had already killed 4 of their team members in seconds. Almond was instantly bombarded with attacks, but he was simply too strong, too fast, and too resilient. Streaking in golden lightning, he materialized between a pair of mages who were supporting the group. Almond finished them swiftly. His enhanced attacks were unstoppable during his skill duration. Leo, the field leader, roared in frustration, ordering them to retreat but deciding on one last trap. Leo streaked forward as a concentrated bolt of blue lightning, using his S-rank elemental mastery to engage. Almond sensed the surge of magic waves and quickly dashed away from his current location. A moment later, a crystal prison erupted from the floor, and thick, black tentacles bound his legs. The trap intensified as thorny vines wrapped around him, followed by freezing streams of ice. Meanwhile, Leo charged with his ultimate attack, 6 plasmic lightning orbs circling him rapidly. Almond remained perfectly calm, his domain capturing every detail as he serenely waved his sword. 12 slashes of severance blades burst outward instantly from his sword-bending motion. 6 of those deadly slashes were directed specifically at the charging leader, making him feel immediate death. Leo instantly fired his orbs to detonate against the slashes, while conjuring a maximum protection barrier. The remaining 6 slashes obliterated the binding tentacles, vines, and ice stream completely. Amidst the chaos, the pink-haired girl tapped her wrist device, whispering a command for immediate escape. Almond turned to his next target, but suddenly, the remaining 6 opponents vanished instantly. He noted their advanced teleportation tech and the high toughness of their legendary rank armor. He regretted not securing the fallen bodies, realizing he missed a chance for tech analysis. Almond started forming a teleport gate, ensuring a quick return after rescuing Sylvia's group. Meanwhile, Sylvia, Marcus, and their gold-rank allies were barely holding off 10 draconians and 5 pet dragons. The draconians relentlessly bombarded them, slowly overwhelming the defensive position with brute force. The group was terrified, knowing the moment Marcus's defensive skill ended, fatalities would begin. Marcus informed them, his face grave, that his Ironheart force had only 10 seconds left. The draconian leader mocked them, telling the cockroaches to stop struggling pointlessly. The enemy attacks decreased as 5 draconians began condensing a single massive, deadly orb of energy. Panic erupted among the defenders, knowing the ultimate attack was imminent after the shield failed. Suddenly, a massive slash of silvery black energy appeared, cutting directly through the condensed attack. The orb exploded violently, saving the group just as Almond arrived via long-range teleportation. The Draconians stopped their assault, turning their attention fully to the newcomer amidst the smoke. The Draconian leader, noting the casual power, narrowed his eyes, asking if he was the infamous Almond. Almond grinned, confirming his identity and declaring the party was about to continue. He vanished instantly from sight, reappearing right behind the massive leader. Almond's sword swung back, delivering a swift, powerful cleave against the unaware leader's armor. The Draconian leader slammed down, split clean in two, leaving a smoking crater behind. The remaining Draconians immediately swarmed Almond, launching a desperate, simultaneous attack. Almond effortlessly drifted through the chaos, dodging every strike before launching 2 severance chakrams. The spinning chakrams sliced through 5 dragons, only to be destroyed by the remaining Draconians. But they were too late. Almond vanished and reappeared, killing 2 more Draconians instantly. The split leader regenerated quickly, his eyes wide with pure, utter dread. He realized he had to warn Zoltrand about this monstrous human right away. "Everyone escape, crush the stones and go," he yelled, vanishing in a burst of silvery energy. Almond killed one last enemy, blinking as the rest of the lizards suddenly disappeared into thin air. He noted that every world had interesting new tricks he needed to acquire. Almond teleported back down to his companions, asking if everyone was safe after the skirmish. The group confirmed they were fine, joking that the arrogant lizards ran like ghosts when Almond showed up. Marcus snorted, swearing he would cook and eat the next Draconian he found. Almond chuckled, giving praise to Sylvia and Starlight for their hard work. Using his domain, Almond scanned the surroundings, locating a nearby magic-rich area. He decided they would claim whatever resource was there before he sent the whole group back home. A few hours passed quickly as Almond and his team completed their various objectives. Almond secured a new ally, the Baleful tribe, by easily defeating a powerful spirit beast for them. He calculated the current alliance score, 4 worlds, 5 tribes each, meaning he needed one more ally to gain leverage. He continued his search, hoping to find a tribe not yet allied, unlike the Hawkfree tribe. Alas, his efforts were fruitless. The last 2 tribes he checked were already allied with the opposing worlds. Almond's eyes glinted with resolve. They would launch their first attack and take over the Hawkfree tribe. Meanwhile, the 3 opposing worlds were completely obsessed, discussing the sheer horror Almond had inflicted. Inside the Cyberterra base, Leo argued that Almond was just one man and could be dealt with using their powerful artifacts. Other members complained about the annoyance, admitting that eliminating Almond would make the war event much easier. At the Eldoran base, the team leader L was reminded that Almond had forced them to use 2 artifacts in a brief encounter. One member suggested returning to Eldoran to retrieve the legendary Umbral Spear Cross artifact to kill him. L, however, proposed a better strategy, working with the other 2 worlds to eliminate planet Earth and Almond first. Convinced, the Eldoran groups were quickly dispatched to find the people of Cyberterra and Empiradrake. At the Empiradrake base, the Draconians were raging over the fact that Almond had killed Milia. They acknowledged his terrifying power, noting that his slash melted defenses and his mind resisted all mental interference skills. Zoltrend narrowed his eyes and agreed. They must ally with Eldoran and Cyberterra to take out Earth and Almond. He issued a chilling final order. If they encounter Almond, surrender immediately. Survival is better than death. Almond kept tabs on the exploration teams, using his spiritual surveillance methods. He determined the groups would need about 2 more hours to finish scouting the remaining areas. Almond teleported directly to the Serpentia tribe to brief the chief on the imminent attack plan. The chief was shocked, arguing that attacking without summoning their own deity was suicide. Almond calmly declared they would win this battle without relying on their powerful guardian deity. He assured the skeptical chief that he personally would deal with the opposing tribe's divine protector. Almond commanded the Serpentia warriors to prepare immediately, then vanished in a flash of light. The subordinates grumbled, questioning the mysterious human's authority and sudden departure. Recalling Almond's intense gaze, the chief decided they must prepare their forces as commanded. He rationalized that if Almond failed, they could still summon their own guardian deity as backup. The chief rallied his tribe, declaring this immediate war the crucial first step toward ultimate conquest. Next, Almond visited the fierce Aventana tribe, who were already eager for combat and readily agreed. He moved on to the Paglin tribe, ensuring their slender lion people were also ready for the assault. The Felomore tribe, now relieved their guardian deity was fixed, began their preparations swiftly. Finally, the Balefur tribe, known for their butterfly wings, agreed to join the massive coordinated attack. Realizing time was short, Almond quickly used his teleportation ability to bring everyone back to base. He gathered the returning groups, ordering them to rest, recover, and prepare for their first major battle. The warriors complained immediately. After a long day of exploring, they were starving. To solve the supply issue, Almond briefly returned to Earth to meet with Admiral Rudra. The GAA quickly prepared a massive amount of high-grade food, designed to provide combat buffs. 30 minutes later, Almond was back, handing out the storage ring full of supplies. Everyone quickly ate and began preparing their personal gear, potions, and single-use items. New defensive tech, like skin-tight energy barriers, was distributed to the various alliance members. Although the shields felt inferior to the advanced Cyberterra devices, they were better than nothing. All forces, including the Grim Breakers, were outfitted with powerful, rune-enhanced legendary gear sets. Almond's eyes gleamed with anticipation, pondering how the enemy Empiradrake tribe would react. Lily sat down next to him, quietly asking Almond to outline the detailed strategy for the assault. Almond confirmed the main goal was forcing a surrender to integrate the Hawkfree tribe into their alliance. Lily quickly grasped that the enemy's guardian deity was the single biggest obstacle to achieving surrender. Almond stated confidently that he only needed a crucial 60 seconds to neutralize the deity's influence. He worried that while he was engaging the deity, the powerful draconian warriors would target him. The real danger wasn't their combat skill, but their potential use of trapping or disabling artifacts. Lily frowned slightly, pressing him on whether he had any specific defenses against such dangerous items. Almond grinned, revealing two powerful countermeasures, a futuristic blue orb and golden winged sandals. Lily was astonished, immediately recognizing the legendary Hermes winged sandals, a famed escape artifact. He explained he borrowed the sandals specifically to ensure he could escape any sticky situation or imprisonment. He then introduced the Tier 3 Temporal Reset Orb, an artifact he had kept secret until now. This orb allowed him to rewind his personal timeline by up to 10 seconds, nullifying recent damage or debuffs. Lily promised to focus on supporting him, subtly eliminating any key enemies who tried to interfere with his task. Their eyes alight with mutual thrill, they concluded their planning, ready to secure their first major victory. Almond finished setting up 6 massive portals deep in the hilly forest, ready for the invasion. His elite squad, the Grim Breakers, along with Lily, emerged first, taking up their positions. Almond used thin mana strings to instantly summon the 5 allied tribal armies through the remaining gates. Thousands of powerful warriors from 5 different tribes materialized, standing ready for deployment. Almond relocated the massive allied force 2 kilometers away to a small mountain overlooking the target tribe. He used his vast domain to scout the enemy, detecting only 2 draconian guards posted near the perimeter. Almond realized that winning without alerting the enemy's guardian deity was the ideal outcome. He detailed the strategy: overwhelm them quickly and conquer the tribe, but do not kill the warriors. The tribe chiefs questioned why they shouldn't just eliminate all the enemy combatants during the attack. Almond confirmed they needed the conquered manpower for future, larger wars against the other planets. Next, Almond tasked Emma with creating a specialized poison that paralyses and disrupts mana flow. Emma, using her specialized class skills, quickly produced the potent, shimmering liquid toxin. Before the main assault, Almond moved first, isolating the 2 draconian guards with a quick poisoned slash. He immediately sealed the poisoned guards within a shimmering spatial bubble, preventing any instant detection. Then Almond teleported into the chief's palace, appearing right behind the unsuspecting leader. He unleashed a full-powered, mana-consuming strike, instantly shredding the chief from behind. Securing the deity statue, Almond successfully prevented the tribe from summoning their guardian deity. With the leader gone, Almond instantly teleported the allied armies right into the center of the tribe. The massive, overwhelming battle began and ended almost immediately due to the numerical advantage. Floating high above the chaos, Almond demanded the remaining 300 Hawkfree warriors surrender now. He displayed the chief's head, causing the defeated Hawkfree warriors to tremble and cry out in despair. The sound of weapons dropping echoed all around, as the entire tribe chose to surrender immediately. Almond secured the victory, finishing off the 2 sealed draconians and taking control of the territory. He then stationed allied warriors and the gold-rank adventurers to maintain control of the conquered tribe. Planet Earth's conquest was officially tallied, instantly pushing them into the lead on the main leaderboard. The sudden massive score shift immediately alerted the rival worlds to Earth's successful, large-scale attack. The Draconians, especially, sensed the deaths of their kin through their powerful bloodline resonance. Meanwhile, high on a distant mountain, representatives from the 3 rival worlds were already meeting. Zoltrend, one of the Draconian leaders, confirmed the devastating loss of the entire Hawkfree tribe. The other Goldrankers present were instantly filled with anger, realizing the speed of Earth's conquest. They realized planet Earth was moving too quickly, thanks entirely to the power of that one specific leader. His high-level space mastery and portals gave him an insurmountable advantage in speed and logistics. A leader from one world, proposed a temporary, necessary alliance to eliminate the human threat immediately. Zoltrand, eyes still burning with violet flames, agreed with the plan, stating, "He must die." Almond had gathered enough resources, but he found a weird control artifact he needed to study. He decided to ditch the large army approach and just go for a quick, lethal solo conquest instead. His first targets were the two elven allies meditating peacefully in the tribe's garden. In a flash, he appeared behind them, sealed them with spatial magic, and moved on. Next stop, the training ground where the four-armed, crocodile-headed chief was overseeing his warriors. Floating high above, Almond realized just how vulnerable the enemy leader truly was. Without hesitation, he plummeted from the sky, his powerful blade ready for the strike. The sound of ripping air filled the plaza as his enchanted sword instantly ended the chief. Confusion and panic erupted among the warriors. Their strongest fighter was gone in a single blow. Almond calmly retrieved the tribe's guardian statue from the chief's storage ring. The sheer oppressive force of his aura immediately paralyzed the remaining fighters. He stated simply that their leader and allies were dead, offering them only one option: immediate surrender. Almond narrowed his eyes, delivering a chilling threat of complete destruction if they dared refuse. Facing such overwhelming power, the terrified warriors began to drop to their knees in submission. Even the most defiant among them lost their resolve watching their comrades surrender. Almond materialized a golden crystal throne and sat down, waiting for the final decision. Once the tribe was fully conquered, Almond finalized the annexation and secured the points. News of the conquest quickly spread, shocking the leaders of the remaining three worlds. At the Sorinal tribe, 90 elite gold-rank adventurers from the three hostile worlds were gathered. The leaders frowned, realizing the planet Earth faction was rapidly gaining momentum. Zoltrand decided they must proceed with the original plan: attack the Hawkfree tribe immediately. They planned to kill everyone there, forcing the enemy leader to rush back into their trap. Leo confirmed their overwhelming numbers: 940 attackers against the Hawkfree tribe's defenders. They knew Earth had tough gold drankers, but the Alliance relied on sheer numerical superiority. To counter any defense, El brought the guardian deity statue from the Rodern tribe. The three leaders stood up, signaling the imminent launch of the massive invasion force. Despite the alliance, they kept their most powerful artifacts hidden, trusting no one completely. The leaders gave the final order. The combined forces were ready to advance. Back at the Hawkfree tribe, the Earth adventurers were training and preparing. Nisara and Sylvia were collaborating on a new defensive magic formation. Suddenly, Sylvia's heightened senses detected a large, immediate threat approaching rapidly. She immediately used their spiritual connection to send an urgent warning message to Almond. Three massive, distinct flying ships were closing in fast from the horizon. The tribe's watchtowers confirmed the sighting just 2 kilometers away in the sky. The alarm sounded throughout the tribe: "We are under attack." The Hawkfree tribe leader activated their ultimate defense, a palm-sized statue of a majestic eagle. Outside the tribe, gold rankers watched in horror as 3 massive, distinct alien ships descended upon them. They realized the worst: 3 different worlds were potentially coordinating an attack against them. They urgently needed Almond back, but he was currently occupied elsewhere, dealing with a local uprising. Almond cursed, his words causing the naturally armored, armadillo-like warriors around him to tremble in fear. He had just received Sylvia's message moments after executing the local tribe chief nearby. He commanded the remaining forces to accept his rule and elect a new chief immediately. Almond's eyes flashed silver as he began channeling energy, opening a shimmering portal behind him. "Go now and spread the word. I will return soon," he declared before stepping through the shimmering gate. Almond emerged a kilometer away, instantly witnessing a massive war breaking out on the ground below. Above him, two gigantic beasts were locked in combat, a majestic hawk and a three-trunked elephant. He quickly spotted three distinct figures floating above the armies, radiating immense power, the enemy leaders. Almond decided to announce his arrival by launching an enormous, space-consuming severance blade. The three leaders instantly noticed the massive slash streaking towards them and quickly attempted to dodge. The Earth Gold Rankers, recognizing the signature attack, were fired up and ready for battle. Almond quickly relayed orders to his allies, warning them about the 80 incoming Gold Rankers. He commanded Alfred to protect their people and eliminate the enemy forces, a critical king's order. Almond then teleported, appearing 10 meters in front of the three enemy leaders, forcing a direct confrontation. Zoltrend, the Draconian leader, instantly launched a powerful violet lightning claw attack toward Almond. Almond sliced through the lightning and used the momentum to launch a spinning kick at Zoltrend's face. The kick connected, but Almond immediately had to swing his sword backward to defend. His sword struck a screaming dark elf, who was sent shooting away from the failed ambush. Before he could recover, his limbs and ankles were bound by a sizzling gold whip with blue vein patterns. Leo, the high-tech human, confirmed the bind, having used his control-type artifact successfully. Suddenly, 7 more powerhouses, elves, draconians, and high-tech humans, launched their combined attacks. Almond's eyes flickered, noting the coordinated assault, and he seemed oddly pleased by the challenge. His feet sprouted golden wings, and his figure glowed intensely before he phased out of the whips and vanished. "What the hell?" the enemy leaders shouted in shock, realizing he must have used a powerful artifact. Almond reappeared like a Death Reaper, unleashing 10 rapid slashes of Severance Blade using all his power. The slashes drifted through space, manifesting directly behind the 3 leaders and the 7 other attackers. 7 died instantly, but the 3 leaders survived by activating powerful defensive items and skills. Almond's eyes shone coldly, confirming his intent. They must all die. He teleported behind Zoltrend. Zoltrend barely reacted, but the arms he raised to block were instantly severed, sending him smashing to the ground. Almond tried to teleport again, but the space around him became familiarly wobbly, preventing the jump. He recognized the Cyberterra's space disruptor and burst into golden lightning, streaking toward Leo. Leo reacted with dread, quickly erecting a strange spherical defensive field around himself just in time. Almond's slash hit the sphere, which exploded, pushing Leo away and launching an electromagnetic counterwave. In that brief moment of sluggishness, El used his scepter to unleash a ghastly black mist that enveloped Almond. Zoltrend, now wearing a draconic helmet, roared and unleashed a destructive draconic maw of red and violet lightning. Through the smoke, a flash of light appeared, and Leo's body split in two, revealing a smiling Almond behind him. El and Zoltrend were panicking internally, wondering how Almond cleansed their powerful artifact debuffs so quickly. Almond wasted no time, activating the Sword of Imperishable Zenith and vanishing from sight with a teleport. With a chilling smile, Almond reappeared between them, the pain hitting Zoltrend and Leo before they even registered the attack. El, however, seemed to surrender instantly, his sliced body pieces vanishing before they could hit the ground. Zoltrend looked at Almond, his eyes still burning with life despite his body being cut into pieces, asking how he survived. Almond simply smiled, complimenting his vitality before stating Zoltrend should die without knowing the answer. The final spark left Zoltrend's eyes, and he met his end, joining El in defeat. Almond had nullified the debuff instantly, using his Time Rewind artifact before the lightning attack hit. Crucially, he used Divine Divider's Harvest on the massive Elephant Guardian deity, having its massive stats. This granted Almond 5,000 health and strength, allowing him to endure the destructive attack by slicing gaps in the air. Meanwhile, the rest of the Grim Breakers, aided by spirit wraiths and legendary gear, were systematically dismantling the enemy forces. Lily and Myra, along with the Dark Pope, moved through shadows, wreaking complete havoc in the enemy ranks. Natalia and Maya focused on disrupting enemies and creating opportunities with their powerful buffs and debuffs. Marcus, Sylvia, and Eliara held the defensive line, ensuring their allies remained protected from the onslaught. Xavier unleashed precise laser attacks, while Emma enchanted weapons with poison and fired deadly poison arrows. Kayla ran around in her 9 Purist Ardou form, applying crucial buffs and debuffs across the entire battlefield. Amir used powerful wind attacks to deflect projectiles, while Giant chaotically smashed into enemy formations with berserker power. Ron targeted flying enemies with flaming chakrams, launching a full offensive under Sylvia's defensive umbrella. Anya supported the frontliners, using her spatial-related class powers to nullify incoming enemy attacks precisely. Talia used her specialized class pistols with sharp precision, never missing and exploiting weak points in the enemy's defenses. Adrian and Finn stayed near the supports, guarded by the Infernal Knight, defending against all potential sneak attacks. Kira, Noah, and Julian wreaked absolute havoc on the front line, attracting the bulk of the enemy's attention. Other gold rankers from Earth were dumbfounded by this terrifying teamwork and quickly adjusted to support the Grim Breakers. The enemies were picked off quickly, and the numbers were soon equalized despite the initial disadvantage. Facing imminent death, many enemy gold rankers chose to surrender and vanished from the region. The curtain fell as the enemies discovered their leaders had died, instantly shredded by Almond's 4-person killing spree. Shouts of "Run!" erupted as the remaining enemies realized the battle was lost. But they couldn't escape Lily, who emerged from their shadows, her daggers dancing eerily before their heads rolled. Realizing escaping wasn't an option, the remaining enemies quickly surrendered and vanished. Almond watched the final surrender and praised everyone for their good work. Adrenaline still pumping, the Grim Breakers cheered loudly, celebrating their decisive victory. Amidst the celebration, someone pointed out a grim detail. One of their allies had fallen. Sylvia's vines gently brought the body of Luke forward, his body marked by 3 holes in a crisp, burned arm. Bringel's lips trembled, mourning the loss of his friend and rival, Luke. Almond stepped forward, clasped his hand in respect, and captured Luke's spirit, ensuring the death was not in vain. Bringel and 2 others carefully carried Luke's body and exited the region, returning to Earth. Almond declared this monumental victory sealed their win for the entire event. Everyone roared in response, stretching their arms forward, fists balled in collective triumph. The guardian deities vanished, and the Hawkfree tribes began capturing the surrendered prisoners. Lily joined Almond, and they agreed that since the victory was secured, they could finally step out and take a break. The Archduke of Leveround Dukedom screamed, his anguish so intense it shook the entire opulent hall. His elder son, Vel, watched from the entrance as his father arrived, completely maddened by the horrifying death of his younger boy. Vel confirmed the killer was a human named Almond from Earth, proposing immediate, bloody revenge through invasion. They would need 1,000,000 battlefield points to buy the necessary invasion compass artifact. But first, they had to compose themselves. The Emperor had summoned everyone who had lost family members. Across the Empiradrake and Cyberterra worlds, grief turned to rage as the name Almond spread among the survivors. Meanwhile, Almond and Lily were enjoying their downtime, finally checking on the war event the next morning. The enemy planets were demoralized, having lost their leaders and most of their strength, with only about 15 combatants left each. Almond decided to focus on training, but spent 2 hours helping Earth's forces by strategically setting up portals. He placed 5 hidden portals within 2 kilometers of enemy tribes, ready for immediate invasion by Earth's gold rankers. Lily, now the sharp and witty commander, immediately launched a full-scale assault on the first Cyberterra allied tribe. She routed the tribe within an hour using the deity statue's power, allowing only one enemy survivor to surrender and escape. Almond returned, reporting to the admiral and handing over the 3 captured flying ships and the borrowed Hermes, winged sandals. He then moved his massive castle to his new throne-tier territory, the magic-rich mountain of Radiant Zenith. This territory could fast grow 10 powerful plants, and he set up a private teleporter straight to the GAA headquarters. He planned to recall Sylvia and Nisara to manage the territory once they conquered a few more tribes. Alone in his new castle's Garden of Peace, Almond settled down in the tranquil Revelation Pavilion. He consumed the X-Factor fruit, activated his weapon art token, and prepared to begin intense training. Utilizing his 10 months of sword trial experience, he aimed to grasp the art's intent and finish the first stage in 24 hours. Far away, on a meteorite streaking through the void, the defeated Lurkian was protected within a violet and concentrated black film. Lurkian was reporting his failure to his master, explaining how the powerful Earth warrior had thrown him into random space coordinates. His hooded lord found the simultaneous competition of the 4 worlds suspicious, suspecting interference from an overseer. All 4 worlds now had an arcane champion of eternal will, complicating their suppression strategy. The master declared they couldn't wait for the Grimworld's tutorial to finish, because Hollowstar was urgently hungry for a rich planet. Lurkian was stunned, asking if this meant they intended to disrupt the sacred rules of the Grimworld's tutorial itself. Since the champions almost guaranteed their worlds would pass the test, the organization was now out of conventional options. Lurkian worried that such a large, disruptive move would surely be stopped by the powerful overseer. The master calmed him, explaining that the true Grimworld lords only cared about the entertainment value of the game. They would observe the 4 worlds, choose one, and bring utter chaos to it before the final ascension. Lurkian was ordered to return to headquarters immediately and prepare for his long-awaited ascension to the Grimworld lair. His eyes danced with excitement. Finally, he was going to ascend to the higher realm he had worked so hard for. Almond had spent 20 grueling hours mastering a new technique within his weapon art dimension. They stood motionless, engaged in a silent clash of invisible, spiraling blade intents. Beneath their feet, the spiritual blades bent and spiraled, growing larger with every second. If this was Almond from yesterday, the intensity of the clash would have instantly cost him his head. He finally understood the lethal intent behind the clone's movement and why he always failed. With a flash of intent, Almond vanished, blending perfectly with the existing spiral lines. He met the clone exactly where their intersecting spiral paths demanded a collision. This was the first stage of unfettered blade mayhem, spiraling execution blade. In a split second, Almond released his grip, causing the clone to stumble forward as resistance vanished. Almond swept past, delivering a precise hand chop aimed directly at the clone's neck. The massive, shredding spiral grew several meters wide, and the clone's head flew up and rotated upside down. Success! He had flawlessly mastered the spiraling execution blade technique. This was the intent of Spiral Edge, an ever-growing sharpness originating from a single point. The move was perfect, combining movement influence and incredible penetration power. To test the movement, Almond vanished instantly, reappearing 20 meters away along the spiral's line. The speed was comparable to teleportation, making it a terrifying combination with the sharp edge. After enchanting it with elements, he knew this move would be devastating against any opponent. Almond exited the training space and immediately teleported to the GAA battlefield headquarters. The big shots and old monsters had turned this area into their secured new home base. He found Elder Hiroshi and Elder Sylvester waiting for him, ready for a sparring match. They challenged him to show off his new move, promising not to hold back. Almond wryly smiled. He now had to decide which elder to face first. Instead, he proposed attacking both of them simultaneously, given the move's nature. The spiraling execution blade could strike everyone within range almost instantly. Both elders found the challenge intriguing and readily accepted the terms. Almond gave a final warning, even minimized the attack's intent was lethal. As Almond began, both elders immediately felt an intense, nasty sword pressure upon them. The pressure was palpable within a 30-meter radius, confirming the range of his intent. Suddenly, Almond vanished, and both elders felt an immediate chill around their necks. His wooden sword, accelerated by the spiral, struck both their swords simultaneously. The resultant spiral instantly bloomed, shredding their wooden weapons to splinters. A sharp, lethal line appeared around both their necks as Almond swept past them. The elders turned to face the smiling Almond, shocked by the power of the technique. They inquired about the origin of the weapon art, refusing to believe he created it himself. Both elders admitted the spiraling execution blade was far stronger than any art they had created. After revealing his intent was called Spiral Edge, he learned their intents were Cherub Blossom Shard and Stellar Cut. The elders realized they had much to learn about maximizing their own intents after seeing Almond's execution. Almond chuckled, satisfied with the sparring session, and prepared to leave for his next goal. It was time to focus on finishing his subclass quests and finally awakening his hidden abilities. Almond returned to his sanctuary castle and sat down to awaken his secret subclass. The system asked him to choose between utopia, strong rules, or a harsh staircase of truth. He chose the third option, a harsh staircase leading to the revelation of all that is. Next, he chose to be a pioneer, seeking new discoveries and exploring the unknown. He selected knowledge as his highest value, believing it could grant him everything else. Faced with complex suffix choices, Almond decided to leave the final selection to sheer luck. The dice landed on 4, immediately selecting the keymaker suffix. Almond chose Seeker for the prefix, sensing it held the most potential among the options. The system confirmed his subclass, Seeker Keymaker ranked mythical. Almond quickly reviewed the powerful, complex skills of his new mythical class. He used the Seeker Key skill, and all his mana and stamina instantly drained away. Almond collapsed backward onto the floor, utterly exhausted by the mysterious cost. Above him, hazy, multicolored streams of energy began to twist and condense. The energy solidified into a cold, glassy key that continuously shifted colors. After resting, Almond stood up, feeling completely refreshed and recovered. He activated the key, infusing it with mana, causing it to glow fiercely white. The light expanded rapidly, generating a shimmering, materialized doorway in the air. Almond approached the entrance, excited to find what he truly sought the most. He opened the door, revealing a slowly swirling whirlpool of absolute black void inside. Without hesitation, Almond stepped decisively into the chaotic, dimensional rift. He emerged instantly into a vast, echoing cavern structure, rich with glowing crystals. The cavern walls glowed brightly with massive formations of purple, red, and yellow crystals. Various races, including elves and dwarves, were aggressively mining the glowing crystals. Almond used his analysis skill and saw the miners possessed insane stats above 10,000. He froze in place, eyes wide with extreme fear and disbelief at the sheer power surrounding him. Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed, and a huge figure in full black armor descended rapidly. The armored man hovered, demanding Almond grab a pickaxe immediately and start working. The sheer force of the shout caused Almond to lose his balance and fall backward. Almond instantly scrambled up, adopting a deeply submissive, apologetic bow. The armored figure descended to Almond's level, scrutinizing him through the helmet's glass. The man questioned Almond fiercely, demanding to know how he entered the secure location. Almond replied weakly, claiming he just arrived without knowing how he got there. The armored figure turned sharply and ordered Almond to follow him out of the cavern. Almond followed, frantically checking his status and realizing his primary class was locked. They exited the cave onto a mountain path under a bizarre, low-lit sky. The black sky was filled with colossal, colorful patterns and a single, glowing celestial object. Below them sprawled a massive military camp with tents, wooden structures, and armored guards. Almond followed him inside the largest building, clenching his fists in fierce resolve to survive. Almond found himself inside a massive tent, illuminated by floating dim crystals and large windows. He saw two figures, a powerful commander in armor and a woman in a deep red hood seated on a couch. The soldier who brought him quickly reported that Almond was found disoriented in the cavern before being dismissed. The commander scrutinized Almond, wondering how someone so weak and unawakened ended up here. Almond quickly decided to feign memory loss, temporarily cutting off his own recollections to appear truthful. He answered their questions, giving his name, Almond Crocheted, and maintaining his confused facade. Suddenly, the woman in red chuckled softly and stood up, drawing the commander's attention. The commander asked if this boy was the reason for her unannounced visit to his post. Madame Ruby asserted that Almond was clearly misplaced and requested permission to take him away for evaluation. The commander agreed without objection, and Ruby began walking toward the exit, glancing back at Almond. Almond followed her, maintaining a confused but composed expression, as the commander watched them leave with growing suspicion. Moments later, Almond stepped onto a sleek, wooden metal airship with sails and fin-shaped wings that Ruby had summoned. The ship began flying automatically as Ruby sat down at a table on the deck, gesturing for Almond to join her. Almond complied and Ruby removed her hood, revealing her striking appearance. She introduced herself formally as Ruby Kledensic, instructing him to call her Madame Ruby. Almond realized her name was based on her eye color, which explained her soft chuckle earlier when hearing his name. Madame Ruby then took out a strange silver tablet covered in eccentric markings and slid it toward him. She demanded he place his hand on it to evaluate his worth, promising answers in exchange for compliance. Almond, deciding remaining unknown was impossible, placed his right hand on the device without hesitation. The tablet immediately shone brightly, erupting with magical blue motes that formed an incomprehensible status screen. Madame Ruby's eyes faintly sparkled with delight as she read the results, pleased by his latent potential. In the blink of an eye, the screen vanished, and the tablet disappeared from beneath Almond's hand. Ruby stood up, her gaze now piercing, declaring that Almond was worth her time. She informed him he must first understand his situation before she would answer any questions. Both of them flew upward, landing high on one of the ship's wooden pillars, effectively a scenic balcony. She directed his attention to the large, colorful city ahead with its exotic buildings and floating islands. Almond admitted the view was beautiful, unaware of the impending declaration. Madame Ruby turned to him and proudly announced that the city, Crimson Umbrella, was entirely hers. She was its absolute ruler. Then came the chilling verdict. Almond belonged to her, and his freedom and life were now hers to dictate. Almond took a deep breath, forcing a weak smile and a nod to show his understanding and acceptance. Ruby saw straight through his act, knowing he was still hiding abilities and planning his escape. She explained that his only path to freedom was proving his worth and increasing his value to her. She proposed a question-and-answer exchange. She would answer his, and then he must truthfully answer hers. The airship descended slowly, landing near a massive, fancy crystal metallic palace on one of the floating islands. As the palace doors opened, Almond noticed 10 young people sparring intensely in a nearby garden. He tried to evaluate their power, but the stats suddenly blurred and became completely unrecognizable. Inside the grand hall, Ruby sat comfortably, and a servant brought them 2 glasses of juice. Ruby told him to drink, and then ask his first question to begin their exchange. Almond quickly grabbed the glass and chugged the juice, preparing his comprehensive question. He asked her a series of inquiries, demanding to know their exact location in reality, the world, and the city. Madame Ruby revealed they were in the Crimson Umbrella City, part of the Cloudbin Expanse. She explained that the Expanse was the second layer of the Grimworld, while Almond came from the weak first layer. So she needed to know, how exactly did someone so weak manage to cross between the layers? Almond answered truthfully, stating he used a skill to create a door that led him directly to that cavern. Ruby found this fascinating, noting that his inner potential, the blaze, was surprisingly bright for a tutorial player. Seizing the opportunity, Almond asked the critical questions. What is the Grimworld, and why is the tutorial happening? Madame Ruby decided a visual aid was better, waving her hand as shimmering motes of non-mana energy manifested in the air. These motes conjured into a massive, dreamy, meter-tall tree hologram, its peak vanishing into a veil of mist. She declared that this magical representation was the Grimworld itself, the source of all the planes. The thick trunk extended tendrils connected to thousands of flat, oval bubbles, the universes of the first layer. The tutorial descended into this layer, forcing evolution primarily for the entertainment of the third layer's occupants. Ruby then pointed higher up, indicating the rounder bubbles connected to the branches. These were planes of existence like theirs, the second layer. Suddenly, 7 elaborate thrones materialized right below the misty peak of the holographic tree. These thrones represented the strongest entities, the rulers who set the laws for the second and third layers. Ruby admitted she knew nothing about the entities themselves, only that the Grimworld granted them ultimate authority. She also noted that no one knew if the Grimworld tree had existed forever, or if it had appeared suddenly and connected itself to reality. Almond released a breath, completely stunned by the sheer complexity and scale of the revelation. His eyes immediately fixed on those 7 thrones. He recognized his future goal. That was the ultimate place of power, and that was exactly where he needed to reach. Madame Ruby smiled knowingly, confirming that everyone who wanted to live and get stronger bore that same ambition. With the explanation complete, Madame Ruby's eyes flickered, and the entire magical hologram instantly vanished. Now it was time for her question. Did he want to return to his original world? Almond's pupils shrank, but he answered without hesitation, yes. She nodded, understanding that he must have people he cared for back home. Almond quickly asked if she had the means to help him return. Madame Ruby chuckled, rising from her chair, stating that whether she helped him depended entirely on him. Almond immediately stood up, his tone determined, asking what task he needed to fulfill. She told him to follow her, explaining that he needed to make his potential bloom to survive here. Her plan was to tutor him on the fundamentals first, then send him to a rigorous academy. The condition was simple. He must survive in that academy for a mere 15 days. Almond frowned immediately, sensing the inherent danger in such a short, high-stakes trial. Ruby confirmed the danger, adding that failure simply meant he wasn't worthy to survive here. Almond offered a weak, strained smile, accepting the terms as they continued their walk. They finally arrived in a small, peaceful garden area, ready to begin the instruction. Ruby sat down in a chair, instructing Almond to sit cross-legged on the grass before her. Snapping her fingers, a small, controlled wisp of flame, clearly not mana, danced above her index finger. Almond demonstrated his own power, snapping his fingers to conjure golden lightning that coiled into a miniature serpentine dragon. Ruby revealed the truth. Her energy was prana, the powerful source of the upper layers, while mana was merely its weaker derivative. Therefore, she announced a trial to awaken his soul, the only way he could ever grasp prana and survive here. Almond asked Madame Ruby how long this soul-awakening trial would actually take. She explained that the trial's purpose was to push his will to the absolute limit until his soul finally awakened. With a swift gesture, Madame Ruby sent a dreamy white string of energy straight toward Almond's forehead. Almond immediately found himself transported to a bizarre, low-lit forest filled with strange, gloomily colored flowers. He quickly realized that he was completely powerless. His skills and mana were entirely unavailable. A sudden rustling sound broke the eerie silence behind him, making him spin around instantly. Before he could react, something bound his feet, causing him to fall and start getting violently dragged across the ground. He cursed and struggled, seeing the black vine originating from a ghastly, dim orange inferno whirling with black liquid. Desperate to stop, Almond dug his hands into the rough ground, ignoring the pain as his nails broke and his fingers began to bleed. Just as he was about to be pulled into the inferno, he spotted a wooden stick flying past and instinctively snatched it. Grinding his teeth, Almond swung the stick with perfect form and powerful will, turning the simple wood into a sharp blade. He finally stopped, just 2 meters from the terrifying vanishing inferno whirlpool, which then dissolved into motes of shadow. Taking a moment to breathe, Almond looked down at his hands, which were trembling, stinging, and severely injured. Despite the hellish pain, his strong will allowed him to maintain functionality, and he chose a random direction to escape the forest. He walked cautiously for 10 minutes, focusing on noticing any signs of danger while gripping his newly acquired wooden weapon. After another 10 minutes, he finally saw the edge of the sinister forest and the faint outline of a town lit up in the distance. Just as he sped up, the last black tar tree glowed eerily, wiggled violently, and formed a grinning, grotesque mouth on its trunk. Almond froze, feeling a profound sense of horror, but he tightened his grip on the stick, ready to face whatever came next. The tree's mouth widened further, and a black blur shot out, moving straight toward Almond like a projectile. Almond swung his stick, clashing against the thing, but the impact pushed him down, cracking his shoulder bone as he fell. He quickly scrambled up and turned to face the creature, a grotesque black tar wolf with 6 crimson eyes and a horrifying flower-like mouth full of spiraling teeth. The creature made a creepy, guttural sound and began to circle him slowly, its presence radiating profound danger. A wave of doubt washed over Almond, making his fear intensify and his heart pound rapidly, but he fought against giving in. Refusing to die here, Almond channeled his rage, his expression twisting into a ferocious glare as he challenged the creepy monster. As the creature pounced, Almond dashed, ducked beneath the attack, and perfectly slashed the branch, beheading the monster. The head plopped, and the creature dissolved instantly into a puddle of tar, followed by the black tar tree itself vanishing into thin air. Almond took several deep, ragged breaths to calm himself, realizing he was functioning with abysmal stats. Relying only on his knowledge and unbreakable will, he decided to continue toward the town he had spotted earlier. He felt a sudden pang of hunger and turned back to the forest, only to be taken aback. The entire landscape had vanished. Almond turned back toward the town, but his heart turned cold. The town was also completely gone, replaced by empty, moonlit plains. Nothing made sense in this trial, but he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. When Almond opened his eyes, he suddenly found himself right in front of the town gate, mere inches away from a startled guard. The guards, noticing his nasty, mangled fingers, quickly directed him to a clinic for treatment. Almond followed the directions and found the clinic, which looked like a strange witch's abode, covered in vines. As soon as he entered, the few people sitting inside looked up, smiled strangely, and then immediately scattered away. A voice echoed from within, acknowledging that he had stumbled into a place he shouldn't have been. Feeling trepidation, Almond took a deep breath, resigned himself, and walked toward the inner door. Almond opened the door, finding a small, candle-lit room where an old woman sat waiting. He sat down, resolving to ignore all unnecessary emotions and focus only on the task ahead. "Where exactly am I right now?" he asked the mysterious old woman. She explained he was in the paradise of nightmares, a dimension accessible only by souls. He frowned, immediately asking the critical question, what happens if his soul dies here? The woman smiled, confirming that death here means complete erasure from existence. Then she casually added that an anchor point existed, ensuring his soul would return if destroyed. But she warned, dying here would still cause significant damage to his soul essence. He remained calm, asking the crucial next step, how to awaken his soul and successfully escape. The old woman chuckled, calling his method extreme but effective for rapid soul awakening. She instructed him to simply walk, overcome the nightmares, and survive until he found his way home. She gave one final tip: seek the truth of his soul and ignite his desire to the absolute extreme. After thanking her, he bowed respectfully and turned to open the exit door. Instead of the town outside, he was confronted by a vast, terrifying ocean of crimson blood. Ready for anything, he stepped forward onto the first small, floating black stone platform. He noticed that all his previous wounds, pain, and hunger were completely gone in this space. Internally, he vowed to sever this nightmare into two and forge his own path forward. 4 bloody tentacles erupted blindingly fast from the crimson ocean, dragging him into the depths. He grabbed the stone edge for dear life, his body half submerged in the viscous red liquid. With a primal roar, he swung his blade, instantly severing all the terrifying appendages. He climbed back onto the platform, his eyes burning with an unwavering, unstoppable will. His desire was his blade. Nothing could stop it from cutting through all obstacles. As he continued, the atmosphere grew tight, and the nightmare shifted dramatically. Pale, faceless figures began to drift toward him from the crumbling, fractured city light. They mouthed voiceless, warped warnings, attempting to lead his mind astray with fear. But Almond swung his blade true, severing their chains of fear and watching them fade like ghostly rain. The nightmarish city crumbled, yet the trial twisted again into a new form. He faced a field of endless doors, one of which stood open, vast and shimmering with gold. Stepping forward caused his surroundings to blur and time itself to feel like it was drowning. A grand voice boomed, warning that moving forward or turning back would lead to decay or self-loss. He grinned fiercely, knowing that forgetting himself meant the nightmare had already won. With a final explosive slash, he ripped the illusion apart, igniting flames of spectral hue. The weight was gone, his mind ran wild and his soul stood bare, bright as the sun. Meanwhile, Rudra, Lily, and Natalia gathered, deeply worried about Almond's disappearance. Rudra noted that it had been a full day since Almond was last seen, with no trace of him anywhere. Lily added that even the spirit wraiths were unable to sense his current location. Natalia suggested he might have used a special item to enter a different dimension. Lily then remembered the mysterious broken myth bead that requires extreme perception to inspect. Rudra concluded that without any leads, their only viable option was simply to wait for his return. Lily resolved to return to the war event and continue training, confident he would return safely. Almond finally blinked awake, feeling distinctly more than he had before. He saw strange white motes with hazy golden hues flickering and dancing around him. Madame Ruby greeted him with a warm smile, welcoming him back to consciousness. She informed him he was only out for 8 hours, which seemed impossible given his subjective experience. She confirmed his magnificent soul awakening and the acquisition of a new soul trait. He would eventually discover this new path of power and his trait once he reached the academy. "Your time here is done," she stated, explaining he was immediately being sent to the academy. His primary goal was simple: survive for 15 days and he could go home. Almond pressed her for more information about this mysterious academy, but she waved away his concerns. With a cryptic smile, Madame Ruby waved her hand, causing a ring on her finger to glow brightly. A strange, imposing door materialized, patterned in black, golden, red, and blue wood. She advised him to introspect and familiarize himself with his awakened soul on the journey. Almond realized he wouldn't get answers, simply nodding plainly before stepping through the portal. He found himself in a small cabin with 2 couches and a large window showing rapidly flowing, colorful neon lights. Two young people were already inside, a black-haired girl looking out the window and a blonde-haired boy. The blonde boy, Zek, immediately greeted him, commenting on the VIP door and inviting Almond to sit. The girl glanced at Almond briefly before turning back to the mesmerizing flow of neon outside. Almond sat down and introduced himself, realizing he could gather information here. Zek quickly tried to figure out which powerful patron got Almond the VIP treatment. Almond wryly denied having a patron, admitting he actually knew nothing about the academy. Zek was utterly dumbfounded that someone would arrive with zero information. Zek explained they were going to the ancient Starry Horizon Academy, taught by immortals. The entry rule was strange. Only people below 50 years or above 1,000 years could enter. Zek then noted Almond's unusual lack of a bloodline aura, suggesting he was either skilled at hiding it or truly lacked one. Almond chose to answer truthfully, confirming that he possessed no bloodline whatsoever. Zek's eyes widened, asking if Almond had ascended directly from the very first layer. Almond confirmed his ascension, which Zek said was still a chance to acquire a bloodline at the academy. Zek, eager to learn more, asked permission to inspect Almond, pulling out a powerful magical monocle. Almond agreed, asking Zek to display the results of the inspection publicly. Zek infused prana into the device, but the resulting readings made his jaw drop in disbelief. What? He stammered, shocked by Almond's low power, non-existent prana C and minimal soul C capacity. Almond requested the status display, and Zek quickly manifested a screen of energy motes detailing the strange profile. Almond reviewed his stats: lifeform rank, mortal ability power, F, and incredibly low constitutions. He realized this new status looked incredibly weird, confirming he had much to learn at the academy. Just then, Almond felt a subtle shift in his primary class source. His new spirit wraith had finished forming, waiting for him to complete its birth with a name and personality. Almond asked about the ETA, and the mysterious girl gave a surprisingly precise answer: 80 minutes max. Almond decided to rest and focus inward, while Zek began meditating on his prana art. He accessed his awakened soul, finding a vast, low-lit expanse containing a small pond of glistening energy. Almond exerted control, manipulating the strange, powerful energy flowing from that soul pool. He realized this energy was tied to his soul C status and could potentially be increased and utilized. Next, he finalized the concept for his new spirit wraith, combining druid alchemy and poison abilities. He named her Melira, the elixir of chaos, a mad alchemist driven by vengeance and betrayal. The creation process was complete. He successfully transported the new spirit wraith into his pocket dimension. Suddenly, a powerful jolt hit him, shattering his focus and initiating a painful memory retrieval. Fragmented visions of his past life and the end of the world flooded his consciousness all at once. After 10 agonizing minutes, the massive influx of information finally subsided, leaving him exhausted but calm. He realized the awakening of his soul had completely undone the mysterious figure's memory block. Opening his eyes, Almond could now clearly perceive the raw, swirling prana energy in the atmosphere. He reached out, physically grasping the prana, testing its density and power with his hand. He infused the raw energy, feeling an immediate powerful boost surge through his cells and muscles. Next, he successfully transmuted the captured prana into his familiar golden lightning haze. The power was immense, significantly stronger than mana, but his control remained rudimentary. He concluded that storing prana must require a specific prana art, like the one Zek was practicing. Almond switched focus to his remaining power-up items and the specialized skills he still needed to create. He decided to test if a normal skill upgrade card could be applied to his legendary skill, Sword of Imperishable Zenith. As he infused mana, the surrounding prana attacked the card, scattering and deleting it instantly. The girl turned immediately, asking if the vanishing item was a reward from the Grimworld tutorial. She explained that rewards skipping conventional training cannot exist outside the tutorial's first layer. Almond sighed, worrying about his advanced skill scroll and the chrono pulse of Radiant Heart skill. He decided to ask the girl if a scroll requiring dimension-based training would also be deleted upon use. Zek was oblivious, completely absorbed in his prana art meditation, prana circling his body gently. The girl admitted she was unsure, but suggested the training requirement might allow the scroll to survive. She then mentioned a feature at the academy that could provide him with confident answers to all his questions. Almond thanked her and began reviewing the rest of his inventory, specifically the broken myth bead. He considered hacking Zek's perception to boost his all-seeing eyes and inspect the mysterious item. Ultimately, he decided against the risk, choosing to wait until the academy for definite answers. The train stopped precisely on time, fulfilling the mysterious girl's earlier prediction. Outside, Almond could see the intimidating, grand structure of the Starry Horizon Academy. The cabin door opened, but instead of a normal exit, it looked more like a glowing, swirling portal. Zek grinned, reminding Almond that this portal was their entrance ceremony as first-timers. Almond stepped through the portal, arriving instantly on a sprawling, massive academy ground. Thousands of aspirants filled the ground, while more arrived from trains floating high in the sky without rails. 3 sun-like celestial objects provided light, and the gentle, cool wind energized Almond's entire body. Moments later, the floating trains shot away at incomprehensible speed and vanished completely. Zek confirmed that everyone present was a first-time student, ready for the entrance evaluation. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from above, drawing the attention of every single aspirant. Floating high above them was Counselor Maroon, the head counselor, radiating an overbearing presence. Maroon announced that the basic evaluation would determine their classes and overall placement. Tomorrow, the top 10 new students would be revealed and rewarded, the prizes remaining a surprise. He instructed everyone to proceed immediately to the massive magic gates for their private evaluations. Right before the main doors, a colossal 100-meter-wide magic gate manifested instantly. Maroon vanished, and the thousands of students began moving towards the gate in a massive stream. Almond and Zek wished each other luck before Almond stepped through the shimmering entrance. He arrived in a surprisingly simple private room containing a couch, a table, and a standing mirror. A muscular voice greeted him from a creature, a black cat with glowing blue gem eyes. The cat, currently licking its paw, instructed Almond to stand before the mirror for asset evaluation. Almond complied, and as he stood in front of it, the mirror began to faintly wobble and glow. The mirror projected a complex status screen, displaying Almond's unbelievable list of sources and powers. His innate talents included the mythical Heir of Oblivion and legendary Rygaroth's Reign. Suddenly, the cat appeared on his shoulder, peering closely at the reflected data with curiosity. The cat remarked that Almond was a bag of surprises and shouldn't even be in the academy. It claimed his presence was likely due to the mythical Seeker Keymaker power, a gift from Grimworld. Almond realized the cat knew everything about him, a fact the cat quickly confirmed telepathically. The cat then floated up, hovering directly in front of Almond's face to check his combat ability. Almond chose a sword for the evaluation, and the cat's eyes glinted, producing a wooden blade. The cat warned him not to touch it yet, as it needed to adjust something first, then a cracking sound erupted. To Almond's horror, every single one of his skill runes was instantly shattered and destroyed. Before his anger could fully erupt, the cat slapped his head, instantly suppressing his rage with overwhelming power. The cat, claiming to be the academy itself, explained that skill runes were only products of the first layer. Now, Almond's task was to relearn combat using pure prana to create natural abilities, not skills. This new path meant his combat ability would become significantly higher, matching the second and third layers. Thrilled by the challenge, Almond grinned and prepared to touch the wooden sword to begin the test. Almond suddenly materialized in a rough wooden room, hearing the massive roar of a fighting crowd outside. Before he could move toward the door, the black cat appeared, dropping some crucial combat information. He realized he was physically transported to Rumbleheim, a world designed purely for combat evaluation. The cat challenged him to exert his will and immediately start learning how to harness atmospheric prana. Following instructions, Almond focused his will and infused the controlled prana into the simple wooden sword. The wooden blade immediately lit up with gentle, icy blue flames, powered by the infused energy. Almond's all-seeing eyes activated, observing a strange, glowing symbolic letter carved within the wood. The cat warned that understanding the symbol's underlying principle was critical for surviving the second fight. Losing the second fight meant permanent death. The Academy offered no immediate revival for him. Almond gripped his weapon and grinned fiercely. There was no way he was backing out of this challenge. The cat gave a final tip. Will dictates prana use, and skillful utilization always trumps raw power. Settling down, Almond took a deep breath and dedicated the remaining minutes to breaking down the symbol's mystery. While he was analyzing the symbol, the blue flames suddenly sputtered and completely vanished from the blade. He realized the enchantment had a strict limit of 100 prana motes, and adding more was completely useless. Almond gathered 100 motes of prana in his palm, attempting to turn the energy into a dreamy, golden liquid bead. He tried to infuse his elemental asset, transforming the liquid into a tiny elemental tornado of sand. However, the controlled tornado immediately dispersed after 2 seconds, lacking a stable anchor point. He concluded that the carved symbol on the sword was the essential anchor needed for sustained effects. Suddenly, a muscular, red-skinned orc woman wearing minimal black cloth burst through the door. "You're the next one," she announced gruffly, turning around to lead the way to the battleground. Almond walked through a small, cramped passage, the overwhelming noise of the cheering crowd growing louder. When asked for his name, Almond decided to adopt the suitably arrogant moniker, Blade King. The orc woman laughed, confirming his name, and brutally reminded him to kill or be killed. The casual slap jolted Almond's entire body, confirming that everyone in this place was absurdly strong. Stepping into the Colosseum, he was immediately greeted by thousands of roaring, mostly booing fans. A dwarf floating on a round shield device announced his arrival and his rather overbearing fighting name. The hungry audience erupted in uproar, chanting for his opponent, Mad Shark, to eat him alive. Almond scanned the battleground and finally focused on his imposing opponent, the Mad Shark. Mad Shark was a stubby, bulky shark beastfolk ready for combat, wielding massive metal gauntlets. The Mad Shark started the trash talk, asking the kiddo if he had gotten lost from his parents. Almond quickly analyzed Mad Shark's stats, noting his slightly superior body constitution and ability rating. Almond smiled coolly and retorted that he was there to slice and grill some seafood for his dogs. The insult clearly stung Mad Shark, who smashed his heavy gauntlets together in a furious display. Mad Shark roared that he would eat Almond alive, who simply pointed his wooden sword in response. Almond issued his final challenge with a carefree smile, "Come and die." Mad Shark used prana to drastically boost his speed, closing the distance in a single, blurring instant. The protagonist guarded with his sword, but instead of blocking, he focused on redirecting the immense power. The force flung him high into the air, but he used the momentum to effortlessly land 50 meters away. The protagonist grinned, appreciating how effective the technique of redirection was in combat. Mad Shark licked his lips, impressed by the skill, and promised the protagonist would be a worthy meal. The opponent's aura surged dramatically as he channeled prana, instantly boosting his physical power. He dashed, punching midair, causing the prana to coalesce into a massive, watery vertical tornado. The protagonist's all-seeing eyes activated, allowing him to perceive the complex flow of energy within the attack. Suddenly, a blindingly fast blue punch projectile shot out from the swirling tornado. The protagonist shifted slightly, the projectile narrowly missing him by inches before hitting the barrier. Immediately, two more punches followed as the tornado began circling the protagonist like a snake. Mad Shark's mocking voice echoed from within the vortex, taunting the protagonist for only defending. The announcer noted that the Blade King was barely dodging, overwhelmed by the relentless assault. He was forced to constantly move and deflect, relying only on pure skill and his incredibly sturdy sword. He realized the prana was following a specific, repeated sequence of commands, like a programmed process. The pressure mounted, and one punch finally grazed his left arm and cheek, drawing a trail of blood. Mad Shark continued to reduce the distance, giving the protagonist less and less time to react. Despite the danger, the protagonist remained calm, focusing entirely on understanding the opponent's prana usage. He deduced that the sword symbol acted as a processor for prana, requiring a complete sequence of desired actions. This logical, sequenced approach to prana felt much easier than executing complex mana skills. The protagonist realized he needed to enhance his own body first, absorbing a large amount of prana quickly. He knew the enhancement wouldn't last, but he could activate the process for a critical 2 seconds. He planned to use his golden haze lightning to enhance his cells, creating a logical process for self-restoration. Mad Shark sensed the shift and laughed, launching 5 simultaneous punch projectiles from all directions. The protagonist quickly swung his sword to deflect one attack, using the force to propel himself away from the others. Mad Shark sneered, believing he had predicted the protagonist's evasion strategy successfully. Despite his efforts, one projectile grazed his right stomach corner, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Then, his entire body crackled violently with golden electricity. The counterattack was activated. He streaked toward the tornado like a bolt of lightning, his enhanced speed leaving golden afterimages. A loud thunderclap signaled the moment his blade sliced directly through the center of the vortex. The tornado vanished instantly, and Mad Shark fell silently, flat on his face to the ground. The protagonist appeared 5 meters behind the opponent, injured but exhilarated by his breakthrough. The arena fell into stunned silence as the audience watched the unmoving Mad Shark with bated breath. Suddenly, a line of blood appeared, running straight from his head down his entire body. Mad Shark's body split cleanly in two, dissolving into a spreading puddle of crimson residue. The dwarf announcer roared, declaring the Mad Shark defeated and the Blade King victorious. The audience erupted in massive uproar, stunned by the masterful, lightning-quick finishing blow. The dwarf floated down to congratulate the protagonist, instructing him to rest before his next match. The dwarf offered him a healing potion, noting that it wouldn't cost much for contestants. The protagonist smiled, having already figured out how to use prana to heal his wound instantly. Almond returned to his room, finding the cat already waiting for him on the desk. The cat congratulated him on his win and offered a reward, the first lesson for the next battle. Almond, eager to learn how to win the next battle, immediately leaned forward and agreed to listen. The cat explained that he needed to create a processor for his prana activation sequence. Magic, the cat stated, was simply the execution of creativity through this structured process. To demonstrate, the cat's eyes glowed, releasing circular waves of different frequencies toward Almond. The waves hit, causing Almond's vision to wobble and his brain to lag violently from the shock. He immediately retched, vomiting a stream of viscous, concentrated black substance onto the floor. This was an active ability called purifying oscillation, executed by the prana fuel. Prana only acts as fuel for the processor, executing the sequence, unlike simple transformation. Creating a sequence allows control over every tiny part of the process, something mana never offered. Almond's understanding deepened instantly, his eyes shone with profound realization. The cat challenged Almond to figure out the processor, and regain his skills in superior abilities within 30 minutes. Almond, highly motivated, grinned excitedly and entered a deep, cross-legged focused mode. The cat watched, amused, reflecting on Almond's devastating power shown in his first life. The cat believed this self-exploring method was best, given Almond's superior comprehension ability. Moments later, Almond had a breakthrough. The sequence was logic and he understood the symbol. His goal was to bring back Espada ad Grimville, better than ever, with new functions. He established the asset, a 100-meter radius spatial structure overlapping the plane around him. Almond visualized the skill's logic structure and began creating the processor for the domain. A complex, glowing cubic symbol materialized, burning prana fuel to establish the process of the domain. He defined the sequences. Within the domain, he was the all-severing rift and all-perceiving eyes. The logic was simple. Everything was contaminated by space under his control and will. Next, he added the severance blade sequence, a blade-shaped folded space of utter thinness. He enhanced it with golden haze lightning for intense, high-voltage current and extreme heat upon contact. He realized Lumiere's unpredictability should spread across the whole domain for maximum effect. Cyan golden motes flickered around the room as he used raw prana to test the new sequence. The blade manifested, hazy, flickering unstably, shaped like a volatile lightning tendril. He refined the shape, demanding it become slicker, smoother, and sharper like a snake. The flexible blade shot out like a viper, moving blindingly fast and unpredictably across the room. The deadly viper blade struck the wooden bench, instantly slicing it into two clean halves. Almond stopped supplying prana, and the golden blade immediately dispersed into shimmering motes. He named the finalized ability Arbitrary Viper, Golden Edge, and added it to the processor. Next, he planned Arbitrary Worm, Sand Fang, utilizing the destructive properties of vibrant wave sand. Prana proved vastly superior to mana, acting as a catalyst for kinetic force and acceleration. Excited, he vowed to create multiple abilities, movement and defense, before the next grueling battle. Almond synthesized his new power, manifesting 4 complex, floating prana symbols before him. These symbols weren't designed. They were the artistic expression of his prana ability created by the energy itself. However, since he couldn't store prana yet, he realized he had to constantly absorb it from the atmosphere to fuel his skills. He needed a passive ability that would constantly draw prana into his body, using himself as a medium. He quickly mapped out the logical sequence, using his pores to channel a constant internal suction force. This constant influx of energy would finally fuel his movement and kinetic-powered attacks. Wait, he realized Mad Shark accelerated by amplifying the kinetic energy on himself, not just increasing speed. 3 minutes later, the passive absorption ability was complete and successfully drawing in prana. His body's limit was surprisingly exactly 4,000 prana motes, a fixed, physical scale for the energy. 4,000 was enough, but maintaining the constant absorption felt distinctly uncomfortable, like being too full. Suddenly, an imposing orc woman called out from the door, announcing, "Blade King, it's time." He instantly vanished from his spot and reappeared directly in front of her, ready to go. The orc woman was stunned by the teleportation, asking if the ability was elemental or technical. Almond was completely confused. He had no idea what she meant by technical prana usage. She laughed out loud, thinking he must be joking about not knowing such basic knowledge. Almond insisted he was serious, leaving the orc woman feeling equally speechless and perplexed. She explained that technical use involves comprehending theories and replicating components in a sequence to create a catalyst. She wondered aloud why he hadn't studied the practicality of prana, considering his strength. Almond wryly admitted he was an ascender who only recently heard about prana and arrived in this layer. The orc woman paused, surprised by his status, noting that most ascenders were not this weak. He simply mentioned that his arrival in the mortal region was purely accidental. The woman laughed it off, saying strange things happen, and resumed explaining elemental versus technical prana usage. Elemental uses inherent attributes, while technical creates a new logical sequence for a specific action. Almond's eyes shone with realization. Mad Shark must have used a technical sequence to accelerate. Mad Shark created a catalyst that rapidly increased the kinetic energy of his tornado structure for speed. The orc woman interrupted his analysis, warning him that his next opponent easily outclassed Mad Shark. His opponent was the eccentric and powerful fighter known as Garrow, the maestro of myriad arts. Almond quickly requested more information about Garrow to prepare for the inevitable fight. Garrow is a peak mortal who refuses ascension, staying in the mortal region for over a decade just to fight. He uses new, top-notch abilities in every fight, expertly mixing technical and elemental techniques. The most shocking detail was revealed. Garrow the Maestro has never lost even once. Almond was visibly startled by the news that his opponent was completely undefeated. They reached the wide entrance to the battleground, and the orc woman wished him luck with an amused smile. Almond swallowed hard, nervously questioning why he was pitted against an undefeated master. He scanned the battleground, but noticed his formidable opponent hadn't even arrived yet. Suddenly, the announcer's voice boomed across the stadium, introducing the Blade King. The announcer declared that everyone already knew the result, but guaranteed an exciting fight from Master Garrow. Almond stared, utterly confused by the announcer's blatant prediction of his loss. The dwarf merely grinned back at him, giving the confused fighter a cheerful thumbs up. What the heck did that mean? The humiliation was immediate and the fight hadn't even started. The protagonist, Almond, felt the gravity of the situation, realizing his opponent was a terrifying legend. He knew he was talented, but beating Garrow, the maestro of myriad arts, felt like a death sentence. Almond frantically considered surrendering, but then realized that option was never mentioned in the rules. Suddenly, the announcer's voice boomed, welcoming the legendary Garrow to the battlefield. The maestro of myriad arts emerged, a seemingly plain human man in his 60s, carrying a simple wooden staff. Almond activated his all-seeing eyes, but the ability failed completely to register Garrow's power level. Just then, the cat's voice chimed in mentally, wishing him luck and explicitly forbidding surrender. Before Almond could process the betrayal, Garrow vanished and instantly reappeared 20 meters away. Almond realized Garrow possessed teleportation skills and tried desperately to voice his surrender. His attempt failed. Some force prevented him from uttering the forbidden word. The cat's annoying voice returned, confirming the constraint and demanding that Almond fight his best. Garrow observed Almond's obvious nervousness and appeared genuinely surprised by his reaction. Almond took a deep breath, composed himself, and admitted his fear of death but reaffirmed his commitment to fight. Garrow and the audience were taken aback by Almond's serious mention of mortality in this match. Suddenly, a dwarf floated in, revealing the crucial detail: Garrow never kills his opponents. Almond's face went completely blank as he processed the fact he was never in danger. The cat's voice echoed one last time, sounding thoroughly disappointed that the fun was over. Realization hit him, and Almond's expression cycled through extreme betrayal and fury. He snapped, yelling that the cursed cat had successfully made him eat crap with this elaborate prank. The dwarf seized the opportunity, announcing Almond's misplaced fear to the entire laughing audience. Shaking off the humiliation, Almond composed himself, swearing mental vengeance on the cat. Grinning, he declared himself ready to fight, and Garrow responded with a welcoming gesture. Almond immediately channeled massive prana and executed arbitrary worm, Sand Fang. A massive, draconic maw made of compressed sand instantly materialized above Garrow and clamped down with an explosive blast. Garrow was completely shielded by a crystalline barrier, observing the complex projectile attack with interest. He critiqued the technique, noting its swiftness, piercing focus, and lethal sand vibrations. Before Almond could react, Garrow countered, and the entire sand construct began freezing and instantly shattered. Almond realized that ice was the perfect counter to immobilize his sand-based vibrations. He dashed forward, his sword held ready, as golden lightning began to crackle around him. He simultaneously unleashed Arbitrary Viper, Golden Edge, a flat, lightning-fast golden snake streaking toward Garrow. Garrow responded by materializing a spiked, brown-golden earth ball to intercept the unpredictable Viper. Almond swung his sword, now coated in blue flame, hazy brown energy and crackling lightning, then vanished. He reappeared to Garrow's left, striking simultaneously with the Viper, but the earth ball absorbed all the lightning energy. Garrow blocked Almond's sword with his simple staff, simultaneously moving his leg for a close-range kick. The kick instantly accelerated, hitting Almond with explosive power and sending him smashing into the arena barrier high above. Almond rebounded off the barrier, instantly teleporting back and charging his sword with fierce electricity. He realized Garrow wasn't just strong. The old man had deliberately suppressed his stats to match Almond's. Almond lunged forward with a zap, but Garrow turned like a ghost, mouth slightly open, ready to counter. Knowing Garrow would react, Almond instantly shifted left, swinging his electromagnetized sword toward the elder's head. Garrow dissipated into a mirage, and his mocking voice echoed right behind Almond. Not bad. Suddenly, a powerful, condensed sonic wave erupted from Garrow's mouth, vibrating and shattering the air around Almond. The massive oscillation instantly broke down his lightning form and slammed him into the barrier like a giant slap. Almond struck the barrier. Blood splattered as every bone broke, and internal damage brought him face to face with death. His function ceased for a second, but suddenly a warm, intense stream of energy flooded his body, healing him instantly. He opened his eyes to see Garrow standing over him with a gentle smile, declaring it a good match. Garrow told him to return after reaching peak mortal rank, so they could have some real fun. But the shock was too much, and before he could respond, Almond's consciousness faded completely. An hour later, Almond woke up, finding himself resting comfortably on a soft couch in a special academy room. The cat instructor, Big D, greeted him with a casual good morning. Almond sighed, confirming the combat evaluation was over, and was then told to address the cat as Big D. Almond flatly replied, accepting the new name, while Big D immediately shifted focus to forming the Prana Sea. Big D instructed him to sit cross-legged and send his consciousness deep into his soul sea, focusing on the core. Almond followed the instruction, perceiving his own soul avatar sitting calmly in the center of his internal world. As his consciousness merged, the world changed. He now had two active brains, seeing everything from a new perspective. Big D explained that mastering this split consciousness would eventually allow him to move his body while stationed inside the soul. The realization struck Almond. The soul avatar was essentially a second body, and the Prana Sea needed to form within it. To form the sea, he simply needed to absorb prana through his soul body instead of his physical one. Prana immediately gushed into the soul body like a torrent, overwhelming it and turning the ethereal form a dreamy golden hue. Without conscious effort, the prana naturally reacted, churning the soul pond until a hazy, glowing golden whirlpool formed within. Big D congratulated him. The Prana Sea was formed, now containing a massive 10,000 prana, ready for use. He learned that the capacity was directly linked to his soul sea stat, requiring soul art training to increase it. Big D floated toward a large mirror, instructing Almond to follow so they could review the newly unlocked stats. Almond stared intently at the stats displayed: mortal rank and the four constitutions: body, mental, soul, and arcane. Big D explained that the peak of the mortal lifeform rank required 1,000 points in each of the four constitutions. Almond frowned, realizing 1,000 constitution points were far higher than the supposed limits of the first layer's mythical rank. Big D snorted, dismissing the Grimworld tutorials as incomplete, explaining that specialized training was necessary to clear them. Almond confidently grinned, stating he would return to the first layer in just 15 days. Big D narrowed his eyes, delivering the shocking news. He could never go back to the first layer now, even using the Seeker Keymaker. Enraged by the betrayal, Almond shouted and flipped the nearby table, shattering it violently across the floor. Big D immediately slapped Almond's cheek with his tail, forcing him to calm down and listen. Big D quickly explained the loophole. Almond could send a clone back, though its power would be restricted by the world's top adventurers. Hope surged back. Almond clenched his fist, determined to learn the necessary cloning ability immediately. With that settled, Big D redirected their focus back to the mirror to discuss the concept of ability power. Almond unleashed his arbitrary viper, Golden Edge, a burst of lightning aimed directly into the reflective surface. The mirror displayed ability power, D+, confirming this was a technical measurement of how well he used his prana. Almond wanted to know the absolute peak of ability power a mortal could achieve. Big D explained that it was based on prana utilization, creativity, and logic, meaning there was no fixed limit. Almond agreed to switch topics to stats, hoping they would clarify the whole ability mess. Big D started with body constitution, emphasizing physical power and the hidden secrets our bodies create. Almond was fascinated by the idea of the body creating secrets, finding it extremely cool. Big D lectured on evolution and genes, explaining how the first life forms must have had highly versatile genes. Almond deduced the first genes must be highly versatile and efficient at adaptation. The cat confirmed this, revealing they could unlock powerful new evolutionary cells by opening those secrets. Almond's eyes shone with excitement, demanding to know the name of these secrets. Big D dropped the term, Geno Gates. Almond instantly had a flicker of recognition, recalling Madame Ruby mentioning the term in passing. Big D explained that acquiring a bloodline automatically opens the first gate, providing unknown potential. Others open it at Tier 1 Level 10 body proficiency when developing their own bloodlines. Almond exclaimed happily, seeing his current body proficiency was already Tier 1 Level 5. Big D nodded, deciding they would finish the body discussion later and moved on to the mental constitution. Almond looked at the mirror as it suddenly shifted, displaying incredibly complex symbols and patterns. Mental constitution defines cognitive acuity, focus, resilience, reaction time, and perception level. Almond noted that Big D only mentioned execution of magic, not creation, which surprised him. Big D simply smirked, saying they would discuss creation once they reached the arcane constitution stat. Almond felt a strong sense of déjà vu, recalling a time Big D had tricked him about a life-or-death fight. He internally vowed to pull one hell of a prank on the cat years down the line. Big D instantly whispered a smug mental challenge back, "Good luck with that." Shifting gears, Big D explained that soul constitution dictates the size of the soul sea and the residing prana sea. Almond quickly confirmed his understanding. Soul arts training was necessary to increase this constitution. Big D then called the arcane constitution the most juicy stat, and told Almond to look at the mirror again. The mirror rippled, replacing the complex patterns with a detailed board listing all of Almond's assets and numerical values. Big D immediately commanded Almond to forget everything he had taught him about creating abilities. Almond frowned, deeply confused, and asked if the cat was seriously joking right now. Big D clarified that the principles stayed the same, but the process changed upon building the arcane board. Big D first dismissed the technical asset, explaining its potency varies too much to be measured by a single number. The other numbers, however, represent the asset's power in utilizing prana and maximizing ability potency. Almond summarized the concept: prana parties more wildly with higher mastery assets. Big D accepted the weird analogy and summarized. Arcane constitution encompasses body, mind, soul, and asset utilization. The arcane board is a computer canvas, used to directly create abilities like apps, using assets as tools. To gain access to this grander system, Almond first needed to build his arcane constitution. Almond looked up at the cat, asking precisely how one was supposed to build a constitution. Big D simply pointed to the mirror, which immediately displayed a complex, 5D anatomical structure of Almond's body. Big D instructed him to use refined prana to create a new body intricately connected to his physical self, mind, and soul. Almond's lips twitched, asking if he was expected to figure out this intricate process just by looking at the insane 5D image. Big D agreed to provide instructions, offering a simple puzzle within the image instead. With that instruction, Big D suddenly vanished without warning. Almond shouts in utter frustration, confused about the puzzle's identity among the details. Taking a breath, Almond closes his eyes, forcing himself to analyze the overwhelming 5D schematic. He realizes analyzing the image, down to every cell, will take a significant amount of time. Inside the evaluation room, Almond opened his eyes, emerging from his deep meditation. His serenity quickly dissolved into pure, concentrated frustration over his slow progress. He knew he had to push harder and move faster, fueled by thoughts of Lily and the ongoing war event. Big D appeared, asking if the boy missed his girl, and offered to show him what she was doing. Although Earth was gaining ground, the enemy tribes had formed a solid, powerful alliance. But Lily and the Grim Breakers dominated due to superior combat ability and new gear. They received crucial support from high-tech gear, like the fast-traveling Vector Drone Eye. Lily led the assault, conquering enemy tribes with ruthless precision and strategy. With Almond gone, Lily's entire focus was on dominating the event, driving herself to madness. She spent 12 hours training completely alone before launching the next wave of attacks. In a major battle, she faced 4 powerful Eldoran elves all by herself. Lily moved swiftly, enveloping the quartet in the spectral dance of the Reaper. She obliterated them all, achieving a major breakthrough in her specialized class skills. She removed restrictions and modified the Dreadspire elements to make them truly her own power. She could now summon powerful elements using her own blood or the blood of her enemies. Lily spent the next 24 hours in a deep skill insight state, creating her final specialized skill. Her class focused on mystic sorcery, summoning, and potent blood attributes. She gained a higher understanding of her class source, breaking the 100-will barrier. Without resting, she immediately returned to the war event, refining her skills in real combat. Her mastery over the elements of shadow and blood rapidly grew stronger. She fought for 10 hours straight, conquering 2 whole tribes ruthlessly. Her presence established a 200-meter zone of inescapable shadows for her foes. This was the activation of her new ultimate skill, Dome of Crimson Twilight. Inside the dome, enemies saw a nightmare illusion of their most terrifying death. Before they could recover, Lily's daggers or her summoned beast would finish them off. This relentless drive was the purposeful path to madness she chose to walk. For the next 7 days, she barely slept, maintaining an impossible schedule. She trained 12 hours daily, followed by 10 hours of non-stop warfare and dungeon clearing. On the 10th day, she broke through to legendary rank in Darkness Mastery. Her power increased so much that average platinum rank adventurers were no match for her. She even came close to matching her mentor, the powerful Arya of Crimson Shadow. To the enemy worlds, she became known as Lily the Dreadspire Reaper. The event was finally over, and she had won spectacularly, conquering every tribe. Lily stood in the Peace Garden, looking up at the sky in quiet reflection. She reassured herself that Almond was fine, and that she would keep getting stronger for him. Almond watched the vision, his chest tightening with emotion and longing. Big D praised their intimate connection, calling their self-forged bond exceptional. Almond took a deep breath, turning his focus back to his own immense challenge. He looked Big D in the eye, demanding a 3-day deadline to form his arcane constitution. Almond accepted the high-stakes challenge, his determination absolute. Almond finally finished analyzing his entire being, cracking the code of his own ethereal body. After 28 hours, the complex method for forming the arcane constitution suddenly crystallized in his mind. Big D was highly impressed, remarking that Almond had finished the difficult task faster than expected. "Piece of cake," Almond replied with a small smile, though his eyes looked completely drained of energy. The immense mental strain finally caught up to him, and he collapsed onto the ground in a heap. Big D calmly looked at the fainted boy and immediately covered him in a shimmering protective barrier. Big D noted that Almond's scary tenacity and iron will provided tremendous power to his arcane idas. Exactly 1 minute later, the energy bubble burst silently and scattered into micro-droplets of light. Almond immediately woke up, stretching his arms and groaning in blissful comfort. "Damn, that was a good slumber," he said, feeling completely refreshed and energized. Almond asked Big D how long he had been unconscious, realizing he felt far too rested for a short nap. Big D explained that while only 1 minute passed here, Almond had actually slept for 12 hours. Almond was confused, asking about the fundamental time flow difference between the Grimworld layers. Big D clarified that time flows are the same across all 3 layers, but can be changed in separate pocket dimensions. Almond realized that insight stones and time chamber capsules affected time differently due to their dimensions. Big D confirmed that the body and consciousness experience completely separate time domains in those cases. Almond felt disappointed, realizing there was no way to train faster in the mysterious dimensions. Big D grinned, saying that people have created alternate, faster ways to train within the academy. He described chaotic spaces filled with raw power, where time flow differences reach a massive 100-to-1 ratio. So those dimensions filled with power are called chaotic dimensions. Almond blinked in realization. Big D affirmed, explaining that comprehending the chaos allows them to plant the source of its order within themselves. Almond nodded, ready to move on to the next topic. "Gotcha. Now where is the arcane board?" Big D explained that Almond created the arcane constitution by connecting the spots in his arcane idas. "Yes," Almond grinned, proud of his difficult accomplishment. Suddenly, Big D delivered a sharp tail slap to Almond's cheek, calling it half-ass work. Big D displayed a holographic stat screen, showing the low arcane constitution value of 64. Almond pouted, rubbing his cheek and protesting that 64 sounded relatively high. Big D immediately delivered another tail slap, stating the minimum required stat should be 106. Big D emphasized that this constitution was crucial because it decided the upper ceiling of all his abilities. Almond accepted the challenge, realizing he needed to work harder and unveil more of his arcane assets. Big D corrected him again. He must actively create new technical assets, not just unveil them. Suddenly, a massive, mysterious ethereal leaderboard materialized, overflowing with magical concept and mystery. The board displayed his name, Almond Crocheted, ranked 137th among the arcane champions of eternal will. Big D explained that this rank granted him the unique privilege of commanding the arcane itself. Almond noted the bizarre coincidence of 3 other arcane champions being on Layer 1, contesting his world. Big D was instantly dumbfounded, then frowned deeply, realizing this was certainly no coincidence. Big D theorized that a powerful figure above the 3rd layer must be manipulating events. Almond added the threat of the Hollow Star freaks trying to destroy their world, increasing the urgency of the matter. Big D shook his head, confirming that Layer 2 inhabitants were powerless to interfere with Layer 1 affairs. Big D acknowledged the information, noting that 3 more arcane champions would make things interesting. Almond scoffed, suggesting that the champions might just kill each other, or perhaps he would kill them. Big D quickly warned that arcane champions are hard to kill, shifting the topic to the dangerous organization Hollowstar. While Hollowstar is manageable on the first layer, Big D emphasized that layers 2 and 3 are a completely different matter. Almond leaned in, whispering, wanting to know exactly how powerful this organization truly was. Big D revealed they are the most powerful singular organization, using an energy source that devours prana and overwhelms it. Their executives literally consume entire dimensions, causing tragedies across multiple worlds concurrently. Almond gulped, acknowledging the sheer horror of such an enemy. Big D confirmed they were a massive pain, recalling past annoyances with a slight frown. The cat concluded that Hollowstar's ultimate goal was the destruction of the Grimworld tree itself. Now informed, Almond was ordered to focus on training and raise his arcane constitution to at least 106. Almond, however, stopped him, asking why he was the only student who hadn't entered the actual academy yet. Big D grinned, explaining that Almond was special and ill-prepared, requiring pre-training. The cat then revealed the world was a game, where players make moves and everyone else is just a leaf flowing with the wind. Big D asked if Almond, currently a leaf, wanted to ascend and become a player. Almond's eyes ignited with an argent blaze, confirming his intense desire to become a player. To achieve this, Big D warned, Almond must break limits and survive in a world where death is constant. He must constantly be prepared, not just to fight, but also to escape, hide, and conceal himself from danger. Big D presented a hypothetical: brush shoulders with someone vastly more powerful who decides to kill him instantly. Almond was speechless, questioning if such random, fatal encounters actually happen. Big D analogized it to humans killing insects or eating livestock, reminding Almond he could be considered an insect to others. The cat then slapped Almond with its tail, turned around, and walked toward a shimmering portal opening nearby. He explained that he was preparing Almond so they could mutually benefit, facing players more powerful than them. Before disappearing, Big D smiled, stating they must constantly become powerful to enjoy life, welcoming companions on the journey. Almond, eyes blazing with determination, nodded firmly in agreement. Big D's voice immediately rang out, calling him unworthy and far from the goal, urging him back to work. The cat vanished completely, leaving Almond shouting after him, demanding the definition of arcane. Suddenly, Big D's voice provided the answer. Arcane is the source of all potentially possible things in the Grimworld. If he feeds it his will and logic, the conceptual power comes into existence for him to command. Almond immediately began working, connecting arcane spots of information within his arcane eidos. These connections formed ethereal pathways, superimposing themselves onto his body, mind, and soul. This process highlighted a new scenery, a golden humanoid form with shining pathways, his arcane constitution. He resolved to not just reach 106, but to cross it, determined to prove the cat wrong. After 2 hours of intense effort, he checked his stats and saw his arcane constitution had reached 74. He pushed harder, mentally noting the slow progress before successfully connecting another spot. Suddenly, a new spot of information formed in his eidos, generated based on his thoughts about Sand Fang upgrades. He realized his arcane eidos had created the new power source based entirely on his thinking. Big D instantly reappeared, patting Almond's head with his tail and confirming the speed of the command. The cat confirmed that Almond had subconsciously commanded arcane to create the new technical asset based on his comprehension. Big D explained that commanding arcane allows for faster creation of assets and rapid understanding of magic. This powerful boon is earned only through extreme tenacity and the hard work shown in life's challenges. Many chosen arcane champions failed to live up to their potential and were quickly killed by their enemies. Almond clenched his fist tightly, declaring he would never back down from the necessary hard work. Big D challenged Almond to create and form technical assets efficiently to increase his arcane constitution. He gave Almond only 2 days to maximize his development before the grace period would be over. Almond's eyes shone with excitement, immediately requesting to learn the powerful clone ability at the academy. Big D told him it depended entirely on his results, then vanished instantly in a shimmer of light. Almond realized that forming the arcane constitution would make creating new abilities extremely easy. He finally understood why Garrow was known throughout the world as the Garrow of myriad arts. Garrow must possess an insane number of assets, allowing him to create specialized abilities for every battle. He reflected that Garrow used vibration for high-impact force waves, completely opposite to his own breakdown effect. Almond figured Garrow had deliberately used that final move to teach him alternative ways to use his own powers. His eyes burned with resolve. He vowed to reach the level of that crazy monster and surpass him. Almond immediately re-entered his training, focusing so intensely he didn't move for 2 full days. Suddenly, a buzzing alarm clock rang loudly, jolting Almond awake from his profound focus state. Instinctively, Almond shot an invisible vibrating air palm at the annoying device to silence it. The force wave passed by the clock, but the next second, the device instantly crumbled into fine powder. Big D whistled, noting how the arcane constitution allowed for instant execution of complex sequences. He congratulated Almond, saying he had progressed far higher than Big D had initially expected. Suddenly, the focus shattered, and the mountainous exhaustion hit Almond, causing him to collapse instantly. Big D simply grinned, admitting he had anticipated this unavoidable result of intense training. Big D covered the unconscious Almond in a protective, softly glowing energy bubble. 1 minute later, Almond woke up completely refreshed, and the surrounding bubble burst harmlessly. Almond grinned, turning to the mirror, eager and slightly nervous to see his final arcane constitution stats. Big D laughed and presented the results. Arcane constitution at an impressive potency of 148 circuits. Big D warned that this high potency meant Almond could now accidentally kill himself if he made a mistake. Almond's grin instantly broke into alarm. He demanded to know what Big D had just said about self-destruction. The mirror rippled, showing a hazy golden blueprint body with 140 highlighted and connected circuits. Big D explained that these circuits are the pathways of power, making prana flow with increased potency. Almond's eyes shone with excitement, realizing he had become incredibly powerful. Big D instructed him to superimpose his arcane IDOS and constitution to manifest the arcane board. Almond immediately complied, manifesting a massive, magical 5D board in his mindscape. Big D gave him 5 hours to create and improve his combat arsenal before the Academy's first event. Almond quickly asked Big D about Garrow's arcane constitution for comparison before he started creating. Big D smirked, revealing that Garrow's arcane constitution was roughly above 5,000 circuits. This event would be Almond's first dive into danger, promising the clone ability if he survived. Almond's eyes lit up with excitement. He was completely pumped up for the dangerous challenge ahead. Almond closed his eyes and entered his mindscape, beginning his dance of creation on the arcane board. Big D snickered, reminding Almond that his sponsor, Ruby, would also be watching the event. 5 hours flew by quickly, and Big D returned, snapping Almond out of his intense ability production session. Almond opened his eyes, only to find himself instantly floating in the vast, open night sky. Below him was a colossal, brightly illuminated theater structure packed with hundreds of thousands of spectators. Big D explained that the massive audience consisted of relatives and spectators eager for entertainment. Almond was stunned by the sheer scale, realizing thousands of participants were involved in the event. Suddenly, brilliant fireworks erupted high above the stadium, signaling the event's commencement. The colossal screen split into thousands of small sections, showing participants scattered across diverse wilderness biomes. Big D gave him final instructions, revealing the top 10 prize was a powerful clone ability. Before Almond could reply, Big D's massive tail quickly slapped his cheek, instantly teleporting him away. Almond materialized near a riverbank in a thick forest, illuminated by 3 hazy moons, blue, white, and pink. A silver magical wristband clanked into existence, automatically forming around his right wrist. A system voice announced the newbie survival event had started, displaying his rank, 4,938th. Almond studied the interface, noting the 0 points and the crucial item box tab. He quickly realized the device provided spatial storage for resources collected from this world. Confirming he was in a thick jungle biome, Almond began moving cautiously. He decided to follow the river's flow, using the natural feature for navigation. Suddenly, the particularly thick bushes ahead rustled violently, indicating a hidden threat. 2 low-to-the-ground creatures instantly shot out of the foliage toward him. Almond identified them quickly, aggressive red rabbits wielding small knives. He immediately activated a complex ability sequence, preparing the Orb of Obliteration in his domain. 2 ethereal, shimmering spheres instantly enveloped the rabbits just before impact. The spheres flashed golden, and the targets were instantly shredded, leaving only 2 pools of blood. Almond observed the residue, calculating the high prana cost of the powerful, yet overkill maneuver. His wristband beeped, confirming the kill and awarding him +2 points. Almond realized points were earned through combat and assumed the danger would increase gradually over the 10 days. He cracked a small, excited grin, finding the survival event engaging and interesting. To conserve energy, he spent the next half hour physically dispatching dozens of rabbits using only a wooden sword. He exited the jungle, stepping onto a wide, lush green highland plain. Ahead, a large herd of powerful infernal crystal bulls, muscular and horned, grazed peacefully. Almond checked their superior D+ stats and quickly retreated behind a large tree for cover. He noted his prana limitations, realizing he could only fully restore his prana C once using his soul C reserve. He decided he needed a precise, resource-efficient strategy to handle the 100+ bulls without draining himself. Almond grinned widely, deciding this was the perfect moment to execute a new ability idea he'd been planning. Meanwhile, in a luxurious VIP booth, Madame Ruby smiled, hearing Big D's faint meow nearby. Big D, sitting on her shoulder, yawned lazily while watching the screen feed of Almond. Madame Ruby was shocked. He hadn't given Almond the basic soul or prana arts for recovery. Big D explained he was deliberately pushing Almond, as the boy learns and blooms under extreme pressure. Madame Ruby expressed deep concern, stating Almond would be defeated before the 3rd day. Big D countered, revealing Almond was an arcane champion who could wrestle control of wild prana itself. Madame Ruby sat down, her eyes intense and fervent, eager to witness Almond's unexpected power unfold. Almond stepped out into the highlands, facing over 100 infernal crystal bulls scattered around. He began absorbing wild prana, and immediately 7 fire-horned bulls spotted him and charged. But suddenly, a small, multicolored sphere of light shot from his forehead and darted toward the enemies. Surprisingly, the bulls ignored Almond and started chasing the light ball, mistaking it for the real target. Almond continued his leisurely walk, controlling 10 glowing spheres that led the monster groups around the plains. Back in the viewing room, the commentators were stunned by his strange mental interference magic. Big D explained that Almond used his all-seeing eyes to easily manipulate the bull's simple mental structures. Meanwhile, Almond watched as the 2 massive hordes of bulls rapidly approached a central collision point. The audience was shocked, wondering why the supposedly intelligent bulls were heading for a massive crash. Big D revealed Almond had literally robbed the bulls of their reasoning ability, ensuring the crash. Boom, the two charging groups smashed together, creating a devastating infernal explosion of fire and horns. Almond quickly expanded his domain to finish off the surviving monsters with sharp, internal blades. His rank instantly shot up to 18th place on the leaderboard, a significant jump in points. Big D explained this conceptual ability allows Almond to alter mental and physical attributes if his will is superior. Madame Ruby realized Almond had wrestled away some incredibly powerful assets from the Grimworld tutorial. Big D cautioned that Almond must fully comprehend his class before the unavoidable erosion hits him. 3 hours later, Almond continued killing monsters efficiently, but his rank gradually slipped down the board. After 5 hours total, his rank stabilized at 47th, and he decided it was time to rest in camp. He cooked some monster meat and smiled, reviewing his refined and newly created lethal abilities. Suddenly, his wristwatch beeped, displaying a message from a higher authority about a new function. A list of his most used abilities appeared, complete with their newly measured ability power rankings. Russell, Almond immediately deployed his domain, detecting someone roughly 50 meters behind his camp. He stood up and called out, "Come out, I can see you." Almond heard a voice assuring him that the approaching figure meant no harm. The figure appeared suddenly, a young man named Malin Rochter holding a wooden twig. Almond's wristband system confirmed the name hovering above the polite stranger. Malin smiled and extended his hand for a handshake, introducing himself to Almond. Almond returned the handshake, cautiously introducing himself as Almond Crocheted. Malin's friendly facade instantly vanished, replaced by a ruthless expression. 6 deadly projectiles, covered in fiery green aura, shot rapidly towards Almond. The attacks curved with uncanny precision, completely avoiding Almond by blocking his path. Almond smiled, realizing that point theft through elimination was clearly the game's objective. As Malin reacted, Almond sent a massive surge of lightning through their clasped hands. The sudden shock paralyzed Malin, sending him twitching violently onto the forest floor. Malin struggled to understand how the paralysis completely blocked his ability to use prana. He saw a strange glint in Almond's eyes, realizing this was more than just simple paralysis. Almond confirmed his suspicion. The attacker was now completely at his mercy. Malin quickly tried to negotiate, offering cooperation based on Almond's obvious power. Almond dismissed the offer instantly, coldly noting Malin's low arcane constitution score of 73. Malin was shocked. How could Almond possibly know his core stats? Almond mentally warned Malin that he could see everything, and things could get ugly fast. Malin stared back, caught between fear of Almond's power and hope for survival. Malin suggested they communicate mentally, aware that observers might be lip-reading. Almond released the paralysis and instructed Malin to sit down facing the campfire. Malin's stomach betrayed him with a loud gurgle, prompting Almond to offer him food. Almond mentally stated his intent, points or death, as he needed to reach the top 10 rank. Malin revealed there was a way to willingly surrender points without being eliminated. Almond immediately ordered the transfer and watched his rank jump to 16th place. Almond finished his meal, eating everything, and then continued to cook over the fire. Almond then asked Malin about the possibility of revival after death in this world. Malin explained that revival is possible for those with powerful backing who set up a soul anchor. Almond mused that survival was simply a matter of having sufficient power and resources. New bodies are costly, and souls can be destroyed if specifically targeted by an enemy. He explained that mortals typically lack the means or methods to attack the souls of others. Almond realized his unique ability. He could see souls, even if he couldn't currently harm them. Malin yelped in sheer disbelief and fear at Almond's casual revelation of soul sight. Almond ignored the outburst, focusing on the implications of his will-based powers. Almond shifted topics, demanding rough estimates of the strongest competitors' stats. Malin described the top students as newbie monsters, with arcane constitutions near 200. Almond found the stats manageable, but Malin insisted Almond was the truly crazy one. Almond refused to share any more secrets about his powers, finishing his meal contentedly. Malin hesitantly asked if he was now free to leave the encounter. Almond grinned widely and declared that Malin would now serve as his temporary helper. Suddenly, a multicolored aura burst above Almond, terrifying Malin, who jumped back in shock. Malin cursed in utter shock and panic at the display of overwhelming power. Suddenly, a mysterious woman materialized next to him, shrouded in black robes and shadow. Her waist was adorned with a belt of glimmering potions, each vial holding strange, colorful liquids. She held a staff topped with a chaotic beast's maw, kneeling respectfully before her master. The imposing figure, Melira, rose and stood guard, making their captive Malin extremely nervous. Almond gave Malin a choice: help him earn points in the ranking or face immediate consequences. Malin quickly agreed to the deal, understanding he had no option but to surrender his hard-earned points. But just as they prepared to depart, Melira suddenly cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. Terrifying concentrated black glow patterns began to spread across her form, signaling rapid decay. A frantic internal voice warned Almond to store her immediately, which he did using his spirit pocket. Inside his mind, Almond confronted Big D, who appeared wearing round glasses and holding a stick. Big D explained that since Melira was tied to the class source, she was being hit by the dangerous erosion effect. To keep his summons safe, Almond needed to fully assimilate the source power of his primary class. Big D explained that the class was special, tied to a mighty being and Almond's inherent talent. The class was linked to the Heir of Oblivion, one of the legendary Mystery Seven. The warning was dire. If he failed to assimilate it quickly, he would lose his entire primary class. Almond panicked, realizing he might have only days or weeks left before the class vanished completely. Almond snapped back to reality, his face blank, while Malin nervously asked what was wrong. Suddenly, Almond turned to Malin, his eyes burning with intense, desperate focus. Malin recoiled instantly, terrified by the sudden, palpable shift in Almond's demeanor. Almond urgently asked if refined prana could be transferred from one person to another. Almond declared Malin's new sole purpose was to act as a mobile prana battery and recovery unit. They needed to move fast, and Almond demanded any available information on powerful targets. Malin revealed a special, high-value monster 4 kilometers north that had already killed 2 previous challengers. Almond didn't hesitate. He instantly declared the dangerous monster their next and only target. The duo arrived at a massive valley, spotting their target, a colossal 2-headed black bird. Almond used his advanced vision ability to thoroughly scan the twin-headed peacock's complex structure. He mentally calculated its sheer size, a 40-meter body and a 100-meter wingspan. He dove deeper, noticing the beast's bloodline source had a complex, 5-stranded internal structure. Malin stressed that the creature used corrosive attacks and potent curse abilities he had witnessed firsthand. Despite the immense danger, Almond looked down into the valley, chin tilted up, ready for battle. The monster was clearly a dangerous mix of shadow and wind, confirming it possessed the rare Valeth element. Malin warned Almond that its wind attacks caused corrosion and debuffs, making its high stats even more lethal. Almond checked the scan. The creature was Mortal 7 rank with an S-level ability power and immense stats. Almond just grinned, declaring that this ridiculously powerful fight was going to be fun. Almond snapped, silencing Malin immediately and instructing him to simply follow orders without question. Standing at the cliff edge, Almond prepared to unleash his improved legendary skill, Voidblade Catastrophe. He held a simple wooden branch, which immediately became superimposed with a hazy, transparent black spatial blade. pouring 10,000 prana into the magic sequence. The spatial blade intensified and began to grow rapidly. The wildly moving silver aura stabilized, leaving a slick, controlled blade 130 meters in length. Almond called for another 10,000 prana, warning Malin that the bird would react if he aimed too soon. Using the next 10,000 prana, Almond filled the blade with golden sparks and whirling, glistering sand. These whirling energies settled, forming highly condensed, semi-crystallized energy nano-blades for penetration. Meanwhile, onlookers outside the event began to notice the sheer power Almond was manifesting. Malin gulped, terrified by the volatile sword, but Almond simply demanded yet another 10,000 prana. When Malin hesitated, Almond created an invisible spatial slap, reminding him who was in control here. Almond admitted internally that he was compensating for his small prana sea by borrowing as much power as possible. Using the final prana batch, Almond activated his domain, and 100 void-bound rifts converged onto the sword. Malin cursed in shock, unable to comprehend the level of space manipulation Almond was utilizing. The gigantic blade began to compress violently, condensing from 130 meters down to a mere 2-meter weapon. Almond, trembling slightly, took his final stance, positioning the condensed blade directly in front of his body. In an instant, Almond vanished, reappearing directly in front of the massive bird, positioned between its two heads. The bird's two heads snapped awake simultaneously, instantly activating its automated barrier and surging its aura. Almond activated his linear acceleration sequence, executing the strike in a single, silent flash of silvery black light. The flash ended as Almond reappeared, floating calmly behind the monster's tail, his overlaid spatial blade gone. After a moment of silence, a powerful hum and shockwave erupted from the bird's body. Then uncountable nano-blades burst forth from within, shredding the creature instantly into fluid. Almond floated above the remnants, intensely satisfied with the utter catastrophe he had wrought. Malin's jaw dropped completely to the ground, utterly stunned by the sudden, instantaneous one-shot kill. The audience outside immediately erupted in an uproar, completely bewildered by the attack and the powerful result. They realized they were dealing with another powerful space wielder, making the competition much more interesting. Almond checked his wrist device, confirming his new ultimate ability had an SSS power rating. That massive bird kill earned him 300 points, jumping his rank significantly on the leaderboard. Suddenly, Almond reappeared directly in front of Malin, declaring their current task finished. Malin, completely startled by the sudden teleportation, screamed and fell flat on his butt. Almond sighed and told him to get it together. They needed a safe place to recover their soul seas. As they walked, Malin mused that this mysterious guy's control over prana must be unmatched. He suspected Almond had created powerful technical assets, since his physical aura seemed weak. Almond interrupted his thoughts, demanding 10,000 prana immediately for their next move. Malin immediately complied, the tone of servitude clear as he called Almond boss now. Using the transferred prana, Almond dramatically expanded his domain to scout for shelter. He quickly located a suitable cavern near the border of a new area covered in snow and ice. Inside the cavern, Almond immediately sat cross-legged and began the crucial recovery process. He focused on using recovered soul energy to refine the wild surrounding prana, quickly refilling his reserves. After 10 minutes, Almond had completely filled his reserves and opened his eyes sharply. He checked on Malin, asking how much longer he required to finish his own full recovery. Malin responded that he only needed 5 more minutes, a testament to his much larger reserves. Almond noted that Malin recovered in half the time despite having 5 times the energy capacity. He informed Malin they would remain in the cavern for a full hour to rest after recovery was complete. Malin questioned the extended rest, but Almond simply dismissed the need for him to know the reason. Malin then pledged his true allegiance, stating he would do anything Almond asked for survival. He explained that Almond was a promising student essential for his own continued survival in the test. Almond accepted the allegiance dismissively, immediately closing his eyes to enter deep focus. He knew he desperately needed to understand the core principles of his primary class before it vanished. Almond plunged his consciousness deep into the class source, seeking to grasp its essential powers and sequences. He analyzed the nature of spirits, information bodies, trying to discover the sequence needed for active creation. Using his all-seeing eyes, Almond began deciphering the broken skill runes embedded within the source. An hour later, an internal magic alarm clock he had set went off, rousing him from meditation. Checking his wristband, he saw his rank had dropped slightly to 15th, signaling the need for more action. "Let's go," Almond declared, and the duo immediately left the shadowed cavern to resume hunting monsters. They continued roaming and killing monsters for several hours, with Malin constantly supplying prana. Almond checked his points again, but his rank was only 13th. Others were accumulating points faster. They found a large tree with a wide branch, where Almond sat down cross-legged to rest and refocus. Almond told Malin they would stay for 2 hours, then immediately closed his eyes to dive back into his source. Inside his source, he entered a space made of chaotically moving streams of black, green, and red glowing particles. He focused intently, trying to observe the particles deeper to uncover the underlying intent and power governing them. The moment he succeeded, deep shadows gathered, and a gigantic pair of lit eyes appeared, staring at him. The beastly face opened its maw, revealing a dreadful, swirling whirlpool that threatened to devour all existence. Almond shot his eyes open, gasping heavily and covered in cold sweat, yanked violently out of the terrifying vision. He looked around wildly, immediately realizing with suspicion that Malin was nowhere to be found. Almond narrowed his eyes, preparing to activate his domain to trace Malin's marked spatial signature. Just as he prepared to track him, Malin suddenly dropped down from the sky onto the branch beside him. "Sup, boss?" Malin greeted casually, noting that only half an hour had passed since they started resting. Almond, slightly disoriented, demanded to know where Malin had disappeared to. Malin explained he had just gone foraging for fruits and vegetables to cook a better meal. Accepting the reasonable explanation, Almond simply nodded and went right back to focusing on his class principles. 24 hours into the newbie survival event, the intensity ramped up dramatically on day 2. Almond remained a top contender, but the elimination rate was steep, with half of those gone having died in combat. He attempted to pull the creature's essence, but the strange white aura quickly began to dissipate into the air. Almond realized the window was brief. He only had seconds before the soul completely vanished. Malin quickly reported that the special monster had just spawned nearby on the lower, barren ground. Far in the distance, they could faintly make out the oasis, the only patch of greenery in the desolate area. Malin, who had scouted ahead using his wind abilities, confirmed the monster was incredibly powerful. He warned that they would need a solid strategy to defeat such a high-level opponent. Almond was undeterred. He clenched his fist, affirming that regardless of the difficulty, he would be the one to kill the monster. On their descent toward the oasis, Almond cleared out many minor threats along the way. However, just before reaching the oasis, they stumbled upon a massive horde of over 100 crust-plated bears. Almond walked directly into the bear territory, his entire body surging with an overwhelming aura of power. 3 unique vipers, the arbitrary viper, erasure edge, manifested around him, appearing like digital gray snakes with golden scales. This ability was refined to absolute maximum sharpness, incorporating space-severing principles into its attack. With a silent command, the 3 vipers shot forward like light beams, leaving faint golden trails in their wake. Almond briefly activated his domain, enveloping a group of 8 bears in a misty, lumiere particle gas. The gas acted as a refraction point, allowing the snakes to reach terrifying speeds, approaching one-third the speed of light. In that instant, the snakes moved blindingly fast, cutting all 8 bears into countless pieces. The ability had been refined to an S+ rank in power, demonstrating overwhelming destructive force. He redirected the arbitrary vipers toward the rest of the monstrous horde, ensuring their complete annihilation. Almond walked toward the growing pile of dead bears, determined to use this opportunity to refine his spirit creation technique. Closing his eyes, he focused on the concept he had formed, extracting the spirit as a whole entity. He needed to pull every part of the being, its life experience, body, soul, and flesh, before the soul departed. He pushed his will, knowing this comprehensive extraction was the key to understanding the full concept of spirits. But the connection snapped, and the extraction failed, confirming he was still missing a vital component. Almond frowned, questioning if he truly needed to understand this complex concept just to acquire spirits. He reconsidered. Spirits held memories, but how did his class replicate their powers into item and spirit wraiths? His wraiths possessed high-level masteries in attributes his class didn't even cover, yet they were still reproducible. This meant the spirit must contain something that allowed his class skills to reproduce the creature's full power. Almond realized he needed more than just memories. He required the complete power profile of a being. Then the missing piece clicked. The only place holding all power information was the arcane Eidos. He suddenly shouted the answer out loud, the powerful arcane Eidos. His comrade was startled by the sudden outburst while storing monster meat nearby. Malin quickly asked his boss what the sudden commotion was about. Almond calmly replied that they were postponing the special monster hunt for now. He briefly opened his domain to search for a quiet place to retreat and think. He located a massive tree at the edge of the oasis, perfect for resting. Almond declared they needed to take a moment and rest near the large tree. The young man sat cross-legged on a sturdy branch, immediately entering deep meditation. His mind raced, focused on figuring out how to scan another being's arcane Eidos. Once he solved this puzzle, he planned to forge a passive ability to absorb spirits upon killing. The true reason for the delay was simple. He desperately wanted that special monster's spirit. Meanwhile, the viewing audience started judging the participant for wasting time meditating. They questioned why someone so powerful, already ranked 16, was always wasting time meditating. They debated his speed, comparing his abilities to the offensive power of the second-ranked participant. One hopeful spectator lamented putting all their money on him reaching the top 10, fearing the loss. In the luxurious VIP booth, Madame Ruby observed the young man entering meditation yet again. She wondered aloud if this sudden breakthrough would significantly impact his ranking and fighting strength. Big D laughed, revealing that he knew the true origin of the young man's primary class. He stated that the class belonged to none other than Oblivion, the Forgotten Maw. Big D admitted that when the young man truly grasped its essence, even he couldn't predict the impact. He emphasized that the power of Oblivion was far beyond the scope of beings like himself. Madame Ruby sighed, admitting she was envious of those on the first layer who received free powers. Big D rolled his eyes, reminding her that first-layer participants also die easily. He stressed the necessity of clearing Grimworld's tutorial for their world to ascend to the second layer. Madame Ruby chuckled, noting that not everyone was like this little monster achieving rapid growth. Big D then mentioned that he had recently sent a clone down to the young man's home world. The clone was intercepted by the external overseer after passing through the layer boundary. After speaking with the bald overseer, Big D discovered some highly interesting information. He revealed that the internal overseer had orchestrated the Phase 1 event with the 4 arcane champions. This clash was set up purely because of a major betting pool among cosmic big shots. Big D also warned that the entity Hollowstar was doing its best to consume those worlds. Hollowstar was planning to move sooner, since the young man had been absent for many days. Madame Ruby jokingly wished that Hollow Star succeeded to fuel the young man's growth. She immediately shook her head, calling the idea too cruel after all the loss he had endured. Big D warned that such a catastrophic loss would permanently change the young man. Big D narrowed his eyes and declared that if the young man failed, he would personally kill him. Madame Ruby was utterly shocked, immediately asking Big D for his terrifying reasoning. Big D explained his fear. The young man might become a disaster like the ruthless Marco. After half an hour, Almond opened his eyes, which glimmered with a hazy, white-green spark. He finally grasped the full concept behind the creation of a spirit. Almond stood up, and Malin immediately asked if they were ready to move. Almond confirmed it was time to hunt the monster, looking intently towards the deeper part of the oasis. Malin grinned, conjuring a small wind bird that he had used to track the target's location. In the northwest, the target, a sanguine silverite Kong, swam in a beautiful tree-lined lake. Malin warned Almond that the powerful gorilla possessed tricky space elemental powers. Almond, standing high on a branch, scanned the monster, confirming its immense power and abilities. Confident, Almond stated that even spatial powers wouldn't allow the beast to escape him. He sent the prana transfer thread to Malin, instructing him to provide energy swiftly during the fight. Almond instantly vanished, teleporting right above the monster and unleashing a massive draconic maw attack. The maw snapped shut, but the Kong vanished, reappearing above Almond ready to strike. Almond's eyes flickered. He immediately executed spatial displacement, swap. The Kong's attack struck the water where Almond had been, creating a massive explosion of spray. Almond, now in the Kong's previous position, accelerated to the max using Lumiere lightning flow. His wooden sword, enhanced by Voidblade catastrophe, flowed like a snake at blinding speed. Slash, despite its tough exterior, the Kong lost all 4 arms and received a deep gash to its chest. Before Almond could land a fatal blow, the monster reacted, pulling him towards a silvery-bordered black orb. Almond realized the ability was gravity manipulation, thrilled by the opportunity to study it. The angry, wounded gorilla roared, its body glowing as it instantly regenerated its lost limbs. Almond demanded prana from Malin and seized the opportunity while the gorilla was using its bloodline power. He unleashed 4 orbs of obliteration, targeting the Kong's legs and shoulders. Madder than ever, the severely injured Kong unleashed 4 silvery spinning discs with red patterns. Almond, now back to full prana, quickly teleported, narrowly avoiding the dangerous attack. He realized that the discs possessed a unique gravitational pull that made close-range dodging lethal. The spectators watching the fight noticed Almond was deliberately lengthening the battle. They debated whether he was foolishly holding back or trying to study the monster's techniques. Almond finally finished off the sanguine silverite Kong, exhausting Malin's last 10,000 prana. Both were empty, but Almond had gained invaluable knowledge from studying the monster's abilities. Almond teleported the Kong's body under a nearby tree, ready for the main event. His eyes shone with a hazy white-green spark as he activated the spirit creation sequence. His hand turned into a claw, and he made a deliberate pulling motion. A palm-sized wisp, containing the sleeping avatar of the gorilla, was pulled from the body and floated up. Seeing the structure of this first bona fide spirit, a new world opened up to him. He realized he was close to fully mastering his primary class, as everything revolved around these spirits. Almond waved his hand and placed the newly created spirit inside his spirit pocket. He teleported back to Malin, immediately instructing him to secure the area for another meditation session. Malin was surprised, questioning why they needed to meditate again so soon after the battle. Almond simply grinned, announcing that it was time to evolve. He sat down cross-legged instantly, closing his eyes and diving deep into meditation. The audience was furious. Almond had been meditating since his last big win, and his rank was dropping fast. Those who had wagered money on him were especially mad, demanding that he wake up before the third day began. But Almond wasn't concerned about the scores. He was focused on expanding the spirit dealer power to new, terrifying heights. His mind was working at a transcendental level, weaving the arcane into something nobody was ready for. Meanwhile, Malin was just chilling, swimming in the lake, having already accepted his 0-point failure. He knew his new boss was cooking something up, due to the strange things Almond did after killing monsters. Malin decided that Almond was the real deal and committed to becoming his trusted, strongest underling. He began singing loudly about becoming the strongest subordinate of the mad nut Almond. The spectators watching the feed were utterly speechless at his bizarre, joyful performance. Finally, with 1 minute left, Almond woke up, his meditation abruptly ending. He opened his domain and instantly teleported himself and the swimming Malin away multiple times. They arrived just as day 3 began, facing a horde of over 200 crystal dune scorpions in the desert. Almond threaded Malin for prana supply, created a spatial box to support him, and demanded energy. Then Almond enchanted his nano-blade sword and vanished in a bolt of unpredictable lightning flow. In a single second, Almond slaughtered 100 scorpions at incredible speed, painting the landscape with debris. He immediately targeted the 100 dead bodies while their souls were still anchored. He activated the sequence, scanning their arcane idos, copying them, and creating a spirit using his prana. He adjusted the structure of the 100 newly formed spirits and triggered them all to explode in a sharp burst of spikes. This specialized explosion, which required no prana, killed the remaining 100 scorpions instantly. Almond pulled the new 100 spirits, demanded more prana, and stretched his hands forward. He manifested a terrifying, whirling maw that stretched 5 meters, shocking Malin and the entire audience. He sent the 100 spirits into the maw, which burned intensely with colorful flame sparks. 5 seconds later, 100 lethal crystal burst bombs emerged from the whirlpool. These bombs, derived from the spirit data, were designed by Almond himself for high penetration and vitality-burning poison. Almond stored the bombs and summoned Melira, the elixir of chaos, whose body still had strange spots. He pointed his hand at her, infusing his prana, stabilizing her form instantly. The painful spots vanished, leaving her appearance regal yet wild, and her aura eerily graceful. He unleashed 10 threads that entered Melira's body, telling her he needed to complete her construction. Melira flinched, feeling an intense wave of itchy comfort as Almond's threads entered her source space for construction. Almond rapidly finalized her consciousness-based soul, arcane idas, and soul avatar formations. Minutes later, a powerful, shining aura suddenly gushed from Melira's body. Almond then spent 10 minutes converting her skills into permanent abilities, completing her evolution. He took a deep breath, having gained the final data needed to complete his class mastery. Almond then assembled the final sequence for Spirit Wraith creation, officially completing and mastering the Spirit Dealer class. The Grimworld system commended him for achieving this result and awarded him an Ability Art Medal. The obscurity vanished instantly, and Almond smiled, ready for the next phase of the competition. He told Malin to get dressed because they were about to start a massive hunt. Almond checked his low rank and declared that they wouldn't stop until they hit the top 10. Melira launched 5 potent concoctions, instantly covering a 500-meter radius of the volcanic terrain in a thick, disruptive mist. The potions instantly scrambled the alligator's senses, making everything spin and leaving the horde in total confusion. With the monsters completely disoriented, Almond executed Erasure Edge, turning 3 spectral snakes into blinding, slicing light. In seconds, the entire herd was sliced to pieces, and Almond quickly consumed prana to harvest the spirits of all the slain monsters. Malin finished scouting the area using his Galuing drones, confirming the next horde was 7 kilometers away in a dormant volcano. Almond nodded and immediately expanded his domain, initiating a series of rapid teleports to cover the 7-kilometer distance. They arrived instantly at the rim of the dormant volcano, ready for the next engagement. However, both Melira and Malin admitted they were completely out of prana and soul energy from the constant usage. Almond told his exhausted team to sit down and recover, then jumped straight into the volcano to deal with the 300 Stingorin alone. He activated gravity creation, attraction nexus, causing a hazy dome to appear, centered on a pitch-black space-warping bead. The attraction force was immense, consuming 3,000 prana instantly, but clustering all 300 flying monsters into a single, dense mass. Almond then unleashed a spirit nuke, a massive glowing green mushroom cloud that erupted over the clustered monsters, instantly melting them down. The spirit nuke, powered by 100 corrosive slime spirits, obliterated the winged lavacrust Stingorins, leaving only pools of melted residue. Malin quickly transferred his recovered prana to Almond, who used the energy boost to efficiently create spirits from all the new corpses. Back on the rim, Almond checked his wristband, 12,538 points, placing him at 11th rank. He needed only 800 more points to hit the 10th spot and was sure a special monster was nearby, so rest was not an option. Meanwhile, the audience outside was going wild, placing huge bets as Almond rapidly climbed the leaderboard with his incredible speed. The commentators compared Almond's explosive abilities to the legendary cosmic pirate, Captain Balmy, marveling at his destructive power. With 10 minutes left, Almond maximized his domain radius to 1.7 kilometers and began rapid, constant teleportation to locate the next target. After only 7 seconds of searching, he located the special monster, the tough, SS-rank Fushin Berserk Cyclops. This massive cyclops, covered in light green skin, held a giant, rune-marked stone club and possessed immense layered defenses. Almond realized his current abilities might not be enough to pierce its body constitution, so he began designing a new magic sequence on the spot. He took a deep breath and manifested a magnificent golden crystal bow, its string made of spatial and solidified lightning threads. He then created the arrow, a spinning vortex of nanoblades forming a DNA pattern designed for maximum speed and penetration power. Almond asked Malin for more prana to stabilize the weapon, explaining that the Cyclops was too dangerous for a close-range fight. He aimed the bow skyward, encased in a strange calm, and released the string, sending the arrow shooting up like a spark of light. The arrow instantly dove down, striking the Cyclops' head right in the center, tearing through its thick layered skull in microseconds. The Cyclops could only groan before its massive body erupted, skewered from within as the nanoblades spread throughout its structure. Malin watched in disbelief at the speed and power, while Melira simply smiled at the master's wonderful new attack. Almond named the ability-piercing Doom Bow, successfully gained 1,500 points, and finally hit the top 10 with 5 minutes to spare. The third day soon ended, and a notification announced that Section 1 of the event was over and survival conditions would change. Meanwhile, back on Earth, 8 days later, the Grim Breakers emerged from the Labyrinth Gate after completing the 8th floor heroic challenge. They won, but they paid a heavy cost. The entire party was injured, with Marcus and Eliara severely wounded and near death. The true tragedy was revealed when Amir and Finn carried out the 2 lifeless bodies of Gemma and Xavier. Anya, who had just become official with Xavier, stammered through her tears, devastated that he had died protecting her. Admiral Rudra, his own eyes red with emotion, hugged the grieving Anya and tried to comfort her, acknowledging their bravery. He knew loss was inevitable for adventurers, but he demanded they use this pain to fuel their resolve. "Don't forget this loss. Get stronger and make sure this doesn't happen again," he uttered fiercely.